around, they go mad, but they stay in the flock. And you're the bird in the flock. You're hoping I'm not the pigeon that gets like snatched by the hawk. Some other bird that's right next to me. So that's kind of like a defense mechanism that they have, right? Stay in the herd, right? And they do it with antelope, elks, bulls, you name it. Go ahead, Trace. Sorry.
It's all good.
I've been listening on YouTube all morning. I couldn't get in here, but I tell you what, it'd be more productive to shit in your hands and clap than listen to dogs all day.
Yeah,
that's how I feel. I mean, thank you.
Yeah, that's I like listening to India, though. Man. But the thing is, they're the conspiracy theorists. They're the ones saying like, you shouldn't believe your eyes. Like you see the sun moving, it's not moving. It's trying to fool you. It's actually you that's moving. Like the earth looks flat. It's just the light is all trying to fool you. The world is all just out there, out to get you. It's actually a globe.
I really don't understand this tow tank argument, because all that rail is doing is towing a motor boat. What is that boat going to... not float on top of the water? Is it what's going to be the
I don't under. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out by reading the document is why did they do this? Why did they go to all this effort? Because one way or another, it doesn't make any difference in what they're doing.
Dude, right now, brother, check this out, friend. I specifically told him because I said they parallel this with the water. Did I not say that multiple times? He said the tank is empty when they do this. I told him they have a leveling trough that runs along the sidewall, and they use that to level against the rail. Okay? He said, oh no, I said, I know that we did that in the other one that we did, right? He said, well, I don't know about this one. Now keep in mind, this is something he posted as proof. So let's read from it right here. The tanks are fitted with a small trough in the concrete. This trough was filled with water. 2 steel pins were precisely machined. A datum bracket was installed at one end of the tank to adjust the length of the pins, so their pointy end just broke the surface tension of the water. Another bracket was then moved along the tank to the desired alignment location. Each pin was checked and readjusted.
Was the curve, did I get it wrong, but was it like 0.6 of a millimeter?
No, let me pay attention. Pay attention, you ready? I'll read it for you. The rails must be aligned vertically to follow the curvature of the earth, horizontally and in roll. In Southampton, the Sagata for an east to west oriented tank of 138 meters is about 0.06 millimeters. That's an assertion based on the model. It's not a measurement that they did.
It gets better, AI. Read farther. Dude, this is hilarious. Listen to this, though. Sorry. The towing tank only has a walkway on its south side, so the north rail alignment had to be performed from a floating pontoon, which was complicated. Dude, I can't believe this.
I don't know. Anybody who works with steel would probably be able to tell you that, 0.06 of a millimeter was
over 153 meters, right?
Over
that's the span, right?
Meters. That's like their tolerances are higher than that.
Dude, that is a higher tolerance than CERN, probably.
Dude, look at this photograph of the pin system at the brackets. Look what they're doing there, bro. If you're looking, it's the brackets with the red thing and the 2 pin system. So the 2 brackets are at the joints of the thing, right? And so when those pins touch the water, they break the surface tension of the water. That means that the distance from that bracket down is correct. So they are just paralleling it to the water. Exactly like I said. What else could they do? How else could they have 100 and plus meter continuous level unless it was a trough of water? they also said in here that they couldn't use lasers to do it.
Yeah, I'm going to read that citation too. I'm going to find that. They cited something about them making a different tank in Australia. I want to know why they think they can't use lasers to do it. And now there could be reasons, right? Legitimate reasons, like inside. Sometimes you have differential heating inside of a building and stuff that will throw it off. Yeah. If you're trying to do a long span, I mean, you guys could do it incrementally, like you do in regular construction, right? You do, right? Like, I don't know. I have to read it. My God, dude. This is what passes for a Glober citation. I swear to God, that dude was just Googling furiously. The most frustrating part is that he didn't understand what, like, when I was like predictive model, I'm talking about not Snell's law, not Fermat's principle, an actual model for terrestrial refraction as a phenomena, right? Not like the general rule of refraction, right? That model, generalized refraction model versus a model applied to a specific phenomena. Like, that shit was going over his head, man.
They just try to talk big so that they sound important and they know what they're talking about. And then, as Mickey would say, they get their wig snatched. They like to repeat. But not
that must have been frustrating to listen to, like, from your point of view, right? Like, when you're in it, it's a different thing. Like, dude.
I just want to get in there and tell him what a fool he is, that's all. I've had some experiences with this guy before, as well as heard a fair few debates that he's had, and I just can't stand him, to be honest.
Yeah, his debate techniques are like transparent, dude. Whenever he gets cornered, he starts talking about you, or talking about flat earthers, or start calling you dumb, right? So he just does this all the time. Or he postures and pretends like you don't know something and he did, or you're freaking like, but it's a pretend, it's a freaking ruse, right? It's a diversion, right? To take eyes off the topic. Look over here. No, look over here. Look over here. Just don't, like, how long did I talk to him? I never got an admission that there's no predictive model. I had to go through every goddamn iteration, right? Of just, like, you know, I call it like
Hello?
Anything happening in here? I'll take that as a yeah. I guess we could start making something happen in here.
Hello.
Testing, 1, 2.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Just enough to say yes, and nothing more.
Barely can hear you.
Okay. I have a question. So, how and where do I find out objectively how light behaves? Because regarding the oil rig argument, the globe earthers claim that the light curves or magnifies things due to refraction, and you guys claim that that's not how it works, right?
Magnifies what? A globe?
No, magnifies the oil rigs, the things that are supposed to be blocked by curvature.
Well, it wouldn't really be about the oil rigs. That would be
We're talking to super low.
Yeah, you're pretty low.
Things.
It wouldn't really matter about the oil rigs, right? Because that's not what's in contention. The geometric horizon, the curved ocean, that would be on a globe. That's the part in contention. So if they tell you what you're seeing is due to refraction, really what they're saying is, yeah, it is a globe, but it's refracted so it doesn't look like it. So where's the evidence for that?
No. I don't know about that, but I do know that the thing.
Well, but that's what they're doing, though. That's their claim.
What they're telling me is the reason why you see the oil rigs is because the image of the oil rigs are manipulated due to refraction.
So the oil rigs are not part of the problem. The oil rigs are markers for how far away the horizon is behind the oil rigs. So the oil rigs could be snowmen for all we care. We're not looking at the oil rigs. We're looking behind them at the flat line.
Yeah. Yeah, the thing is about the horizon, right? And the horizon being too far. And the only reason the oil rigs are even in the picture is so that you can tell that it's too far, because we know how far the oil rigs are. It's not really about the oil rigs being blocked, per se. It's just about being able to tell that the horizon is way too far.
Right. But isn't the claim like if it's curved, then wouldn't this oil rig be blocked by curvature and we wouldn't be able to see it, right? Isn't that the...
Not really. The oil rigs are tall enough that you would see them either way. It's just, they're just demarcators, markers of distance, right? But we're just using them as demarcators, that's all. It's a measuring stick, right? The furthest one's at 9.4 miles and you see the horizon behind it, so you measure sort of the horizon to further the 9.4 miles. That's it. That's their entire purpose in the argument.
What's the elevation in those pictures, I suppose?
1 foot.
Oh.
Does that clear anything up?
I'm trying to rethink it all.
Are these pictures in the chat somewhere?
I'll add one right now.
Cool.
Yeah, Dark, see, you gotta understand that it's about the distance of the horizon.
Right.
Yeah, we're not saying, hey, those oil rigs would be blocked, necessarily. I mean, they would be to an extent, but it's not about that as much as it's about the distance of the horizon itself.
Sure, and who took the pictures?
His name is BMLSB. Well, I guess that's probably not the name on his driver's license, but that's the name I know him by. I'll post the original video.
So on the globe Earth, on a hypothetical globe model, the horizon should be much closer than what it is.
Yes.
Measured.
Yes.
For this one, since he was only 1 foot off the ground, it should only be 1.225 miles away. If you're standing up and you're about 6 foot tall, it should be about 3.5 miles away on a globe.
And how many miles is the horizon?
Further than 9.4.
So we don't live on a globe, the reported globe.
Nah.
No, unless they're just joking around about the size, and that's a big joke because rockets would crash. Which they do crash. That's the funny thing. Everybody thinks they don't.
I'd like to see the video first, but the explanation they would usually give for something like that is that there's a mirage when you're that close to the surface of the water, and that possibly if he were to raise the camera actually higher to get above the water level, you might actually see the horizon get closer, so you're outside of the range of the mirage.
Well, it would get further the further up you go, and he does. He goes to other elevations.
I need to see the video, though.
Yeah, I posted the original video, and if they say it's miraged, right, what they're really saying is, no, there is a 1.2 mile geometric horizon there, but due to the miraging, right, we're going to see a 10 mile horizon instead. So where's the evidence for the 1.2 mile geometric one?
I don't see where the video's posted. Is it? Is it?
BMLS 9.41 mile.
I found it.
Yeah,
That's it. Okay.
There's this other black swan here that I just posted. What's the height that time? 8 feet. Still too far. Still beyond 10.10 miles. It looks like it's way further than that, but let's just say beyond 10.10. 10.1.
All right, let's see.
So what would the geometric horizon distance be there? It would be 3.46 miles on the globe, given an 8-foot observer height. Still way further.
The one I like about the 8-foot high one is you can see the lights that are underneath the rigs reflecting off the surface of the water in the waves as they just twinkle by.
So
that's true.
How is it that that's not refraction that's bringing the horizon to seem further than what it actually is supposed to be?
Well, how do you have evidence that there's a geometric obstacle or obstruction there that you're not seeing?
I guess I'm just questioning how objectively light works at this point.
Okay, but
it's always confused me.
In this case, though, with the oil markers, which are the distance markers, if you see where the horizon is, if that is the projected 1.2, it can't be the projected 1.2 horizon because it's behind the oil rig that's 9.4.
I'm having a hard time believing that oil rig is actually.
No, wait, hold on a second. Hold on a second. I was addressing the last person's confusion. It's okay. Do you see what I'm saying though? Even if you're wishfully thinking that the 1.2 geometric horizon is projected to the horizon, well, in this case, it's beyond the 9.4. Can't have it both ways.
Well, why can't that happen?
Okay.
Well, that's
the thing is there's no evidence for the geometric 1.2 mile one in the first place, right? They're saying, oh, it is there, you just didn't see it because blah, blah. And they give you an explain away, which in this case is refraction, right? So where's the evidence for the globe in the first place, which they're saying is refracted? Because we look out and we don't see it, and then we just get an excuse for why we didn't see it. What about the evidence for its existence in the first place? Why aren't we getting that?
I believe refraction requires the globe radius in order to do calculations for refraction. So you're really stuck there since you need the actual measured radius to do all that. It doesn't measure to enter.
That's right.
Yeah. And only since the 3959 has been debunked have people started claiming that everything they see in the distance is an optical illusion. It's a new thing.
Yeah, they didn't used to say that. They used to say, oh, we see boats disappear over it. That's the curved horizon. Then we check the distance of the horizon to see if it actually matches that geometric claim and find, no, it doesn't. It's way further than that. Now they say, oh, you don't actually see the thing that we said for hundreds or thousands of years that boats disappear over.
Yeah, I believe they say like there's different degrees of it depending on the weather.
Oh, brother.
Listen, there is no evidence for the geometric horizon they say is refracted in the first place. That's what this is showing you. You look out, you don't see it, and instead of getting evidence for it, we just get an excuse.
You can't deny that it's a possibility, though.
Yeah. Well, you must have. Can I try to run by what I ran by you a moment ago? In this black swan observation, the horizon is beyond the 9.4. Okay, it cannot be the 1.2 because that oil rig is out there. Somehow you've abandoned all reasonable thinking to hold on to this globe idea, but just. I know you need things to be optical illusions, but in this case, it can't be.
To me, it just seems like you guys have proven that we're able to see that the horizon is much further than what's supposed to be on the globe model. But like, my question still remains: how is it that we can prove if that's not just refraction doing its job?
Oh boy! And what job is that?
Pardon? To lift things up.
How come we weren't taught about this in school when you taught the globe and all the globe lore? How come they didn't say, oh, by the way, you should see things 200 miles away because it's really not there. It's just an illusion. But you can make out every single thing that's there and you can see the people and wave to them. But it's really not there.
I'm just trying to finalize my conclusion on this specific matter, this specific debate.
Okay, well, you've convinced it? I'm just asking a question. Have you convinced yourself that everything you see in the distance is an optical illusion?
I've convinced myself that everything I see may not be what it actually is. What
I'm saying is that's fine, but that's fine. But if what you're saying is true, you can't just teeter-totter and walk the line. You have to accept that everything you see in the distance is an optical illusion. Yes.
So
I can also like question it and see like what other things I can use to verify the things.
Yeah, you can rationalize and cope however you need, but in this specific example, it's pretty simple. At 1 foot observer's height, the globe it starts curving away at 1.2 miles. That's just the way it is. And if the Earth is a globe, well, we have these distance demarcations. The horizon is beyond the 9.4 miles. So how can that be the 1.2 geometric horizon projected out there? How is that possible? Please riddle me that.
Yeah, but the changed argument is that, well, refraction is able to make you see further than what you actually see.
Wait, okay, so again, see further than what?
Further than what you're actually supposed to.
Okay, so how do you know how far you're supposed to? Based on what?
Exactly, I don't know.
Right, so where are they getting that from? Where are they getting that from, how far you're supposed to see? Where did that come from in the first place? Are there any measurements of the Earth which tell us how far we should see geometrically?
I don't think so. Maybe.
No, so it's just a claim. It's just a made-up story. We're seeing as far as we do, and there's no evidence for how far we're supposed to see, quote-unquote, according to the globe math. No evidence that should be the case.
There's no repeating experiments, is what you're saying.
What's that? Sorry?
Can I chime in for a sec?
What was her question? Sorry, I missed it.
I just have a hard time believing. Oh, sorry.
What was her question?
I was just wondering if, like, you're also implying that there's no repeating experiments that could prove the phenomenon of making something look way much further than what you're actually supposed to see. Because I know for a fact, like, you guys were able to replicate the ships appearing to be blocked by curvature, and that actually is a result of refraction. I've seen the experiments.
It's not a matter of seeing too far. What you're claiming is the geometric horizon is being projected out to this beyond the oil rigs.
Yeah, at least that's what.
But you have to process that. The oil rigs are there. The oil rigs are there at those distances. So the 1.2, if you wanted to make the case that the 1.2 mile geometric horizon is being projected out, you would have to use an example where those oil rigs are not there, and then you would just be, as you are now, making stuff up. These observations are not cherry picked. I don't know if you've ever gone and tested the actual claims of the globe, but it sounds like you're trying to act like these are special circumstances in which you can see beyond the geometric horizon. They're not.
You would have to cherry.
You would be hard pressed to find the 1.2 geometric horizon anywhere.
Yeah, you would have to cherry pick to show that, and I don't know if it can be done because I've never seen it.
Yeah, you have to find the right foggy day.
Yeah.
I see the ocean and oil rigs.
Takonda had a question.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if those are actually that far away. I see the video. He does use Google Earth.
Are you hoping they're not?
No, I'm just. They don't look that far away. The camera. No, I think they're closer because they just look too big to be 10 miles away. Oil rigs. They're about.
Watch the full video. That's the zoom in.
Yeah, no, even without zooming in.
Have you watched the whole video?
Yes, like you can see them without them even fully zooming in. 10 miles is pretty far. And
welcome to Flat Earth.
Well, downtown Cleveland for me is 20 miles away, and I can just put my drone up in the air so I can see over the trees, and I can see downtown Cleveland.
Yeah.
How tall are those platforms? Like 1,000 feet, maybe?
I mean, they're 1,000 feet wide, but probably like 600 feet tall. Well, it depends if you count the tip of the crane on.
Well, Takonda, if you don't like those, you don't have to feign concern. You can just go out and do your own observations.
Yeah,
those are a size of a 60-story building tall.
Oil rigs are 110 feet tall.
They're only 110? They can be a lot taller than that. I'm not sure, though, about these ones.
Sure they're bigger, yeah. But here's the thing. I see that he used Google Earth. I'm looking at Google Maps, and it just... it doesn't look like it's...
Dude, this feigned concern of yours.
Not feigned. I'm talking seriously.
There is Chicago also.
Let's see.
Yeah, that's farther away. You can see all that too. And the lights. And they're connected to the right buildings, not just lights floating anywhere they want to be. Because it's in a mirage. It's actually where they're supposed to be. And you can go to that side of the lake in a boat and drive all the way back to the side where the camera's taken from and keep that in view the whole time. It doesn't just magically curve around the ball, then become an illusion. It's been done.
But that doesn't look like 50 miles. It looks like 10 miles.
Okay. How about...
For the record, real quick, looks like Godric was right. They're right around 100 feet. I was way off.
What distance would you like to assign them, Takonda?
No,
what would make you comfortable? Since you seem so certain that those distances are wrong, what?
No, I'm not as certain anymore. I'm rechecking the numbers, and
Oil rigs can be 100 feet if you measure them from the bottom of the ocean, but above the water, about 100 feet. I'm sorry,
right?
Maybe 600 feet if you measure below the ocean, but above the ocean about 100, 120 feet.
There you go. Yeah, that makes
Yeah, no, I see. The closer one's about 6 miles, and the other one's a little bit more than 9 miles. Okay. Yeah. Here's the thing: the one that's 9 miles away is lower than the one.
Well, those are distance demarcations. The point of that observation is what? Do you know what the point of that observation is?
To show that the horizon's further than 9 miles.
Okay, so there you go. So those are distance demarcations.
Can I change the topic just for a second?
No, hold on. Yeah.
Let me ask him.
Yeah, hold on.
I'd like everyone to join in and answer my question.
No, hang on a second.
Brother.
Before you change
There's someone lost in vast confusion right now. Patience.
You just said that the further oil rig is lower. Have you seen street lights? Notice that they get lower as they get more distant.
Yeah, just not just that, but the bottom half is actually
bottom or bottom, top, left, right. It's always 9 miles.
Yeah.
Why are you focused on the oil rigs again when we're focused on the line behind the oil rigs? I'm just not sure what focusing on what kind of hat the guy is wearing or what color shoes he has on. It has nothing to do with how far away those oil rigs are.
The color of the oil rig, the material, which was made, the oil rig, which year the oil rig was made. No, it's only distance.
Yeah, in Takonda, if this is the root of your confusion, maybe go enroll in a Drawing 101 course and come back and tell us what you've learned.
All right.
He's hoping that the further oil rig is behind the curve of the Earth. However, the horizon is behind that. So this isn't the horizon, the edge of the curve of the Earth.
Well,
yeah, maybe are you hoping for multiple geometric horizons?
It actually looks like there's multiple lines there, like a bit of a
you've
mirage.
Lost the plot. Yeah, you've lost the plot.
I mean, I'm just saying what I see. I'm just telling you what I see. My eyes show 2 lines.
Are you watching video, not the picture?
I'm looking at the video.
Yeah, if you don't like this observation, make your own.
What is between 2 oil rigs?
You can see
What is between 2 oil rigs?
Yeah, okay.
What is between 2 oil rigs? Can you tell me the answer? Is it the water?
Yes, there's water.
Okay, thank you. That's all. It should not be water there.
And a seal platform or something.
Yeah, so you mentioned the bottom of the platforms being cut off, right?
Oh, well, the further one. You can see the bottom.
Okay, yeah, by what?
Probably water, but...
The horizon?
Could be.
Well, the horizon's behind it, so how could that be?
Maybe the Earth is much bigger than what the globe Earth.
Well, then if that's the case, then all your latitudes are completely fucked.
Could be.
Your script is broken, Takonda. It's probably best just to be honest here.
Could be that the distance from America to UK it's not 1,000 miles, that it's 10,000 miles. Could be.
It could be.
Oh, that means that, if it's flight 4 hours, it could be also 40 hours.
Dude, I've never seen a flat map that's consistent with reality. So,
did you see the flight of 40 hours going 10,000 miles? Do you know what would happen if it's that horizon? If it's that the radius, that what is showing 10 miles? Do you know how big Earth would be?
You would lose gravity. That's what you do.
You practically could walk to the moon. Like you go out from your house and moon, you touch the moon with the hand.
Takonda, have you seen a map that isn't flat?
A globe? I've got one in my room.
Those aren't maps. Those are look at Freedom Clothes. Those are decorations.
Nobody use globe for nothing, man.
Is it oblate split? Is it oblate spheroid? Pear shaped.
It's globe shaped.
It's sphere shaped.
Sure.
So that's a map, huh?
Yeah, it's a round map.
Is it that presentation of reality?
Much closer than a flat map.
Whoa!
Every flat map I've seen is distorted.
How does the military get around that?
Every flat map. Can you?
They
Do you
use
have
the
spherical?
GPS. They use
do you have a
military
spherical-
GPS.
Do you have a spherical map?
It's called the globe.
It's called the globe. Do you know that globe is not used anywhere in the human history? It's used. Map was used.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
Yes, I knew that.
Or why are you saying globe then?
Because it's a globe.
Because
They still have it.
because
They've still made them for
Maybe it's a
hundreds of
globe.
Can
years.
you
It's
only,
more accurate than a
admit
flat map.
one logic? This is only one logic. All maps are flat, and there is no globe map.
Yeah, but all maps, there's different projections of globes onto 2D maps.
Actually, that's not right. That's not right. Actually, the globe is a flat Earth projection.
Onto a 3D map. Sure.
Yeah, because what you have outside is a flat Earth, right? And if you want to represent it as a globe, that would be a flat Earth projection onto a globe.
Yeah, but it's still more accurate. Okay.
How could that be?
The Earth could be locally flat, but globally round.
That's nonsensical. How many flat slabs make up a sphere?
Infinite.
That's wrong answer.
That's also
How many
a concept that
points?
was just made up by Globers, infinity.
Well, okay,
You didn't
so
say
wait,
so.
How many points are there on a circle in infinite?
Okay, so this guy thinks that maps are globe projections, so he obviously thinks that there's a globe Earth outside. So who are you aware of that's ever measured that directly?
I mean, no one. I've never met anyone. I've never met globe maker or cartology.
You don't have to know them personally. Just anybody that you're aware of who's ever done it. Or even the method used. That's actually the important part, more so than who.
Well, I could mention pretty much anyone that lives in Australia that has traveled from one coast of Australia to the other could use their odometer to measure the number of miles, and it's not consistent with the flat Earth map. It's way off.
Lord.
Jesus
Lord, yeah. Australia doesn't exist. No, sure.
Listen, this no. Who said that Australia doesn't exist? And which maps you are saying?
Leighton Hewitt.
Can we just try to get to those direct measurements, though? Because we're looking for direct measurements of drop over distance showing that we're actually living on a curved object, a ball in this case, right? So driving from one part of Australia to the next doesn't give us that information.
No, but it gives you the width of Australia, and I know it's not wider than the United States.
Okay, that's great, but who has measured drop over distance of the face of the Earth?
Anyone with a theodolite.
Okay.
Incorrect.
Give us the method. Can you go into detail at all?
Sure. Get a theodolite, purchase or borrow one, and climb up to a hill and look over water.
He's probably
I'm going to be aiming it at the horizon. Am I going to be aiming it at
tag for theodolite Earthers tag?
You level it, and then you measure where the horizon is.
The horizon
doesn't. The horizon does not rise up to level.
Make it rainbow colored too.
Yeah, it doesn't rise up to level. So what? So we're talking about the same horizon that we just looked at, right? That in the case that we just looked at it in was 10 times further than what it would have been geometrically on the globe, that you think that using a theodolite and measuring a dip angle to the horizon gives you the dimensions of.
Mm-hmm.
So we're seeing that it's not geometric. It's 10 times further, right, than it should be if your assumptions about dip angles to the horizon are true, right? So that seems a little bit incoherent, don't you think?
I've never done it myself, so I can't say for sure, but I've seen somebody post a YouTube video on it.
What I'm saying is we're looking at it and demonstrating directly that it is not geometric because it's much further than it would need to be geometric, right? So you're misinterpreting dip angles to the horizon, and you're making a false assumption that it shouldn't dip from your eye level at all if the surface is flat. Because if the dip angle is due to the geometry of the horizon, then it would be at that 1.2 mile distance, right? But it's not.
That's a fair point.
Yeah.
the oil rig video does seem to show that the horizon, in optically at least, is further than it should be. So maybe using a theodolite to look at a horizon over water might not yield accurate results. But again, a lot of this depends on the day, the temperature, the humidity, the water temperature, and everything that contributes to optical illusions.
Doesn't matter. There is physical water there.
Yeah.
If it's not physical, if it's only optical, I would understand. Then I will say, okay, yes, temperature. But there is a physical water, then doesn't matter.
Yeah, Chikanda, prior to this entire flat Earth thing that you've entered yourself into, what would you have told yourself, your past self, before you had to chant that everything in the distance was an optical illusion? What would you say to that person now?
What would I say? Keep an open mind.
That doesn't. What do you mean, keep an open mind?
That did not answer your question.
Yeah. What does it? Let me try to. I know this is. Now you understand the setup. I'll try and ask the question clearly. If you would have asked yourself in the past, if you would have told that person prior to this whole flat Earth thing that seems to have really inconvenienced a lot of people, if you would have said, "Hey, dude, everything you see in the distance is an optical illusion," what would that person, this past you that hadn't gone to full cope mode, what would that person said?
Go seek help.
Yeah, pretty much.
You said, "Yeah, right, dude."
I would give this guy a little bit of credit. I mean, he's been honest enough to concede on the geometric horizon point.
If I didn't think it was worth it, I wouldn't even bother talking to him. I'll try to be nice to him. But I'm just saying, this whole idea that you have to convince yourself now that everything you see in the distance is an optical illusion is wild. It's beyond just keeping an open mind. It's borderline lunacy.
And also think about the fact that we were asking about the line behind the oil rigs and for how long you focused on the size of the oil rigs and what they were doing and how tall they are when they had nothing to do with what we were talking about. Isn't that crazy?
I understand. Look, I've tried
to avoid it. Then he admits it, and then he wants to say, "Yeah, keep an open mind to everything in the distance is an optical illusion." Dude, shake yourself.
Yeah.
Also, consider the refraction argument had not come into play until the flat Earth picked up. Nothing about refraction talking about Aristotle, Eratosthenes, or Al-Biruni, no refraction mentioned.
Only see forever.
Only when the flat Earth flat back did we have to come up with refraction as a argument.
But listen to this logic. If you see something. If you see something in distance and you see that, and everybody can conclude that also other people see that, and you can measure that what you are seeing somehow I don't understand, but somehow there is some doubt that is not the truth. That's what is there and what you can see and other people can see, but somehow that could not be true.
Yeah, I know. I get what you're saying. I still would be interested to know all the different, temperature, time of day, tide, kind of tide, and all the information.
I would like to ask you why.
Because I would retest it on a different day with a different temperature and see what the change is.
That water, for example, the geometrical horizon, if you understand what that is, that means that water should start to curve. That means that water didn't curve and it's still there. And whatever temperature will be, water will be there. Let's put it like this, let's say that it's dark, that water will be there, even if you don't see. Do you understand me? That's why Earth is flat, because of fucking water. Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was done on different days.
It's been repeated. Okay.
It was even done. What was that? Dawn or dusk? One of the two. So midday, dawn or dusk, same result. So what?
Yeah, I know. I get it.
I know, I get it. I mean, that you said you would like to go. You know what? As a matter of fact, you should. You should go to whatever, body of water that you can that's large enough, and you should do this. And you should do it on different days, and this foolishness will be done, at least for you.
And do you know what is interesting? You never get 1.22 miles. Never, in any case, in any temperature, any light, you don't get that result. No, never.
Wouldn't matter anyway once you see it further than that.
Mm-hmm.
Unless, of course, you've talked yourself into thinking everything that you see in front of you is now an illusion.
Well, he has an open mind to that. Hey, yep. Takanda, can I have like 45 seconds? I'll give you the opportunity to pull yourself out of this refraction chant delusion. Would you like that? Okay. Did you agree when Sasha was talking about water, seeking and finding level? Is that something that you agree with? You've witnessed? You can acknowledge?
Well, now I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. Well, have you ever been to a pool?
Yes.
What's the water at the surface doing from end to end?
Level.
Okay, there you go. So I'll be real brief with this. This takes the whole refraction chant out of it. You have something called the Suez Canal. Both ends, at either end, the ports at either end are at about sea level. It's 120 miles long. Okay, there's no locks. So what does that tell you about the water in the canal? Is it the same as the swimming pool?
I mean, it's much bigger.
It's a bigger swimming pool. Okay.
Sure.
So how many of those flat slabs make up a sphere?
Like I said, an infinite number.
No, that doesn't work for that, because we're talking about an object that has a specific circumference. Mm-hmm. And we have a Suez Canal, which is 120 miles. Uh-huh. So there is a number. It's a simple division problem, but it's a rhetorical question. How many flat slabs make up a sphere?
All right,
it's a trick question. They don't make flat slabs. Don't create a sphere.
Mm-hmm.
That's all. So does that show you that your refraction chant is nonsensical?
No, I'm still not
because
convinced.
It was removed. Okay, well, think about that. Let that sink in. You're going to have to convince yourself.
I can help you with that bigger sphere. Let's say it's 100 times bigger. Yeah, then the distance will be anymore 1.22 miles. It will be bigger. That means, who knows, maybe it will be 10 miles, But that's not the Earth what we are speaking about, because that will be Earth and 100 times bigger. That means you will look for the bigger radius, That means you will look for the 3,950, that radius. No, we are looking for this radius. Why this radius? Because this radius it's in every educational system, in every school, in every country.
Okay.
I said I love it. Yeah, Takanda, when you said, "Yeah, I'm still not convinced," you're still not convinced of what?
That the Earth is flat.
Well, you're suffering from cognitive dissonance. Let me ask you one more time. You've acknowledged that the Suez Canal is 120 miles of flat water, right?
I don't think it's that flat, but could you see from one end to the other?
What are you saying? How is it? You said it's a big swimming pool.
Sure, but can you see from one end to the other?
What does that have to do with the price of rice?
That tells me whether or not it's flat. I can see from one end of my swimming pool to the other end.
You said it was. You're realizing that you're painting yourself into a corner. I guess you said it's like the swimming pool. It's a big swimming pool. Do not act like water seeking and finding level is a conspiracy. Now listen, 120 miles. If the Earth is 24,000, almost 25,000 miles in circumference, then that's a simple. The answer would be what. The last time it's like 204, 207 of those flat slabs. You're the one who said, well, it's locally flat, but it's a sphere. Well, that's nonsensical, dude. it wouldn't be a spheroid if it was comprised of faceted sides.
Can I ask
are you convinced of that?
No, I think it can look pretty flat if you're on the surface of a giant ball.
Let me ask, some questions that, quite honestly, I think you're going to. Let's see. So, the horizon is obstruction, like my chair. I can't see behind my chair because the chair is in the way, right? That's what the horizon is, the obstruction of the globe. Yes?
The horizon's a little different just because it's so much further away.
Look, the horizon is the piece of Earth, is the limitation to the rest of the curving of the sphere. Everyone
That's what it would be, yes.
hasn't been in this conversation. Okay, thank you very much. Geometric, is that Earth measured? Earth distance. That's what that means, right? In this case, in this context. Okay, great. So you have an object, the Earth. It has a distance, right? At least for the formula. So we know that it's out there somewhere, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now let me swap out the object of the Earth, the horizon, anyway, and let me place my house where the horizon isn't. So my house is 1.2 miles away, and there's a hospital behind it. But surface conditions or air conditions somehow make it look like my house is behind the hospital. Does that make sense?
That wouldn't make sense.
Right. I know it wouldn't. But that's your argument. All I did was change the variables.
Uh-huh. You can get some really weird stuff with Mirage. I'm just saying.
But Mirage is like a derivative of the word mirror.
Yes, and you can get upside down reflections. You can make boats look like they're floating.
But reflections require a flat surface. Like, that's why you can see two images.
I disagree. You can have a reflection off a round.
Hold on.
Sure.
Do we have to Google this and Google images?
You can,
because I know for a fact that a mirage is because of a flat surface. Because guess what? If we were talking about the sort of mirage you're talking about, then that would just lift an image from beyond the horizon. That's what you believe is happening. But an actual mirage is two things. The real thing that you see, and then an image of it, inverted sometimes, or sometimes there's compression, yada, yada, yada. That means you're looking at both things. Both things are in your line of sight. There's no curvature there. You know what a specular reflection is?
Yeah.
Right. So you can imagine the salt flats, by the way. There are a lot of plains and flat surfaces with not zero runoff, but very little runoff. Runoff being, you have an uneven floor, you pour water and it rolls. But very little of that over these surfaces. Now, these surfaces are vast. Okay? And you can see the reflection of the background off of a salt flat.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if the angle to your eye, right? If the ground that is being reflected is reflecting light to you was curved, it wouldn't reflect light to you, and you wouldn't be able to see the image.
It would still reflect, but it'd be distorted. I can grant you that much, but again,
not distorted. Like, for instance, if I took a piece of paper and I bent it, and I put a light on the other side of me at a certain angle, guess what? That
angle.
light would be intercepted by the hump.
I know what you're saying, but a piece of paper, if it's curved, if you curve the radius of the paper to the same radius of curvature of the Earth, it's going to look pretty flat. The Earth is very, very big.
No, it's not pretty flat. It's actually 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's actually very small.
Depending on whatever scale you're doing. But like, if you literally were to take a piece of paper and curve it to the same radius of curvature that the Earth is curved, you basically have a flat piece of paper.
Yeah. You can do calculations as to what angle a light would not reach your eye. It most definitely would be visible, noticeable. It's not. Okay. But you're just believing it is, but you're not giving me anything. Meaning, like, you're saying these things, I know they're wrong, but you don't have enough knowledge to really refute what I'm saying. You just believe it.
Can I post a quick video? Like, it's a very short, just a picture. It's a video of the moon.
Oh, brother! Now he goes to the sky. Hold on.
No, it deals with what's the moon about.
As a matter of fact, what's the moon or refraction have to do with the geometry of the Earth?
It deals with the horizon.
Oh, brother! What's it to do with the geometry of the Earth? A little less ambiguous answer, please. What does it have to do with the geometry of the Earth? Without begging the question.
Well, if you watch the video, you can see exactly.
You've seen the video. Can't you just describe it? Tell me what it has to do with it, so that I know it's not a complete waste of time.
It shows a couple things. It shows the moon setting over a body of water. It shows a bit of a mirage on the horizon. You see, as the moon crosses into the horizon, it squishes. It noticeably squishes as it approaches the mirage.
Okay.
And you start to see a reflection of it with a gap.
Okay. Now, isn't the point in contention whether or not the horizon is the curvature of the Earth in the first place? That's the point in contention, right? So are you going to beg the question and say that what you're seeing, as a matter of fact, is affirming the consequent fallacy? If P, then Q, Q, therefore P.
It seems like it conforms with the round Earth model. And
what I'm saying is, if P, then Q, Q, therefore P. That's a form of illogic. So basically, again, changing variables P.
Mm-hmm.
If the Earth is a sphere, then we would see the moon doing whatever it's doing near the horizon. We see the moon doing whatever it's doing near the horizon. Therefore, the Earth is a sphere. Same form, but it's bad form.
May I ask him a question real quick about his literal giant paper ball?
Well, what does he think about using a logical fallacy to try to prove that it's a globe?
And he's okay with it.
No,
are you okay with it? I mean, maybe this is a hard conversation. Like, I'll give you respect for the concessions I did here, because it seems like you're trying to think it through. It's just hard. Like, I totally get it. I speak to friends every day, and it's hard to envision. But they know that I'm not stupid, and the more that I show them, because I have to take them outside to do observations, the more they kind of accept that it is what it is.
Please let me ask him about his paper ball. Okay, so you have this paper ball that is the size of Earth, right? Okay, so in theory, if you sent your friend walking away from you, eventually he would show up and tap you on your back shoulder and say, "Hey, I made it back." Correct?
In theory, correct, yes.
Okay, so as he began his travel and departed towards reaching you on the other side eventually, would he eventually disappear from your sight?
Correct, yes.
Okay, would there be a point where, based on the configuration of this giant paper ball, that it would be impossible to see him because he would be beyond a point, beyond the curve?
Yes.
At what point, when would that occur?
That is apparently hard to tell. If I'm to take the oil rig video as true, and I'm not doubting the oil rig video.
You have to take the 3959 ball as true. We're talking about your paper ball.
Yes, on the paper ball, you could try to calculate the distance to the horizon, but how would you calculate the distance?
So there would be a distance that you could no longer see that person, and it would be a very specific distance.
You could make a predicted distance. Yes, you could say based on the radius of curvature that the horizon should be such and such distance. Now,
okay, so what were you going to say about the black swan?
Oh, the video?
The oil rigs.
The oil rigs. Yes, it seems to be evidence that the optical horizon is further than what is predicted.
Well, that is what the horizon that's what the horizon is.
Correct.
Well, on a sphere, if the Earth were a sphere, it would be bound by its geometric parameters.
Yes.
Okay, well then, it's not here in reality. On your paper ball, he would have to disappear where he disappeared. I guess your paper ball would probably have refraction too, would it?
I don't know what the refractive properties would be on a paper ball.
Giant paper ball. Yeah,
it's not water, so it might be a little different.
I bet it would be as far as you needed it to see.
Okay. We do have an.
Well, my point is, if you're holding a basketball and there's an ant crawling on the basketball away from you, it's going to crawl away from you and disappear. Well, these long distance observations are debunking the claim 3959 spheroid. They're showing that's not occurring, and you're left with having to have an open mind to everything being an optical illusion. That's what you're left with.
Yes, that's correct. But how would you?
That's nonsensical.
You would have no hard proof about the calculations, because again, calculations are based on measurements.
Right. Calculations are based on measurements, but what measurements and what calculations do you have on your flat Earth model that would predict the distance of the horizon? How far do you think the horizon is?
There's no prediction for us. The horizon is an apparent thing. There's no physical distance. We don't have that claim. You do. Secondly, if you looked up the Rayleigh criterion, you would know that the resolvable limit between two objects, that would be like maybe a boat and the surface of the water.
And so as the boat gets further away, it gets small enough that you can't see it anymore?
Not just the boat, but it's like okay, think about it like this. You have a brick, right? The brick is on the ground. You can see it in your mind?
Yeah.
Okay, you push the brick out a mile. Can you see the brick without any optical equipment?
Probably not. A mile's pretty far.
Right. But if I built a tower on top of that, you could see the tower, but not the first row of bricks still. That doesn't mean that there's any curvature, right? That just means you couldn't see it.
A tower 1 brick wide?
No, not. Hold on. You mean 5 seconds?
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, okay. I get it.
Yep. So now you know the problem with the whole refraction thing. You know about from the observations people have seen from Michigan to Chicago, right?
I've heard of that. Again,
50 miles, right?
Yes, it's beyond the predicted, measurement that you would predict from the.
Great. But they say it's a mirage, right?
Yes.
Right. Now, Rob Skiba, God rest his soul, took a boat and recorded the entire trip from one side of the lake to the other. I'll stop him at the door.
Yeah, so
that pretty much debunks that idea.
I don't see how that changes refractive.
Well, because there's no change. There's nothing happening. There's no phenomena to observe. You just see Chicago, and then you sail to it, and then you're at Chicago. There's no difference in anything.
Yeah, I still don't see how that would change anything.
There's no point where the boat becomes an optical illusion.
You have a line of sight. That's why. Because you, as you move towards Chicago, you would have to see the real Chicago, and the mirage would have to disappear. And that didn't happen.
Yeah, I've never done it myself, so I wouldn't know.
Well, there's a video.
Okay.
So if you want to stop lying to yourself, you can watch that. Or again, you can go out there and look at a beach. I mean, it's quite ridiculous. Like when you do this in person, when you're in a Discord server, it's like, oh, let me try to find ways, because I know for damn sure it's a sphere. There's no way that these flat earthers, like, they got to be missing something, right? You go to the beach, you know for a fact that when you're looking at the water, 1.2 miles is not the furthest you can see if you're right at the water's edge and you're laying down with your hand propped up, with your head propped up in your hand, right? You're 1 foot above sea level, your eyeballs anyway. And we know for damn sure that the distance to the horizon is not 1.2 miles in that case.
Yep. And
like it's as a matter of fact, I can see New Jersey from Coney Island, which was over 6 miles. I could look directly at the shore.
Yeah, but again, you have no way
there's
of
supposed to be
predicting.
obstruction in between there. That's the point. It's the prediction is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So I'm 6 feet. There should have been obstruction or the horizon around 3 miles. There was no horizon.
And was there water between you and your object that you were looking at?
There's supposed to be water between. That's the point. The water is supposed to be obstructing what I'm looking at, and it wasn't.
And when you look over water, sometimes you get a mirage.
Yeah, and remember remember the Suez Canal, you don't get to do your refraction chant there.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, well.
But you can't see from one end.
That's on Earth as well. That's on Earth also. That's you're really grasping at straws there.
Yeah, you can't see forever. I mean, everyone understands that, you know.
Could you look at the video that I had posted? Can I post it again?
Everyone understands that, like, if you know what a crosswalk looks like, right? You know what a crosswalk looks like?
Yes, I do. Can we?
Right. So my point here
must she be a lunatic?
Yes.
My point here is that obviously, if you were to lay down on the ground at the crosswalk, you wouldn't be able to see the lines all the way across the street. Obviously, it's because of the angle. It's not because the ground is curving. Like, we know that these things are true. We know this. Like, I'm just describing to you what looks. You mean you're not sure about one end to another end of a street being? How about your bathroom and the tiles on the bathroom floor? If you to lay down, put your eyeballs like as close as you could to the bathroom floor, you wouldn't be able to count all the tiles. Why? Because you have a limited angle of view. I know for damn sure you don't think your bathroom.
I told you an hour ago that you need to enroll in a drawing 101 course. Perspective and these things will be covered.
Yeah, the way you guys describe perspective never
perspective. How do you describe perspective?
Well, perspective.
Well, like I said, do a drawing 101 course, and your confusion will be cleared up.
Perspective on a flat plane ends at infinity. The horizon would be infinite.
No, perspective. You were confused. Perspective through your eyeballs has nothing to do with the ground. Whether the ground was curved or whether it was flat, you would still have.
Can we address my video that I posted?
Wow. Have you ever heard of vanishing points?
Yes.
Or do you still think you can see forever?
The vanishing point is at infinity.
Yes, but you said you could see. You said you could see forever. You said you could see infinity.
I never made
that. You said on a flat plane you would be seeing forever. It would be infinity.
The horizon.
The vanishing point would exist on a flat plane as well.
Yes.
Okay.
But that would be geometrically it would be at infinity. Optically, I don't know. Maybe some funny business happens at the horizon that distorts things to your.
It squints only so far, and then it squeezes to where you can no longer resolve the image. That's what
Well,
the vanishing point is.
your problem is what you think the horizon is. That's your problem because you have no proof that the horizon is geometric or curved at all.
And you all haven't addressed the video that I posted beyond saying, "Oh, it's a logical fallacy."
He did.
Well,
He said it's a logical fallacy.
What else is beyond a logical fallacy other than false conclusions?
No, we haven't even talked about.
No, hold on, time out. Give me a scenario that uses an affirming the consequent fallacy that ends in a truthhood. Give me any scenario.
I'm not,
because you're saying beyond the affirming the consequent. Well, you are committing that fallacy. We can use your words in the form that you're using them to try to pass this off as some sort of evidence. No, it's not. It's a false conclusion.
Are you guys seriously doing the same thing though? When you're saying, "Oh, look at these oil rigs," you're making a claim you're saying it's a true claim of something based on an observation. This is literally an observation, and you guys are completely ignoring it. Yes, you are. You haven't said a single thing about the video except called it a fallacy and said you can't draw a conclusion based on a video. No.
So here's the thing. You're committing if P then Q.
No, I'm not. Prove it. Actually say something about the video instead of just ignoring it and calling it a fallacy. That is the biggest cope I have ever heard.
Are you Rafit? Are you Rafit with the
I wasn't finished with the statement. I was making.
Actually look at the video.
I'm going to have to mute you, actually, bro. I hope that you don't leave, like, out of fear, or maybe you're running out of gas. But you do still have to listen and have some sort of decorum, right? So now the bottom line is you're using if P then Q, Q therefore P. That's a logical fallacy. What we're using is if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. That's not a logical fallacy. Big difference. If P, the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then Q, every distance to the horizon, would be no more than 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. It's not that, therefore the Earth is not a sphere. That's not a logical fallacy. What you're saying is a logical fallacy. You don't even know what the horizon is. You're not even making a definitive claim about it. Not a definitive claim that, isn't already concluded before you've proven anything.
All right. Can we look at the video though?
Well, can you go back and ask that guy, the guy prior to thinking everything was an optical illusion? Can you ask that person to define horizon?
Is it that video with moon going over the horizon?
Yes.
And what?
Just let's make some observations about it. What is the moon doing?
And moon is going over the horizon. I see that.
Yes, but where is it in relation to the observer?
It's in the sky.
Okay. And what is it doing? Is it getting closer?
And it's going down, 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 and then it's disappearing over the horizon.
How is it disappearing? Is it getting smaller and fading away?
Well, I don't know. I mean,
I don't know what is doing. What is doing?
The same question about street.
Can you tell me in that when you look the moon, what is happening with the surface of the Earth?
Yeah, are you telling me your proof is actually a question, and then you're just going to?
I'm not making any claims of proof. I hadn't said that it proves anything.
You just said what's happening. We don't know. You tell us.
When I observe the moon, it stays the same angular size as it travels through the sky. Okay? If I was born 10,000 years ago and I believed the Earth to be flat and I knew nothing, if I knew absolutely nothing about other cities or towns or something, like I'm a little villager 10,000 years ago. And
Why is this relevant?
It absolutely is relevant. Let me.
It's not relevant. It's not relevant.
I would believe.
It's not relevant because we know that the bodies in the sky, they don't act like, objects on the earth. Like, for instance, the sun and the moon, like their angular size changes ever so slightly. It's not the same, like as if a person was walking away from me. We already know that to be true. So is the question why? I don't know. That's why I asked you.
I'm explaining this. My 5 senses. Absolutely. You're trying to stop me from making my point.
What's the moon doing? Is it going behind the curvature of the Earth?
That's what it looks like to me.
You don't have
what it looks like to you, but how do you know that?
Yeah.
Because if I had no other prior knowledge, if all I did was make observations based on just what my eyes see, I would see the moon travel beneath the horizon. And if I had believed that the Earth was flat, I would think that the moon is traveling, I don't know, between the legs of some giant elephant.
If you had no prior knowledge,
from the other
where
side.
would you see curvature? Where would you see curvature if you had no prior knowledge? There are ancient religions. There are ancient religions that believe that the moon was going under the Earth.
Be patient.
But the bottom line is the form that he just used just now is it's literally an argument from ignorance.
No, I'm making the argument that I can't
it's an argument from ignorance because you're saying I wouldn't know if XXXXX. Who cares? You're not putting any definitive claim on the table. You're saying you're not making a claim. You're saying this isn't proof. So what are you saying?
Yeah, and Takanda, you can't put yourself 10,000 years back there in good faith, because even if you did, that person you're putting back there still has embedded in his psyche the narrative of space and moon travel that he's seen and been seen on TV and presented through academia.
As in,
so that person back then, you would want to use your 5 senses, but TV would have to be the 6th.
You guys didn't even let me finish my point.
Well, okay, make your point again. I just addressed your point.
I would have believed that the Earth was flat if I was born 10,000 years ago. Okay? But the model that I would have come up with would have been very different than the flat Earth model that's presented
what
today.
Flat Earth model?
The one where the sun and the moon circle above the Earth in a big circle.
That's not a model.
We don't know what the sun is doing over the Earth.
I can tell you what it looks like it's doing.
Other than making an arc, but mathematically, those things don't line up either. Everyone knows that. It's not like you can triangulate the sun.
Because I can watch it. I can track its path, and every hour it moves by 15 degrees, and it takes 24 hours, and it reaches about the exact same position.
Oh my goodness.
Slightly different every day, but hey, I'm just telling you what it seems to do based on optical observations using my own eyeballs.
Well.
You only have 180 degrees from where you're standing, so it doesn't really matter. So right. What? It takes. You know how they know that it takes 15 degrees an hour?
Mm-hmm.
You know how they know? When you look at the math on paper, it's the Earth not moving, it's the sun moving.
Sure.
Elevation angles over a flat plane. So totally. Why do you say sure and go okay? Like I'm dealing with what
exactly that's exactly what I would have believed if I was alive 10,000 years ago. The sun is moving and the Earth is still, and the Earth is flat.
Hold on, that's not a belief. What do you mean? The sun moves across the sky.
Correct.
That's not a belief at all. What you have
in my observation, yes.
Yeah, right. So it's not a belief. You're saying that's what I would have believed. No, they've used these observations to come up with something that you've yet to prove right now.
Yeah, Takanda, the belief is that the sun that moves across the sky is a 93 million distance star. That's what they've got you wrapped up in.
It's still a better workable model than the flat Earth.
Yeah, keep dancing it. Maybe it's your lie. Tell it.
You don't even have a model.
But that's not true. The model. First of all, what do you mean?
You don't have
there's no Earth model. Okay, but what we do use for models, especially for travel, is a celestial sphere model.
Sure.
Okay, and the celestial sphere model entails the sun going around a flat plane. Not that we're saying that's the model, but you're saying you have a globe. No, that's not true.
I don't know what to tell you.
Well, what I'm telling you is true. I mean, I could give you citations and everything. So what can you tell me? I'm just telling you measurements that we've made based on observations of what the sky is doing. Now you're telling us that, yeah, that's okay, but 1,000 years ago, if that's where we stopped, then we would believe that the Earth is flat. However, we now know that it's actually the Earth spinning away from the sun. Again, how the fuck do we know that?
It works.
Yeah, but working based off of elevation angles, which require a horizontal plane. That's what works, not a globe. They don't use a globe for anything.
I mean, they use it for Google Earth, okay? And
no, it doesn't.
How many times do you have to spin Google Earth around to get once around?
Wait. No, they don't. What do you mean they use it for Google Earth? No, Google Earth is a flat Earth. Is a flat tool.
Sure. Okay.
If you look up elevation profile, guess what? It's just going to show the changes in elevation relative to sea level. There's no drop off when you get the distance from one end to another point in Google Earth. It's just elevation changes across a plane.
I don't know what you mean, but what I was saying is
Google elevation profile for Google Earth, and you'll see what I'm saying.
I mean, every mountain, every hill, it's there, and it's country, continent, and all around it's sea level. That means.
All right. I don't know. It doesn't. What you guys say doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, you said a swimming pool.
What we're saying is what we observe, and you're saying that doesn't make sense because Correct. It's not the conclusion that makes sense to you.
Correct. But again, no, because what I observe when the moon sets on the horizon, it looks like the moon is crashing into the Earth. But I know that's not true.
Brother.
It's what it looks like. If I used only my eyes, just looking at it just with my eyes, it sets on the horizon.
Crashing into the Earth.
So what does that mean?
So how far away is the moon?
We don't know. You don't know because in order to have the distance to the moon, you would have to use the measurement of the radius.
What is the moon?
What was your response to that?
That's not the only way to get the measurement to the distance to the moon.
No, that's how they did it.
That's how they did it, but we've got modern tools now. We can measure.
No, you don't have modern tools. You're going to say that there's a reflector in the moon. Like, first of all,
that's not what I'm going to say. That's actually not what I'm going to say. I don't have a laser powerful enough to bounce laser light off the moon, but with about $1,000, you can. No, because you can actually build a ham radio setup for about $1,200 or so. You can actually bounce ham radio signals off the moon. It's called Earth-Moon Earth communication. Have you ever heard of it?
Why didn't you start with this instead of your YouTube video you complained about for half an hour?
We were talking about the horizon. We hadn't even talked about the moon. I was just showing it.
Guess what you need? Guess what you need for those radio signals?
What do you need?
An elevation angle, which requires a horizontal, which you don't have on a sphere.
I'm not sure what you're getting at. I'm pretty sure you have.
Well, you probably don't know what an elevation angle is, which is why you haven't.
And it's also neat that you're supposedly bouncing, you're shooting something towards the moon through the ionosphere that usually would shoot them back and bounce them off, and then you're hitting a sphere, and then somehow that hitting that curved surface is still going to come directly back to
not exactly. It loses quite a few decibels. That's not, you can't really do it.
Where is it going to come back to? We're not even in the same place we started from when I started this sentence. Where is it going to go back to? Where we were?
Beautiful point.
No, where you're headed. It goes.
No. So do you lead it? Do you lead the radio signal like a wave?
No, you don't have to, but
like a hunter.
That's not how they do it, though. So you're just making stuff up.
No. Am I making stuff up? I'm not the one making stuff up.
Go ahead and post that in the chat. I didn't make it. So tell me something that I've made up this entire time. What did I make up? With my word.
Sir Edward, you're hot micing.
Apologies.
Because you're making stuff up, but
I think you misunderstood me. You misunderstood. I wasn't saying you were making anything up either.
So then who's making stuff up? Because I said
according to you, it's everyone who has ever done an Earth communication, moon bounce.
No, you're making stuff up because I told you what required for that communication, and you're like, yeah, well, whatever.
What's required is a solid moon, not some hologram or some dome. It's a solid moon that's very far away.
Did anyone here claim to know what the moon was?
I've heard it called a
Have
light.
we talked to this guy before?
No, you have not.
Well, let Mickey get in here. I see he just unmuted.
Hey, Eli, what's going on? Yeah,
welcome back, Mickey. Nice to hear your voice.
What's going on, Edward? Yeah, I don't know. I was interested in the conversation because I heard Takanda talking, and it just sparked my interest. I think that he sounds very knowledgeable on certain things, but I think he's bankrupt in the area of like a geometric consequent, which is kind of like what we should be like letting him understand that he doesn't know. So I'm just going to tell him right now, Takanda, you think that you understand that the Earth is a globe currently, right? With whatever findings you have.
It seems to fit the round Earth model better than the flat Earth model.
Oh, okay, but you're comparing it's a false dichotomy right now because there is no such thing as a round Earth model.
I've heard. That's what I've been told today.
Takanda, let me finish my sentence, bro. All right, so I was just going to say it's a false dichotomy because the round Earth model and the flat Earth model are both something that are just ideas that you came in here and pit against each other. There is no such thing. So let me just bring you to the place where you can actually, establish a foundation, right? Yes. So if you say that the Earth is a globe, has anybody in history ever established that as a true fact that we know for sure? That you can tell me right now? Anybody in history? As far as okay, so if we're living on a ball, let me just back it up a little bit. Mm-hmm. If you have a shape like a sphere in your hand, right? That sphere in your hand could be measured with radius, diameter, circumference. You could tell me the size of that sphere, so on and so forth, right? That's pretty basic. It's a basic geometric shape. There's no qualms there, right? You could tell me from a point A on a sphere to a point B, there's an arc over, it's elevation change. There's drop over distance. That everything that would fit the bill of a sphere, right? That's pretty simple.
Yes.
Okay. Now let's take that same understanding and then scale up to the size of the Earth. Now, if we're going to do something to measure the Earth, what would be the best way for us to measure elevation change or drop over distance? What would we have to do to find that out?
Well, I've come to learn that the horizon itself may be unreliable due to
let's not talk about the things that don't work. Let's talk about the things that do.
The things that work, in my
what
opinion,
works for measuring drop over distance?
By finding the circumference of the Earth.
No. That's begging the question. Let's not beg the question. Let's try to figure out how do we know that the Earth has elevation change over distance, which it would be the consequence of it being a sphere. So drop over distance. How can we do that? How do we find that out?
How? Do you know how?
Well, I'm asking you. Because if we're standing on a sphere, right? Like that's the idea. We're on the ball, an oblate spheroid, because that's what they tell us, right?
That's what they
it's
say.
A bit chubbier at the middle. Well, So if that is the case, then how can we measure drop over distance? Because that would be the consequence of it being that geometric shape that they tell us we're standing on.
It would be. I mean, it depends how you want to measure it. Like,
well, I directly. I want to measure it directly.
It's too big. You can't hold it in your hand.
It's too big. Well, I don't want to hold it in my hand. I want to measure it. Yeah. I want to measure the elevation change between point A to point B on any part of the surface of this Earth that is an oblate spheroid. Seems pretty reasonable, right? Pretty straightforward.
Elevation. It wouldn't be elevation. It would be
change.
Right.
Yeah, you've got to put change on there. Elevation change.
You mean curvature. Elevation change.
Surface. Well, the elevation of the
perfectly smooth. Surface, there wouldn't be no change in elevation.
But here's perfectly smooth. We're not talking about perfect. What we're talking about is the point A to point B over the distance of an arc.
Yes.
Right. Let's say you're standing on one part of that. Your point A, and the destination is point B. Between you and B, there's going to be an elevation change. Yes or no? Hello?
Yes, but
okay. All right. So
how can we find indirect? There's no good
indirect. No. Measurement. Why?
Because it's too big to literally grab a ruler and measure. Big.
So we're not going to grab a ruler. That's obviously redundant. Why would you say that? Why would you say that?
Because you're asking for a direct measurement.
Yes. Why is it difficult for us to? Why would it be so difficult for us to measure a geometric shape?
Because it's too big. Directly? The most direct measurement would be to literally start from one point, travel due east, and until you get back to the same point.
No, we're not talking about going around and around. What we want to find out is the actual surface curvature measurement. That's the most important. Right. But you keep saying right, but you're not telling me how we're going to do that.
Because you can calculate a curvature.
We're not calculating, Takanda. We're not calculating. What we want to do is find out from point A to point B on any distance on the surface of the Earth how much drop there's going to be. See how easy that sounds? Why is it so difficult for you to tell me the method?
You can look for it using a theodolite, but
a theodolite.
Yes, a theodolite. It's a very
what is the maximum effective range of a theodolite?
You tell me.
You tell me. You're the one that brought it up. I didn't bring it up.
I don't think there's a maximum range.
You don't think there's a maximum range. So the people that actually use that in their profession don't know that the tool has a maximum effective range that it can be used for. And outside of that, there's not going to be the tolerance that it should be useful for. The tool was not designed for measuring the curvature of the Earth, as in drop over distance. Measuring the horizon. So we're using a tool that's not meant for the thing that you want to use it for in out of its context. Don't you agree?
Yes, but
okay.
I'm part of the reason why I wouldn't even trust it is that the horizon, especially over water, is prone to having mirage and other.
Right. So once again, we're using things. We're talking about things that are not useful. But what things are then to measure this drop over distance?
Why don't we design an instrument to do it?
Well, I don't know. You're the one that says that it's been measured thousand. Well, if I was a guy 10,000 years ago, and I'm like, well, what have we done so far? If we haven't done anything yet,
no, that wasn't any part of that.
Well, what have we done? I'm asking the question, Takanda. What have we done currently? Because we're so advanced, right? Mm-hmm. Surely somebody should have measured the drop over distance over point A to point B on any given surface on the.
How would they do that?
Well, I'm asking you. That's not my claim. I'm standing here with the rest of the people in here who know observably, measurably, and practically used as a flat stationary plane. You, on the other hand, however, have the idea that the Earth is curving. And I'm trying to figure out, well, that's great. It's just a belief. It's a blind belief at that, but you haven't figured out that if it's actually been done or not. It's a foregone conclusion in your mind, Takanda. I think that is I'll give you a mulligan. I'll let you think about it and see if you can figure it out. But you have to also come to terms with the people in here. We're not just sitting here saying the Earth is flat like some 10,000-year-old caveman that you might have in your head.
Yeah.
We're actually asking the question, how is it possible that nobody's ever looked into the fact that there isn't any answer to the question, who has measured drop over distance? Like the most simplest basic form of actually figuring out how much elevation change there should be between point A to point B on any given surface, or any given distance on the surface of the Earth. So what I'm asking right now is that if it's your idea that the Earth is curving, well, surely it should be easily measured drop over distance. I mean,
I'm not
my goodness,
so easily measured when it's that long of a distance when you're talking about
I think that's
above water.
But isn't that coping though? Isn't that coping? You're just coping right now, and I don't think that's useful. I think what's useful is for us to figure out if it's ever been done, because the claim on the table right now is that it has been done. So our job is to research who has done that.
Back. Chase.
Old Haas, you're hot micing.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm having a dog crisis.
Sorry.
We're trying to approach Takanda. We're trying to approach this in a way that gets you to engage with the critical thinking. Yes, I know that everybody comes from the position that you do, that everybody thinks the Earth is a globe, but we're now trying to figure out why that is the case, because we're not just taking it for granted anymore. We're actually looking into it.
No, I tried to explain why I think it's a globe,
but explanations are useless, Takanda. Mm-hmm. Explanations are useless if they're not backed by empirical evidence, and that we can verify, we can test, we can repeat the test, we can falsify it. But that has not been done with the drop over distance, directly measuring. And this is like the Achilles heel of your argument. So the Achilles heel is, absolutely, because you haven't given me a sufficient answer yet. It sounds like you are struggling to give me the direct measurement of drop over distance.
Takanda, even on your giant paper balls, 3959 paper ball that you proposed, you acknowledged that you would go over the curvature if you sent your friend walking.
Yes,
you acknowledged that earlier.
That's correct.
Sure. So then that acknowledgement means that you do understand that the curvature on a sphere is the geometric consequent of that object. So the sphere itself would have the consequent of having drop over distance. For sure, 100%.
Yes, but
there wouldn't be any doubt in your mind.
We all agree that mirages exist.
We're not talking about mirages, though. We're talking about you're going to detect. Yeah, but you're asking a question to us, Takanda. The question should actually be the burden of proof actually is on your shoulders. So you're asking us the question. We don't need to answer that. We know already. You, on the other hand, are in the dark about this. You need to come to grips with the idea that you don't know. And so once you come to that place, then you'll start to figure out, well, wait a minute, I always thought it was a globe, but now I don't. So my mind should actually engage with.
Yeah, if the first one didn't sound like a cope, that second one, Takanda, that you just pulled off, that was a cope. We all know that mirages exist.
Yeah, but we're not. Yeah, so we don't talk about mirages. We're actually talking about, okay, so there's things that could make things difficult, right? But so then what is the most effective way for us to measure this drop over distance on this ball that we're standing on?
I don't think anyone's ever actually measured it, but
interesting.
You can measure the angle of shadows by.
But we're not doing why do we got to do stuff that doesn't give us the most effective way to do? See, that's that right there. Whoever gave you that,
sure, measuring the horizon itself and looking for a drop on the horizon is the most effective means.
Why not?
Just said it. Mirages exist.
Okay, so because of mirages, so if you form that, how would you form that in a logical statement? Because of mirages, we cannot measure the curvature of the Earth. The curvature of the Earth cannot be measured because of mirages. Right?
The position of the horizon is unreliable. The distance to the horizon.
Well, that's interesting.
Yes.
So we don't have drop over distance at any way, shape, or form. So anybody who's ever looked over the distance on the horizon cannot be trusted, is what you're saying, including somebody who thinks the Earth is a globe. Correct? You just sabotaged your whole argument in that one single statement, Takanda.
I don't think
you're that
listening. Right? I really don't think you're listening.
I am. I'm listening to you, but it sounds like you're sabotaging your own side just so that you can save face.
Now. I'm saying that you cannot reliably measure the distance to the horizon.
Well, then you just sabotaged. Right, you just sabotaged your whole argument.
Is that
it's
my
completely
argument?
sabotaged.
I've never. You You probably haven't even heard the reason I think that.
I don't care if you're looking at the moon or the sun or anything, angles or shadows. What we have to figure out is that the Earth that we're standing on, once again, because I got to draw you back, because you actually kind of veer off left and right here, and I can see why you've been struggling. So we got to stay the course. We got to figure out why we cannot find the drop over distance on this Earth that we're on. This is most important, because if you're standing on a sphere, that's the only thing you need to be concerned about. That's it.
And
it's really the one and done, really. I mean,
you spent too much time white knighting during that Black Swan, those oil rigs presentations. You missed the whole point of those.
No, I get it.
No, you don't, because okay, well, is the 1.2 geometric horizon projected beyond the 9.4 oil rig in the Black Swan?
It's projected in front of.
What?
It's yes. Because
he doesn't.
Okay, so, no, you don't. You're clueless.
It's all. So when he sees a Black Swan right now, he can't. There's no way. It's like listen. It's a mental.
Well, you joked about it 2 hours ago.
It's a spiritual block. He can't see that right now. So what he has to come to grips with is that he can't figure out how it's possible that he doesn't know that drop over distance cannot be realized right now. And I think because he's struggling, it's starting to become really evident to him that he doesn't have the answer to that, which should be answered by our supreme technology these days. Mm-hmm. We should have some kind of, contraption that tells us, apparatus or whatever that gives us that understanding clearly, and we don't even have that.
I know.
You went straight to a theodolite, which is like, it's so bad. Like, that's just something that we can't use that. There's no way.
Why can't you use it? It shows you a very level line.
Takonda, the tool was not designed for Takonda, the tool was not designed for that. And you know that. You know that. You're a smart guy. You know that tool wasn't designed for doing that. It was designed for what its intended use case was for.
Surveying.
Correct. That's what it's used for. And it has its tolerance
detecting
levels.
Elevation. No, it's literally designed for detecting elevation.
I understand this, but only on a certain. It's got parameters, Takonda. You can't say that theodolite that's being used by professionals these days, they don't have to, that it has parameters that they work with, and inside of that parameters, they can't go outside of that, and it's not useful for anything. You can't just take it and do whatever you want with it, like most of the anti-flat Earth group community is doing. It's got to be used for whatever it was designed for. That's for specifically what its use case was for.
I'm not so sure that doesn't.
I know, because it feels like you want to find another means to do something.
No,
that tool doesn't apply for.
I think that tool is very sensitive at detecting elevation, or the opposite of elevation, declination, or whatever you call it.
Yes, but it's only listen, what it does on the land, which is topography. What it does when surveyors are using it. It's useful for a certain amount. When they're shooting targets, it's only useful for a certain maximum distance, right?
Well, I'm not so sure about that.
Well, you need to be that's brush up on that information before you actually start to think that it's useful. Because the people that do this as a profession, they would tell you straight out, you cannot use it for what these guys in the anti-flat Earth community are using it for. Okay, so.
And what are they using it for?
They're trying to do the drop over distance, which you're saying is ineffective because of mirages.
It would be unreliable, but
exactly. You see how you sabotage yourself with you're saying you're speaking out two sides of your mouth right now. On the one hand, you're saying let's use a theodolite. On the other hand, you're saying we can't trust it because we got mirages. Which is it? Can we trust the theodolite or can we not trust it?
If there's a blatant mirage, then you can't trust
a blatant mirage. Where's the definition for blatant mirage, Takonda? Really, you're really
if you see a boat on the horizon and it's hovering above the optical horizon. You've seen a mirage, right? You've seen the pictures where boats.
Listen, dude, why are you talking? Why are mirages listen? Forget mirages for now. You always go to this thing about mirages, and I don't know why. I think you're trying
it's a
coping mechanism. It's a coping mechanism for you because that's your out. I think. Well, we don't need to talk. Like I said, don't bring that up.
Okay,
just don't bring that up.
There are days in which the horizon looks crisp and clear, and
can we measure it then?
That's a good question. I've never done it myself. I can't honestly.
Now, well, who's done it, Tech Honda? If you're saying that you haven't done it, who's done it?
There have been people that have used the autolites.
Who?
I've got a link to one here.
Oh, wait, whoa. You just finished telling me that the autolites are not useful for that because of mirages.
Oh, I said if you know there's a mirage, then you know it's not useful. But I would again, I wouldn't use it as proof. Okay.
When you see a boat hovering,
so you're telling me this? You wouldn't use it the autolite for proof?
No, but it
okay. So okay, all right. So we got to remember this
with the round Earth model when you do have a clear horizon.
Hold on. When you see a boat, hovering.
So you're saying on the one hand we can't use the autolites, but on the other hand it seems to comport for the globe Earth.
According to this guy, okay.
What guy?
Marine surveyor. The marine surveyor.
Okay, so marine surveyor is using a theodolite, but you just finished telling me that you can't use a theodolite because you have mirages. So you're going against what he's saying.
No, correct? I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I wouldn't consider it definitive proof. Okay, it's not. It's not
definitive. Alone. So the guy that's the marine surveyor guy that you're bringing up for evidence, it's not definitive. So what are we doing if it's not definitive? Why do you bring marine surveyor up if it's not definitive? Tech Honda.
It could just be one more piece of evidence that seems
one more piece. Yeah. Wait a minute. Are we making a puzzle out of the Earth? Like what's going on here? Do you see what's happening?
You're asking me to prove that there's a dip. I am being as honest as possible.
Yeah. And what are you saying?
Now that I have seen, that there are situations in which you can see oil rigs 9 miles away when you shouldn't, or that. Even better, the horizon's further than that, potentially. That optically, you can't trust what you see on the horizon.
So now, so basically what you're telling me is that when we see farther than we're supposed to, we can't trust that, is what you're saying. So basically, anybody that sees farther and understands the Earth isn't curving with the set rate they tell us, we can't trust that because it's obviously a globe. Is that what you're saying?
Can you trust it when you do see that there's exactly the right amount of dip if you use a theodolite?
Hold on a second. The right amount of dip.
The amount.
Takanda, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about the amount that is correct that would be calculated. Okay. Here, I'll just post you a video.
I don't want to see a video. I want to know why your understanding of whatever you're telling me right now makes any sense to you, because it sounds like it's this, two ideas are crashing into each other. On the one hand, you can use a theodolite. On the other hand, you're saying you can't trust it. And you're battling in your mind like, well, I think I said you can trust it. On the other hand, you're saying you can't. Like, I'm trying to figure out what can we... And then at the very end of the statement, you're telling me that it's like a giant puzzle that you're putting together.
Yeah,
it's like one
do you convert to convex earther on the days that you see a boat hover?
If I only trusted my eyes, then yeah, sure, why not? But I don't only trust my eyes.
Wow. You've lost the plot, haven't you, sir?
Yeah, he's that we can't engage that way, the old Haas, because we'll lose him quickly. Like we can't.
I've been talking to him for a couple hours. He's lost.
Obviously, Takanda, we haven't figured out how you can measure drop over distance. I'm going to bring it back to the point.
Sure. Drop over distance isn't the reason why I think the Earth is round.
Well, it's not that. I don't care if you think the Earth is round because Captain Crunch told you. Like, it doesn't matter to me. Like, if there's no evidence behind it, then it doesn't work. So you can't say that, well, I believe the Earth is a globe because Main Surveyor told me that it is. Who cares? There's no evidence to back it up. We can't falsify it. We can't verify it. We can't do anything with it. Obviously, to you, it's a puzzle piece. And we got a 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle we're putting together. We need what? Come on, Takanda.
No,
it's ridiculous, bro. This is what it sounds like you're telling us. Like, we're on a wild goose chase following you around with all this. All you got to do is go straight for the direct measurement of drop over distance. Go see who's done that. If anybody's done it, obviously we know there's no one that has. So you're going to be you're going to chase a ghost. So
that's exactly what I said before, that it might be more challenging than, just measure it. Well, how? How would you measure it?
Well, that's not our point. That's not even our problem. That's yours. Because if it's a globe and a geometric consequent is that it has radius, diameter, circumference.
Yeah.
Well, guess what, Mister? You got to. Yeah. Well, of course. But I mean, that's what I'm saying, though. If you think it's a globe, You would be able to measure it with its sphericity.
How would I be able to measure it?
If you're standing on a sphere, it would have drop over distance, Takanda.
Yes,
it's a sphere.
I measure that.
How would you measure? Listen, how would you measure drop over distance? Come on, let's get the critical thinking going. Put on your critical thinking hat, Takanda. You can do this, man. Like, if I wanted to find out, you stood a far distance away from me. How would I know how much drop over distance between you and me there would be? Think about it. Just use the old noodle. What would you use in your mind?
Well, I would try using a theodolite, but apparently you say that that's not intended for that purpose. Because it's a very sensitive instrument for detecting elevation.
For its working parameters that it's useful for, not for using it in the context of like miles. You know,
because
like there is
miles. There are sometimes there's refractive distortion when you start
refractive distortion. I think you're just
mirages, refraction.
Okay, so there isn't any. So you're telling us right now there isn't any way that we can do it, not even with theodolites.
I'm telling you that you could try it with a theodolite and see what measurements you come up with.
Because
the optical illusion Earther wants us to drag a theodolite into a mountain.
You don't have the answer right now. You're saying theodolite, but you really don't mean it, because you're telling us that you can't see through the theodolite. You know that the curvature because of mirages. So now.
I'm saying that under certain circumstances, yes, it might not be precise, but generally you'll see that. Here's
we can't trust it being reliable enough for us to use for that specific purpose.
Yeah,
right?
That's
it's
right.
not reliable.
Not for exact measurements. Not on days where there's mirage.
Can we toss that out? Let's figure out what.
No, I wouldn't toss it out entirely. I would test it first, because on a day where you see a sharp horizon where you don't think there's a mirage, you might test it and find out that it does comport with the round Earth model. You don't know until you test it.
Do you know that it comports? Do you know that it comports with the round Earth?
I've never tested it myself, but according to this guy, we're going in circles.
No, we're not. You are. I'm not. I know exactly where I'm at.
It's called a spiral.
The idea, yeah, you're actually trying to cope, but the point of it is, if you're talking about the round Earth model, and if I was to ask you right now, you would not be able to tell me what model you're speaking of. So present your model right now in the live stream voice text, Takanda. The round Earth model. The round Earth model.
The round Earth model I use is the one where I'm standing on a ball that has a circumference of about 25 miles.
Where is this model? I've never seen that model you're talking about.
The model's literally in my room. I have a globe. All right.
A globe is a model. No, a globe is not a model.
A globe is a model.
Have you seen the underside of that globe? It says not used for educational purposes, Takanda. Come on now.
Is that what it says?
That's what it says, bro. Listen, if you go to any store, you can look underneath it. On the bottom of it, it says this is not intended for educational purposes. Takanda.
Let me get my globe.
I don't know if yours probably already worn out because you've had it sitting there probably for a while, but they all say that, mostly.
So that's your special reason? It's like Rosebud? I mean...
Are you astonished? He's probably going to be like, oh, shit.
I don't see
that's
that.
A secret
Anyway, that's not the round Earth model, by the way. And there isn't one, by the way.
Can I say only two, 3 sentences?
Is it going to take us away? Go ahead, Sasha.
No, two, 3 only. From that point of view, dear, how you say, what's your name? Sorry, Takanda. Yeah. From that point of view, if I'm you and if I'm in room with a globe, of course then it's a globe. Then I will be on your side, because that's what we are speaking. It's outside. It's not in a room. That's the whole point. Because if we are speaking about your globe in your room, then for sure it's curving. I will be on your side, but not that. That what we are speaking is outside. It's reality. That
right.
You're talking about
with my own eyes.
What you're keeping in your hands, it's not outside. That's only that, nothing else.
Yeah. So basically, he's just saying you have a toy. That's it. It's just a toy. It's not a representation of what the Earth is, because like I asked for you to present the model of the Earth and the globe, the round Earth model, like you said.
Yes.
There is no such animal that exists ever. So what I'm asking for is something that you can't provide. Otherwise, you'd be able to put it in live stream voice tech. Here it is. You don't have it. That globe is not what you're saying, is that going to tell us drop over distance, elevation change on this Earth that we're standing on? Of course not. Is it going to give us information about anything? No. It's not even meant for educational purposes, which I told you, but you don't believe me. There's images of it in the live stream voice.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, anybody can print out a little sticker. Sure, why not?
Well, anybody. What do you think's printing it out? Your friendly governments of the world.
Okay, sure.
Well, what do you think? I'm not making these things. You think flat earthers are going to be putting stickers on the bottom?
Why would a government that's trying to convince everybody that the Earth is round put a sticker on a globe that says
Why are they trying to convince people it's round in the first place?
Are you seriously asking that question in this chat room?
Yes.
Tikanda, for real? Are you being serious? What? Listen, dude. Like, oh my goodness, you must be really in love with the globe for some reason. But check it out. Like, I've already.
I'm actually not.
Obviously, you are. You're a fanboy of like space. I bet you got a bunch of posters and rockets and stuff in your room. Listen, dude. Here's the issue. Like I said before, there's no elevation change, drop over distance measurement directly from any surface curvature point
and
on
that
the Earth.
Doesn't impact my opinion on whether or not the shape of the Earth.
Well, it should, because that's the consequence of the sphere. It's the consequence of it being an oblate spheroid would mean that if it doesn't have this drop over distance per the actual size that they tell us it is, then you cannot have the sphere that you think you live on. Obviously. But from your perspective right now, you're really staunch and you're dug in. I get that. But you got to do a little homework as to figuring out who's ever measured drop over distance on this Earth, ever. And we're not talking about main surveyor, because you just finished saying that's not reliable, so we can't use that. Or you can't use anything where you are going to invoke mirages. You can't do that. You find something that's reliable, drop over distance, elevation change from point A to point B over the distance of an arc, because that's what you would have to have over any two distances or any 2 points on any given distance, miles even. So
what?
I gotta ask him, what motivates him to be so dug in? What is the motivation?
I know, because he's coming from a point where he all he's gonna say is space, NASA, and all that stuff. So that's
absolutely not. That's not what I'm going to say.
What's the main crux of what holds you to the globe?
How have you become so dug in on this?
Well, wait, hold on. Dig into the and analyze his mind, but
yeah. Why don't you ask me some questions like that?
I don't care about that, because that's not the point. The point is you can't.
Okay.
Well, you acknowledge that you're dug in
we're swinging off a branch to another topic. So to kind of listen, I know we got to go right back to directly measuring the surface curvature, right? So we're not concerned about what you think you ate yesterday. I don't care about that. I want to know why you can't tell me why it's not possible to measure the curvature directly. You need to give me something. You can't just sit in here for hours on end without giving us something. Tell us why we can't do that directly.
Can you be more specific? Well,
I'm out of the
You want me to be hyper specific once again?
Yes,
I said drop over distance, elevation change.
What would count? What would count as a measurement of that?
Anybody who's ever measured drop over distance, elevation change over point A to point B over the distance of an arc.
Right, but what would count?
What would count is exactly what I just told you. Point A.
Well, for example, the Suez Canal wouldn't count.
Point A to point B. Any point A to point B that we're going to measure, elevation change, drop over distance. That's what I'm asking for. I'm very specific. You want me to say it again? I can sing it to you if you want.
No.
Okay, then you understand what I'm talking about, right?
Would an angle count if I were to look across the horizon?
I'm asking.
There you go.
Because
it's too big.
You listen, dude. Would a furry stuffed dog count? Like, I don't care about other. Can you give me what I'm asking for specifically, Tikanda?
I don't know what you're asking for.
Listen, dude, very carefully, right?
Yes.
If you're standing at point A and I'm standing at point B, right, yes, on the surface of the Earth, we're both of us at two opposite points, right? So we're gonna be in between us is an arc, right? A sagittal in between you and me, yes, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Knowing that information, how can we measure the curvature of the Earth directly? As in that curvature, that sagittal, that hump in between you and me. How can we figure that out directly? How do we know that's there directly? Go on.
I wouldn't know what you would accept.
Oh, you wouldn't know. Not
I don't know what you would accept as curvature.
I would accept the evidence of that actually being there, Takanda. That's what I would accept.
Would you accept if I had a laser that's powerful
I would accept.
enough?
Well, no, you got to tell me what you would use, and then how we would perform the method of figuring this out. Because obviously we live in the digital age, and there should be some contraption that should be able to do it, right?
Yes. If I were to try to measure it directly, if I were to design an experiment, I would take a laser, let's say.
This hasn't. What I'm saying is, this hasn't been done yet. You're just going to hypothetically come up.
Yeah,
you're going to pull something out of a hat right now and say, "Hey, check this out." No, I'm talking about because we have to figure out over the history of people actually walking on top of the earth. Because you said this is what your statement was: 10,000 years ago, if I lived back then, I would look upon the earth and say it's flat. Okay, good for you. Good for you back then. Now, how do we figure that out from then till today? How do we know that today that it's between point A and point B? Like, use the example that I gave you. Point A to point B, that there's elevation change, there's drop over distance, there's a sagittal between there, there's a hump between us. How do we know that?
There's a variety of reasons, all of which you guys would dismiss. Of course.
Why are you struggling, Takanda? I just need you to tell me directly. See, this is the thing with you guys that come in here. You have to just realize there is no answer. It's mainly, listen, dude. It's mainly pride that you got, right? That's it. But you can save face, man. You just say, hey, you know what? I'll look into it, and I'll be good with that. But
no.
You're trying to figure out and reason with your mind that there is no answer here, dude. There really isn't.
There's a variety of ways that you could try to do this. I could stand on the shore, have a friend on a cruise ship, watch them sail away. I can watch the boat sink. I don't want to hear of the boat.
Takanda, slowly roll, bro. Slowly roll. I don't care about what you're proposing right now because it hasn't been done, sir.
Correct, and that's
nobody has done it.
That's fine. I don't care that it's never been done.
I do because right now, the rest of the earth, the people that live on this earth, believe that it's been done. So I'm asking you to actually come to grips with this.
Maybe they do, or maybe they don't. But I don't believe it.
Takanda, remember, you told us you can't believe your eyes anyways. So why buy the cruise tickets?
And you guys have harped on this for like 30 minutes. I don't know.
I'm actually bringing you to a point, right? The point is it has not been done, and you're saying, "Well, let me figure something out hypothetically." And I'm telling you right now, I don't care for that because you're going to
because you're asking for hypotheticals that can be validated or proven true or not. You're asking for what's falsifiable.
I'm asking for what has been done, sir.
Okay.
In history, like any time, because you said 10,000 years ago we didn't know, but now we do. Okay, fine, that's fine. How do we know that we measured the curvature of the earth directly any time between then, 10,000 years ago, and now? Yes? Go ahead.
From the surface of the earth, that's very difficult,
So we can't do it. So we can't do it, is what you're saying. We can't do it. That's your answer. We can't do it.
I'm not saying we can't do it.
Then tell me how we can do it.
A minute ago, you said all you had to do was buy a cruise ticket.
Then tell me how we can do it.
Yeah, maybe.
Then tell me how we can do it.
Again, I started talking about a laser. You could try pointing a laser directly horizontal, or you can. I know.
Look in the chat.
Again, yes.
So are you gonna deny the straight standard that is a laser?
No, not exactly. But on certain.
Okay, so what's the but then? You said, well, maybe we could use a laser
under certain conditions. Yes,
how about over a frozen lake, over a calm lake? Refraction is not going to play a role at nighttime, guy.
Sure. Then
look in the chat. Look in the chat.
I don't trust what other people have done. I trust my own observations with my own.
Main surveyor, basically, like. You trust main surveyor,
right? You don't trust your own observations.
Did I say? Why did you post then Why did you post then two things from other people if you don't believe?
Exactly. He sabotaged himself. You keep sabotaging yourself, Takanda. Do you know that?
And you forget that you told us that swimming pools are flat.
And you were saying like
one thing. Why you I posted two things. Yes. Can I answer your question?
Why you posted something and you don't believe your observation? Why you posted something from other people and you don't believe? Why you believe that?
I'll answer you. I can answer you if you stop talking. Yes, the first thing I posted was the moon setting on a horizon on over a body of water, which I have observed with my own eyes. And
horizon.
Yes.
Horizon.
Did you observe it, Theodolite?
I've observed it myself. No, I have not, and that's why I've said I can't. You guys have even said that I sabotage myself because I've said that it's
Why did you post that? Why did you post that?
It was your. You guys have asked the question of how would you detect curvature on the horizon, and I said maybe
only a little bit intellectually honest. Calm down. Everything it's all right. You know, you can post whatever you want. We can.
Nobody asked that question. Nobody asked that question, right, Sasha? Because he just said, "How would you detect curvature on the horizon?" No one asked that.
You guys have asked me how do I know that the?
I'll give you $100 if I asked you.
Not you.
How you detect? Who did?
What I asked you?
Yes, you asked about the dip.
The Sagittarius, elevation change. Yeah,
elevation change. Elevation change.
But you don't. I didn't say horizon. I was saying from point A to point B. How are you going to do it? Yes, that's what I told you.
If point A is me and point B is the horizon, there should be some.
Did I say horizon? I said me and you. My example. That's what I was using. Me and you.
And how far away are you?
Well, we could be, 10 miles away.
10 miles away.
Mm-hmm.
11 miles.
Again,
like with
the how would someone measure that?
With a laser.
Maybe with a laser. Maybe
Takanda,
with a
why are you asking?
I've never
check this out. I know, but what I'm saying is, dude, check this out. Here's where we go. We're going back around to like how you're asking us these questions. We have the answers, obviously, but I'm saying you're asking us and you don't know. Isn't that telling? That should be telling for you anyway. That should be telling us you don't have the answer. You're asking us. You're asking flat Earth people, and you're somebody who thinks the Earth is a globe, and you're asking, well, how do we do it? It's like, dude, we can tell you.
He keeps asking the question, but whenever we defer him to the chat, he's like, I don't believe it. So how does that make sense? Why do you keep asking us how you would do something if we're showing you that you're asking us questions about things that have been done, and then Miggy is like, well, how do you do how do you prove what you believe? And you're like, well, you tell me.
Yeah. You need a flat earther to tell you how to measure the globe that you're claiming. No. He's a funny guy. Sounds like that's the end of that claim.
Basically, because you'll dismiss anything I say. I'm asking, what is your criteria?
Dude, you haven't I asked you for evidence.
You literally started coping about, the theodolite's not meant for doing that. Yes, dude, it's meant for calculating elevation.
Listen, dude, I already told you, and you even admitted yourself, that tool is not used for that. Right? I'm going to ask you again. Elevation. No. Let's get some honesty in what you're saying here, right? Let's get honesty here. Is the theodolite used for measuring drop over distance over the curvature of the Earth? Yes or no? Is that what the tool's designed for?
No, it was not designed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Takanda. See how good that feels? See how good that feels? You're being honest.
I can find tools that you can use for things other than what they were originally intended to be used for.
What, you're gonna eat cereal with a hammer?
If I must.
Jeez Louise. Dude, check this out, man. You're not using your critical thinking skills, which is what I want you to engage with here. And so once you start to do that, you'll realize there isn't an answer for this question. And then
do I need to answer that question?
Well, I'm telling you because it's unanswerable that you should actually be honest with yourself. You know what? Let me research this. I'll come right back.
In the most honest, what other globe earther is going to honestly say that maybe you can't quite measure that? Maybe it's never actually.
Yeah, I know, but you're telling me, well, check out Main Surveyor. Well, can't you use? I don't know. You talking about other. Let's use theodolites and like, dude, you already know now that there isn't an answer to this, right?
Sure.
Or do you know there's an answer? Because if you do know, then tell us. If not, just say I don't know.
I'll tell you, I'm not sure. Okay.
No, not sure. No, I'm not sure. Takanda, I don't want to hear you say not sure. I want you to say I don't know. Be honest. I don't know.
Honest.
I don't know is the honest way. I'm not sure.
I know that people claim that they have measured the dip.
I'm not going to accept that. I won't accept that.
Theodolite. I would want to do it myself.
Takanda, stop talking. I'm not going to accept you saying that you're not sure. You have to say, be honest with yourself, and you don't know. Because if you know, then tell me. If you don't know, then say I don't know. Be honest, Takanda.
Okay, hang on. Can we just establish?
No, Takanda, just answer my question. Either you know and tell me, or you don't and say I don't know. Just answer.
If I had an instrument that was designed,
just answer the question, sir. Answer the question. Either if you know, then tell me how you know specifically. If you don't know, say I don't know. I don't have to repeat myself. Just answer the question.
I've already answered it a million times.
No, answer the question, please. Answer the question right now.
I wouldn't
answer the question, Takanda.
I don't know. Sure, I don't know.
Thank you.
Why not?
I rest my case, Your Honor.
You guys have got me pretty much no closer to believing that the Earth is flat, though.
I don't have to. It's not my job. That's your job. Your understanding of the research of flat Earth needs to be your own journey. I'm not going to spoon feed you like a child. You need to take this upon your own self, sir, and actually figure it out. I rest easy at night. You, on the other hand, still don't know what's going on. So you need it's a quest, you know. So you got to get on this journey and figure it out.
What's got you so convinced?
Me? Because I understand that it's measured, it's actually observed, and it's
what's measured.
Listen, finish? Let me just finish telling you so that you can know. Okay, it's observed as flat, it's measured as flat, and it's practically used as flat. What do you mean? What got me so convinced? That right there, that there isn't anything else but that what I just told you. Obviously. So now, like I said before. That's not my job. You could be like, well, what's got you so convinced? I know 100% without a doubt the Earth is not a globe and it's flat and stationary, just like God intended it to be. So,
could I ask how you know?
Yeah, didn't I just finish it? Okay, so the Earth is observed as flat, it's measured as flat, and it's practically used as flat. You want me to repeat that again? I don't want to.
Earlier you were saying how there's this how our technology is so supreme. How could we not measure?
No, that we don't really care. For the other gentleman, we don't really care about convincing you, but we've exposed you to everyone in this room and the audience that you're a pretender clown.
I am?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the most important thing. We're not here to convince anybody. Yeah, we're here to expose frauds. Right? And then in turn, they will look into the subject themselves because there's a rooster in the hen house and he's retarded. Yeah? You get it? So we ain't in much convincing you, just exposing you.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, you got it now?
Penny drop.
Yeah, sure, whatever. I don't know what you're talking about. I never used.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
I never used it. Oh, great.
Yeah,
now you're ad hominem. Yeah, it's gonna be.
No, that's not an ad hominem. That's an assessment. What is it? Let's check this out. What's an ad hominem fallacy?
You're calling me names.
No, that's not an ad hominem fallacy. You don't even know that, you dumbass globetard.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, for fuck's sake. You're a fraud.
I'm a fraud.
Yeah.
So you don't know when you're using formological fallacies, and you don't even know what the informological fallacies are either. Apparently.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's right.
Because an ad hom is when you present an argument which you haven't, And instead of addressing that
argument, and you guys want to address it. Absolutely. That exactly.
Hey, let the gentleman finish. My goodness, you feel like you just want to spout off when he's in the middle of his sentence.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. So you would have to actually provide an argument, and instead of addressing it, I call you a retard. But you provided something, and I said, hey, that's affirming the consequent. And you said, well, let's look beyond that. And I was like, the only thing beyond an affirming the consequent fallacy is a fallacious conclusion. That wasn't an ad hom, was it?
Not what you said, but the other guy doesn't address my arguments, and he just calls
the other
me
guy.
retard. Sure, yeah.
The other guy, you're an idiot. You don't know what an ad hom fallacy is. Your arguments were addressed.
No, they weren't.
No.
You literally, for like the last hour, have been asking me to prove that there's a dip. That's not been my argument. What?
You're the dip.
Oh, you're funny.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's not what your sister said.
Jesus. Here.
Jesus.
Yeah.
He ain't going to help you here.
We're gonna watch a YouTube video of some guy you don't even know is actually you sabotaged yourself in this chat. You said we can't use theodolites because we can't trust the horizon because there's mirages. Well, we can't use it. Yep,
but
that's what you said. And then on the other hand,
hold on a second, Mayhem. Define a mirage right now.
A mirage is well, if you're talking about the horizon, it's
go
where you
Google that sumbitch real quick right now.
No, I'm looking at a mirage on my screen right now.
Define it right now without looking it up. Go.
It's where you have the refractive index of the surface that you get basically an internal reflection within the same.
That's horse shit. You don't know what refraction is.
I know exactly what refraction
is. Do you? What's refraction? Define refraction. With citation, please.
I don't. Do I need to cite it or do I not? You want me to Google it? I don't need to Google it. I know exactly what refraction is.
So you're going to make it up.
Refraction deals with... No, there's an N number for refraction. It deals with the amount that light bends. It's the amount that light bends through a clear medium.
So what?
Through a clear medium, light bends a different amount.
Medium, that's not
it deals with refraction. No, the index of refraction deals with the speed of light through a medium. Absolutely, that exactly is what it is.
Will you bet your life on it?
Yes, it deals with the speed of light through a medium. Yes.
Okay, here we go. Shut the fuck up. So, we got refraction cited at 27 minutes after the hour. Let's see if it marries up what your dumbass just said. From Britannica.com, Snell's law in optics, a relationship between the path taken by a ray of light crossing the boundary or surface. We didn't hear any of that shit out of your hole. Of separation between two contacting substances. Where's the two contacting substances in Atmo?
That is not.
That's not what?
Okay, listen. You've shown Snell's law. You posted Snell's law.
Yeah, that's the law of refraction, you dipshit. From physics classroom. Refraction is the bending of a path of a light wave, light's not a wave, as it passes from one material to another material. Did you say that? I'm sorry, I missed the spot where you said that.
Refraction deals with the index of refraction of a medium.
Shut the fuck up. You didn't say these definitions. The refraction occurs at the boundary and is caused by a change in the speed of a light wave. You didn't say any of that. Upon crossing the boundary. The tendency of a ray of light that doesn't exist to bend one direction or another is dependent on whether a light wave, which light's not a wave, speeds up or slows down across the fucking boundary. You didn't say that shit. Did anyone hear him say that?
No.
Find Snell's law. Did anyone hear?
I said, what's refraction? Of course it's Snell's law, you fucking clown.
Snell's law details the...
Yeah, Snell's law is the law of refraction. See, in your alma mater wiki right here, Snell's law, also known as Snell-Descartes law, and the law of refraction. Yeah.
It's for calculating the angle between two interfaces. It is not. Yes, but that's not the definition of refraction. It is a law.
That's the fucking law of refraction, you moron!
Law of refraction, it's not the definition of...
Holy fuck, the law of refraction is the definition of it! Are you retarded?
My God.
Let's try something else. Let's start off at the basics. Your fucking ABCs. Can you do that? Come on, ABCs. We got a established framework.
Okay.
You're a clown.
Can I post the actual definition of refraction?
You're a clown. This is the fucking definition. There's 3 of them in here. You want 12 more?
From Oxford, the fact of phenomenal light, radio waves, etc., being deflected in passing obliquely through the interface between one medium and another.
No interface.
No interface. I'm sorry, you fucking clown. It says boundary or surface between 2 contacting substances. What do you mean no fucking interface? The fuck are you on, dude?
Yeah, you can demonstrate it. You just you know.
Oh, he highlighted through the interface.
No. When you demonstrate it, you put a straw in your glass of water. Like,
yeah,
okay.
But a glass of water is not. That is 2 interfaces. That is not.
Shut the fuck up. You don't know what the law of refraction is. You need 2 different isotropic media. It says it right here from our alma mater. Snell's law, also known as Snell-Descartes law, and the law of refraction, it's going to fucking define it for you, is a formula used to describe the relationship between the angles of incidence and refraction when referring to light or other waves, light's not a fucking wave, passing through a boundary between 2 different isotropic media. Such as, even gives you fucking examples, such as water, glass, or air. Where's the 2 different isotropic media in your fucking paradoxical atmosphere?
You 100% accurately described the law of...
Shut the fuck up. That's all for him. What's a law of refraction? That's not the definition. Fucking moron. You wouldn't know what refraction was. It climbed up your arse and started kicking footballs wrapped in jalapeno lace concertina wire.
Now I know where I've seen him. He's the guy that actually posts like anti-flat Earth comments on all the posts like everywhere. Because I've noticed. I was like, Tekonda. Why does that name sound familiar? I've seen his.
He's a fucking dipshit.
Yeah, I've seen his name posted up.
He's the American Jazzaconda, I guess.
Yeah, probably. That's interesting.
What else did you hit him with?
Everything, the Black Swan. Well, basically just the Black Swan.
Mirage and Theodolite.
Okay, so first thing is you guys asked. The first thing you asked was, what is a mirage? And then you asked me to define refraction. Okay.
No, that's not true. We Miggy, it's speaking with you like a 1 hour and asking you for a drop over distance, not mirages, not all the lights. Yeah, okay. And you didn't provide, and you don't know who measured, and we are 1 hour on that. And you spoke about mirage, not we. That's from listeners.
Yeah, and I even asked you, Tekonda. I said, "Do you know?" Either give us detail of how you know, or say you don't know. And what did you do? You said, "I don't know." Fine. Is that what you want to hear? Yeah, it is. Thank you. Prosecution rests. We were done at that point. No, that's it.
Miggy, now it's second question. He can go to the second one.
No, we were, because his whole beef was that he knows that the Earth is a globe, and he was talking about watching the moon, and he was looking at shooting radio waves at the. I mean, he was just.
He said, "I don't know who measured." That means he don't know. He believes, all right, but second one maybe he knows.
Mm-hmm.
I heard the drain the main line surveyor. Bring it down.
So,
fucking clown.
Really?
Yeah, really.
That guy's a train wreck. I don't even know why he posted.
Do you guys not see? Okay. First off,
see what?
Shut the fuck up. Tired of listening to your retarded ass. Fucking give your fucking philosophical take on shit. Start off with your ABCs like we asked.
Can we admit that it includes a medium of varying density?
No, it doesn't. You just read Snell's law. Do you got fucking textual pareidolia?
That's literally in the definition of refraction.
Yeah, it's literally. Go ahead and read the definition and show it.
It's right there. You guys have posted it multiple times.
It's right where? Go ahead and read it.
The fact of the phenomenon of light, radio
you
waves.
Can't even say phenomenon, for fuck's sake. The fuck, dude?
Being deflected or passing oblique.
Fuck you.
Thermodynamics.
Yeah, he's a thermodynamics idiot.
Or through a medium of varying density.
No, it's not. That's not. Where does it say that in my definitions?
Of Snell's law, you didn't. Did you ask me to define Snell's law?
It's the law of refraction, you doofus. We're not going over this again.
Did you ask me to define the law?
I'm gonna go Texas flood on your dumb ass.
Did you ask me to define the law of refraction?
Fuck up.
Did you ask me to define?
Shut up. You're the dumbest person in here. Demonstrated. Shut the fuck up. Sit down and shut up. Let somebody else talk.
Hell no.
Yeah, you're a doofus. Well, let's try mirages. He's had enough time to go fucking figure out what a mirage is. What's a mirage?
Phenomenon which hide in the curvature.
What's a mirage?
A mirage deals with internal reflection.
That's not the definition of mirage, you dumb fuck.
I'm not looking up the definition of a mirage.
I asked you what the definition of mirage was.
Do I need to define it when I can literally see one on a...
I don't want an example. I want a definition, you fucking moron. Then we could go to the examples. Yeah, go Google.
Yes.
Google it.
Because you're only going to accept
I'm not. Yeah, now you're going to divine the intents of a complete fucking stranger. Let me ask you a question. What's my favorite fucking color?
For you, I'm going to answer you. An optical illusion caused by atmospheric conditions.
Atmosphere, that's a paradox.
Conditions, especially the appearance.
That's a paradox. Atmosphere is a paradox. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape.
It's caused by the refraction.
Caused by the refraction, which you don't know of.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Atmosphere.
Yes.
Do you realize that's a paradox?
No.
You don't. I just explained it to you. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no fucking inherent shape.
They do when
they do. You would fail first grade intro to gas behavior. Literally. You want me to show you? Give me one moment. You fucking moron.
I thought that he will say they have a shape when they are in container.
We're gonna get his reaction to this because they do. He said gases. They do. Okay, here we go. Live stream voice text. 38 minutes after the hour. Remember what he said? Gases. They do have shape. Grade level from Christy Bodak, Southwestern University. I will use this lesson with a first grade fucking class. If an object is in a gaseous state of matter, it will not have a definite shape. You're a retard, sir. You would fail first grade intro to gas behavior.
Ad hominem.
Yep. Precisely. You're not addressing.
Yeah, I did it.
Man, I'm sarcastic in a super way. Better go out. Don't don't go to embarrass yourself more.
What are we gonna do here, Meggie? He's a retard.
Yeah, he's I think he gets his jollies out of being in the chat, being abused like this. I guess I don't know. Because when I came in here, he was what, an hour in, 2 hours in.
Do you like being abused?
Oh, yes, I love it.
I knew it.
It shows. So
But
what are you gonna do?
you guys can't admit
So what are you gonna do? You gonna go back to first grade, start all over again?
admit one thing.
Start all over again at first grade? You just failed first grade. Everyone heard it. Everyone's seen it. That's in the chat and outside. Listen to the video. What the fuck you gonna do now?
Even if the Earth were a sphere, okay?
Fuck off. It's up to you, Meggie.
Nah, he permanently moved in his own head, so I don't know. We don't have anything else on the docket. There was another guy in here, but he's scurried.
He's not as dumb as he looks.
Yeah, if only it were a sphere, maybe you'd have some proof of that.
I like how when I talk to these guys, they just keep sabotaging themselves one thing after the other.
Yep.
Just completely train wrecked his argument like 3 or 4 times while I was talking to him. It don't take much, really.
No, you just let him speak. No, they do have shape. Holy fucking shit. Anything else? Retard?
With the
appeal to main surveyor. What?
Anything else, retard?
Yes, you're not answering at all. You're.
Yeah, we're not answering. Are you in another forum talking to other people and then answering here?
I don't know what you're talking about.
That's obvious. You don't know what gas behavior is at a first grade level. I just exposed your ass. Mae West is in the corner blushing.
Idiot. You're such an idiot.
Yeah, right. That your sister doesn't seem to mind.
Use your brain.
Use your brain. You don't even have a fucking brain. You've been proven a retard here over and over and over again.
Fucking lost this argument 10 times over.
If you want to know, that was the real example of ad hominem, what you did it now. But good job.
Oh yeah, shut up.
Yeah,
if
because
the Earth
shut
was a
up.
sphere,
If Earth was a sphere, every observable geometric horizon would be on 1.22 miles, and
No, it
that's the
wouldn't.
point. Oh, it wouldn't. That means that go there tomorrow in every school and tell kids and teachers to not teach this my kids because what? Why are you teaching them this?
Holy shit! You just denied your own globe-tard geometry. What else is left?
Okay.
Okay.
Listen.
We ain't listening to your dumb ass. Fuck. Listen.
Yeah, look, his video didn't even have any evidence because the video is utilizing the quote unquote fact that the horizon is geometric. I mean, you're not being reasonable, brother.
No, he's retarded.
They should get main surveyor to come in here. I'd like to talk to that guy.
Yeah, we'll talk about angular size change with distance.
That's what this clown was on. That's what he was on earlier. When I came in here, he was talking about that. Well, the moon doesn't change angular size. Like, who gives a shit? Nobody cares.
Let's see if he can define that. Let's try that. Get your popcorn out. Define angular size.
Angular size deals with the angular subtense, how big an object appears basically on my retina.
Oh, really? Well, that's important. Is it its actual size?
No.
Then who gives a flying fuck? No, it's not its actual size.
He just easily threw that wrench in the machine, just like.
Does he know what a tri? Let's see. Let's try another one. Define a triangle.
Oh,
I'm not done with angular size.
No, we are.
We are.
We should just go to triangle. Define a triangle, Takanda.
Yeah.
We're not done with angle.
Oh, we are.
Yeah, we are.
Triangle, go.
Why?
Why?
Because it destroys your entire worldview.
A triangle destroys.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, an elevation angle to be more precise.
How would you measure an elevation angle?
Yes,
with a sextant?
Is it accurate?
Pretty accurate.
How accurate?
How accurate? You're a fucking clown. Define an elevation angle.
An elevation angle would be the angle difference between the horizon and the geometric horizon.
You know,
somebody's struggling.
The fucking definition of an elevation angle.
Well, I mean, when we're talking about the horizon, anyway.
Well, we're talking about the horizon anyway. That's not an elevation angle. I asked you to define it. You didn't fucking do it.
All right.
If this guy's their best, I wonder what's their worst.
Holy shit.
Okay. Well, will one of you actually answer one of my questions?
One of your retard questions.
Yes,
No.
exactly. One of my retard questions.
No, you fucking failed basic reasoning 60 level. We want to start off with the ABCs. We want to hear that shit. Let's start off the basics. Go ahead, ABCs.
Without singing the song. Don't sing the song.
Don't sing the song either. Say 'em.
You guys are fucked.
Say my name, bitch.
Say it.
You won't answer any of my questions because you're too stupid.
Too stupid. Well, your
Yep.
sister didn't seem to mind.
No.
We're too stupid. This fucking guy doesn't know what a triangle is. He doesn't know what refraction is. He thinks the definition of is not the law of refraction. That's not the definition of it. What else?
Angular size. You didn't know what that
Angular
was.
size. What the fuck else we got to talk about?
I don't know.
I think he wants to ask us how to measure his globe. I think he wants to ask us questions that he's supposed to be answering.
All right, let him ask a question. Let's see how dumb fuck it is.
In before he offers rockets to space.
Space. Outer space?
You guys can't.
That's my prediction.
About.
Oh, we'll answer your dumb
Okay.
fuck question.
Answer one question.
Okay, we've got a question
What is-
from a retard. Go ahead.
What is the distance from the east coast of Australia to the?
Shut the fuck up.
Just when I
What
think you
am I?
couldn't say anything any dumber. And he
don't
totally
know.
redeemed himself.
I don't know.
I could have swore he was going to ask, what if I can send one of you up to space?
What? Wouldn't I have to go to Australia and be in Australia? Dumbass.
Thought he was going to ask how to measure the globe that he's supposed to already have measured, because that's what he asked every other time.
Yeah.
Is that what I asked?
Yeah, he
How
kept
about,
asking, how do you measure it? I don't
how
know.
about-
That's what you're here to tell us
This is
about.
too funny. Hey, we
Okay,
gotta.
so
Hey,
if
Bo,
you
1
gotta-
second. Hold on,
Mhm.
Takanda. Just
Yeah,
hold on. But we had somebody else chime in here. Somebody kind of white knighted for Takanda, and I heard
Oh,
him.
really?
Yeah, I think it was
Who's that?
average. I think it was average. Average, was that you?
Average moron. Go ahead. Come off mute.
It's the next shift because that's how Takanda began on a white night.
Come off.
Really?
Average.
What? What?
Yeah, we figured.
No, actually, what the fuck? Wait, what? What?
What the fuck?
So do you
What?
think that,
What?
do you think that listen, do you think the Earth's a globe?
No.
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 Well, what's your position then on the topic of the server?
It's probably flat.
Probably flat.
Probably flat. I'm going towards flat.
So he
All
wasn't
right.
the white knighter.
No, he wasn't. I'll find you wherever you are.
Come out, wherever you are.
Yeah, we'll be clanking the bottles in our hands. Well, he'll surface in a minute.
It sounded like him, Mel.
Was it? Yeah, we want you to skin that smoke wagon and see what happens. Are you gonna do something or stand there and bleed?
So you want to answer the question?
Fucking question. We haven't been to Australia. You don't measure that son of a bitch.
Well, there's millions of people that live down there, and they'd probably notice if they took a road trip that the.
Have you asked them to go measure it for you then?
No, but wouldn't they have something to say about the distance if it didn't? Yeah, if they took more miles.
Australians speak up and answer his question for him and tell him that you don't have time to drive across Australia for him.
Nobody's taking a road trip from one coast to the other, I guess. Okay.
Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? This is all moot. You crayon crunching clown. Celestial navigation kills your globetard.
Why?
Because they take elevation angles with sextants. As a globetard, you can't even admit a sextant's existence. Fucktard.
Yeah, I can admit
no, you don't know what an elevation angle is. Let's go over what an elevation angle is for the retard. See it 50 minutes after the hour. Elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane. So our question to you is, how can you acquire an elevation angle from a curved adjacent?
Yeah, you're toast, man.
Oh.
You know it. Oh.
Yeah. Answer, please.
Sure. The horizontal is close enough.
No, it's not. That's bullshit. We're talking about right triangles. How can you acquire an elevation angle from a curved adjacent? That is the question.
Yeah, you have no problem calculating.
Yes, you do. Because you can't get an angle from a curve. In fact, a curved adjacent, if you say curved adjacent to like a professional, like a mathematician in geometry, he's going to stop you immediately and tell you that's a fucking nonsense.
The curvature is very shallow.
Yeah, you're shallow. The curvature is 8 inches per mile squared. Fuckwit. It doesn't matter. Any amount of curvature along that adjacent, it's fucking over. You can't measure an elevation angle.
Okay, so tell me, what would the difference be?
What would the difference be between what?
On a round Earth versus a...
Not measuring an angle and measuring an angle? Well, the difference would be measuring an angle. That's the difference. And the Earth, this round shit, that's a moronic statement because round can be flat. They're not mutually exclusive. You want to start over?
Right. On a ball Earth, you could...
On a ball Earth, you can do what?
You could still measure an angle. It just wouldn't be...
You can't measure an angle from a curved adjacent. You'd fail 3rd grade geometry.
He sabotaged himself again, man. That's so funny.
Yeah. Oh. Go ahead. This is what we want you to do. We want you to pull up AutoCAD, and we want you to show everyone here outside in YouTube land and in this room. You pull up AutoCAD, make a fucking triangle on the sphere tard, and then measure the angle. Go.
I don't have AutoCAD. I could use MS Paint, though.
No, we don't want you to fucking paint by crayons. You'd munch them. Holy fucking shit, dude.
He said MS Paint.
MS Paint. I'll paint your dumb ass white. You're a fucking clown, man. You'd fail 3rd grade geometry. You got to get this on adjacent. Does he even know what an adjacent? What the fuck is an adjacent?
QB, you got to get him on Oakley's, man. He's got to go on Oakley's. He's got you. Yeah. Takanda, go to Oakley's channel tomorrow. Is he on tomorrow?
He should be.
Yeah, go to Oakley's channel tomorrow. Somebody drop Takanda the link. This is too good. It's way too good. We gotta let Nathan get in on this because
I could do it. I could do it for him. I could have somebody that pulled up I could have somebody that demonstrated it via AutoCAD if he wants to watch it.
AutoCAD's bullshit. Just use a sextant.
Oh, now AutoCAD's bullshit.
I'm just saying. Listen, you could use a sextant on an Earth that's round or flat. What is the difference?
You're a fucking retard. No, you can't. I just posted it at 54 minutes after the hour. It's less than 1 minute.
AutoCAD's bullshit, but MS Paint is the way to go.
Yeah, right.
It just keeps getting better.
You're a fucking clown. Did we go over his science acumen yet?
I'm afraid to even go that direction. No, I haven't heard it.
We might as well go there because he's fucking failed geometry. Let's see if he could pass 5th grade general science. Taganda, what is a scientific hypothesis?
A scientific hypothesis is usually described as a guess, right?
It's not.
A guess based on observation.
Wrong. Is that it?
A testable guess based on observation.
Testable guess! Pulling shit out of your ass, 101. You would fail. 5th grade fucking intro to natural science.
Sure, I didn't look up the definition. Whatever.
Oh, shit.
What is this? Whatever. That don't matter. You can fly by the.
There we go. It is a supposed. It was a proposition explanation made on the basis of limited evidence. It's a starting point. One. Yep, it's a starting point for further investigation. Why not?
You did a Google one. Why not? Because you're a fucking clown and you just Googled it because they don't know their ass from a pipe wrench. That's why not.
How was what I said different?
Okay. How is what you said different from what? What an actual hypothesis is? We'll go over that for you. At 56 minutes after the hour from Colorado State, scientific hypothesis, a special kind of prediction. We didn't hear any prediction out of your fly trap. That forecasts how the independent variable will affect the dependent variable. Funny, none of that shit came out of your pie hole. From California State, Long Beach, a hypothesis states a presumed relationship between two variables. Again, nothing that you said. In a way that can be tested with empirical data. It may take the form of cause and effect statement or an if X then Y statement. The cause is called, here we go again. Something that you didn't say. The independent variable. The effect is called the dependent variable. Again, you didn't say that shit. You want me to go to the third one? Or are you exposed again like Mae West? Oh, what are you going to say? Oh, but that's what I did say. No, you fucking didn't.
I pretty much did, more or less.
Oh, see, that's what I figured.
Man.
Some fuck-ass clown. You fail. Intro to 5th grade general science. You don't know what a scientific hypothesis is. Thanks. Anything else?
What shape would the air...
Your sister.
I know you're not going to say that.
This fucking guy says, what shape would the air, after he was already exposed that fucking air and gas has no inherent shape. His fucking question, what shape the air? Get the fuck out of here. You're done. You know, you would probably be a star over at Gem Panda server. Take your dumb ass over there. Because you're finished here. You tracking with me, Sunshine?
You keep muting me, so...
Yeah, because you're a dumb fuck. I'm trying to protect everyone so they won't get fucking moronicized by you. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You still won't answer the question.
Fuck off. You're finished.
Maybe you should go draw it in MS Paint for him. You freaking clown, dude. Oh.
Yeah. That was a lot of fun. Ooh, I see a lot of people boot scooted.
Yeah.
Some of them flat earthers. They're not as dumb as they look. Because you know I was going right after you, didn't you? Got that right. I put out the word, Miggy.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I put out the word. I was after pretender clown flat earthers. That shit is on. It's on like Donkey Kong.
It's on like Donkey Kong, huh?
Yeah.
Let me ask Takanda something.
Oh, God.
So, are you going to be there tomorrow at Oakley's, Takanda? Can we trust that you'll make it there tomorrow?
Probably not.
Why?
I might have better stuff to do. If I just get muted all the time, then I probably
yourself.
You could actually bone up on MS Paint before you go there.
You asked me to draw something in AutoCAD. I don't have AutoCAD, so I said I could do it in MS Paint.
No, I said MS Paint. Take your MS Paint work over to Nathan Oakley's when you go there tomorrow.
If you want a simple triangle drawn, I can draw one in MS.
You don't know what a triangle is. We already asked you to define it. You fucked it up. Remember? Hello? Remember? You fucked it up.
Yeah,
like
and you guys...
everything else up. Shut the fuck up.
I think we got a new guy. All right, so let me see if this other guy's here. All right, we got Mr. Content. Mr. Content, are you there?
Mr. Content.
That's what his name is. Mr. Content, are you there?
Hopefully he's good content.
I don't know.
So far he's not providing.
I saw him light up. Try again, Mr. Content.
You got a mic?
Yeah, he's lighting up. Hey, you got a mic? I hear you breathing. That's you breathing, huh? He left. Oh, too funny.
All right, Mickey, go ahead. You get sorry to come in and guns a-blazing. I'll go
Nah, I mean, some days you just have to blast away. Well, this guy he's a perfect target. I know. See, I knew I seen his name somewhere. And I was like, "What, Takanda? Where the hell have I seen this before?" Yep. And this guy, he's on almost all the flat earth videos and such. Like you'll see his little freaking Batman avatar that he likes putting. He says stupid statements on the bottom of stuff. So he thinks he was trying to troll the flat Earth coming in here, but no, Mr. Content.
He already exposed it. He doesn't know what logical fallacies are. That means he doesn't know what logic is. He doesn't know what geometry is. He definitely doesn't know what refraction is, and he fucked up science. Natural science. What else is there? Like I said, let's start over. ABCs. I'm fucking serious.
Shut up.
Don't sing the song, though.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that.
Yes, you will. Or you'll be muted.
Oh, no, you're going to mute me.
Yeah, I am. Because you're a dumb fuck. Go ahead, Maggie. I'm going to take a little break, man. Maybe.
Yeah, I was thinking.
Will come in.
I was thinking about talking to Content, but he scooted again. I don't know. I guess he didn't want to talk to us.
Somebody will try to reason with him and shit. When I leave, they'll take him off mute and try to reason with him.
What were you talking about angular size again? Can you tell me that again? What do you mean?
What's the distance of Australia?
All right, man. How would you figure the distance of Australia and unmute him? Oh, shit. There goes another hour.
I got a question for him. Hold on. I got a question for him. How much for an order of ribs?
How about if you pour it in my hand?
Fuck the cup, pour it in my hand for a dime.
For a dime, yeah.
Oh, come on, man. Come on. Help a brother out. Give me a sip for 15 cents. All right, Maggie, I'm gonna take a break, man. I gotta feed the cat and shit. So
I gotta head out too, man. I gotta get going.
Oh, already?
Yeah. Yeah, it was an early night for me.
Oh shit.
We Yeah, we got I don't know. Who else is in there? You got Flatsy Klein.
Yeah, she's a peach.
Yeah. All right. I gotta go.
All right, Maggie.
Yeah, have a good one. See ya, Kiwi.
Yeah, later, man.
Later, guys.
Oh shoot, I've been unmuted. How you all doing? Is anyone still here?
Present.
Oh, hi.
What's left?
What's left? I don't know. Is anyone able to engage with a hypothetical, supposing that the Earth were round?
Nah, we're not interested in fantasy.
Ah.
Is any glober able to engage with our request for direct globe proof?
Direct what?
Direct globe proof.
I would say that most evidence is indirect because the globe is too big to directly view it unless you're unless you go into outer space, which most people cannot do. And I would never use outer space as an evidence. Mm-hmm.
You can't go to outer space. It's a thermodynamics violation. So you're saying that you have to go to a fantasy location in order to validate this other fantasy. And also, that's not the reason why you have to rely on indirect proof, so-called. The reason you have to rely on indirect things is because there is no globe to be directly demonstrated.
How would you measure the globe to conduct? Couldn't we have like a balloon shooting lasers or radars up the surface from a relatively high altitude or even low altitude balloon?
Oh, that's not how I would measure it. I would probably measure it using, the old-fashioned, like a pole and its shadow, and calculate the angle that the sun makes. It requires certain
presuppositions. That's begging the question.
Yes, exactly. It requires presuppositions. It requires.
That's not a measurement of a globe. That's an inference of one. You don't have validation of the globe you're inferring in the first instance. It's a measurement of shadows. It's an elevation angle measurement, not a measurement of the globe.
It requires a presupposition that the sun is very far away and casts parallel rays toward the Earth, and that the angle that the sun's shadows leave are a reflection of the curvature. Yes.
Okay, so it was direct proof we were looking for. This definitely isn't that. So
that's not direct proof. Of
course. Let's throw it out. Yeah.
I wouldn't throw it out.
So they could find the distance to the moon, supposedly, by shooting laser, radar, whatever, to the moon and back. Why can't they do that from a balloon down to the surface of the Earth? That's only, a few miles or a few thousand feet? The moon is supposedly, 250,000
that's a very good question. Maybe we could try it. I've never seen it done before, never tried it, so I don't know.
Got anything that doesn't require that you beg the question? Hence the direct proof request.
My own observations of seeing how the sun and moon move through the sky. The fact that they... Yeah.
No, that's a direct observation of the sun or the moon, and therefore another inference or indirect globe proofsy.
Of course. But my direct observation of the sun and moon tell me a few things about the sun and the moon. That
but you don't need to add your wishful thinking at the end of it.
But their apparent size doesn't change as they traverse across the sky, and everything else as they move away from me changes in angular size. So it just appears that the sun and the moon do not move away from me. So that tells me a little bit of...
No, that's not true. There are some other videos or data that show, observations that show it does change angular size.
That the moon changes size within the same night?
The sun. You said the sun.
Oh, the sun. Yes, and the sun since 6 months apart, the sun can change due to the orbit of the Earth a little bit, but not by much.
No, during an actual. Sorry to interrupt. It was during an actual in the same day. Yeah.
Within the same day.
Yeah, not by much.
Not by my observations. My direct observations show no change in the size of the sun, but the sun's hard to look at. It's very bright.
They posted a direct observation for you to look at.
Oh, he's back. Oh, no, wait. Oh, wait. Sorry. I thought you were back. Okay. Never mind. Oh, that's a direct observation. No, that looks like a view through a camera and super grainy and not direct.
So
concrete thinker.
What? That's not what the sun looks like when it sets on the horizon. Sorry, secret Asian man, but your image is all blown out. You can put a solar filter on a camera and you'd get a more consistent view of the sun.
Cool. What does that prove?
It proves that it doesn't change angular size as it goes across the sky.
And what does that mean?
That's not what we asked you to prove.
It is not a direct observation. Of course, I didn't say it was.
So throw it out.
No, I wouldn't throw it out. Why would I throw it out?
Well,
it's
we're throwing it out. We're throwing it out because it does not address the request.
It doesn't comport with your flat Earth model.
It does not address. Hold on. Does not address the standing request here for direct globe proof. You just admitted that it's not that. So it's a red herring. You're not addressing the point. Move on. Try the next one.
Was one of your arguments for a globe Earth that the sun doesn't change size in the sky?
That is one of my arguments.
That's your interpretation, though. What is your interpretation of that, right? We don't want your interpretations. We want the direct proof.
Timbo's other argument was drive across Australia.
Oh, yeah. What does that prove?
Yeah, what does it prove?
It might
flat,
validate the accuracy of the globe versus the flat Earth map.
Land maps are pretty accurate. What's wrong with that?
Because they can't be fit to scale on the flat earther's map.
Why not?
It sounds like a straw man right here.
Is it a straw?
Things are what they are, yeah? The size of a land is the size of a land.
Well, he keeps saying he's saying the flat Earth map, though, so clearly he's got a map that he's claimed for us.
Cool, can you share it with us?
Any flat Earth map that I have seen seems to show Australia being larger than the United States.
That's not anything that we go by. So.
Okay, then I'd like to see the one that you go by.
We don't. The lands on maps work where they are. The
small
sea in between.
Yeah,
sea in between. We don't know how to measure that. Can you measure the sea?
You can take using longitude coordinates.
You need a globe for that, though. You got to prove the globe first before you can measure longitude or latitude measurements. Yeah. That's a secondary kind of argument, you know. You need the first one. Isn't that thing, like, you guys are funny. Like, you come in going, oh, well, this Australia should be bigger. Nothing changes, you know. Like, things don't change. They are what they are. It's just your interpretation of what they are is wrong. No. So you say, okay, on a flat Earth, it should be bigger. But it's not bigger.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the maps of the flat Earth that I have seen that are purported to be the accurate
map's the representation. That's derivative. We want direct proof.
Correct. And I'm telling you that a tiny person on the ball of a circumference of 25,000 miles circumference, there's no easy, direct way of measuring a curvature or the shape.
So how was it ever done then?
Like I said, you can use the rays of the sun, assuming that it is around Earth. And
That's
the sun
not,
is very far away.
That's just assuming it, though. That's just assuming it, though.
Exactly.
That's all that reduces to, right?
It takes a presumption that the Earth is round.
Okay, so what did you come here to do? To highlight all the ways that you've been duped? Or were you here to offer evidence?
I was here with an open mind, and yes,
you began by white knighting, so.
Did I?
Well, yeah, you feigned. Remember your feigned concern?
No, when I watched the video, it looked like my initial interpretation was that those oil rigs looked to be closer than 9 miles, but because they did look.
No.
But I agreed. I agree that video seems to show.
Okay, so this my question is: were you here with your open mind? Because you're the optical illusion earther. So, at what point did you realize all you were doing were sharing the ways that you were duped, and maybe thought, "Hey, I'll offer some evidence now."
That's kind of.
It's a bit of a kind of just a recap of what's happened. So are you realizing now that perhaps you're wrapped up in a mythology?
No, sir. By my own.
Do you have any evidence? Do you have any evidence of the 3959 spheroid of your dreams?
The evidence that I have is that my observations that I see from a day-to-day basis.
Your wishful thinking is attached to that.
Thinking. What wishful thinking?
What observations?
When you say, "Yep."
The primary reason why I think the Earth is round, I've explained, is that the sun.
Because you presupposed it. Yeah, because you presupposed it.
No, that's not the presupposition. I observe, based on my direct observation, that the sun and the moon do not change size. And it's pretty funny that you guys will post videos showing the sun.
Direct observation.
No, that's
okay. Direct observation of what?
I've seen wonky things with the sun, anecdotal wonky things with the sun that I could
be anecdotal. I don't want it to be anecdotal. I want
you said you wanted first-hand experience. That's my first-hand experience.
He's trying to answer the direct observation request, and he's giving us a direct observation of something other than what we asked him to directly observe.
I can't observe.
Why does it always go like this? Yeah. Oh, you can't observe. Go on.
Always.
What do you mean?
Did you measure these things, or did you measure the size of them?
Rudimentary.
How did you do that?
Using my thumb.
What?
Have you never put your thumb over the moon?
Here we go.
Here we go. What?
I've never heard this one before.
It's the art. I guess maybe you have done drawing 101. But yeah, people are foolishly holding their pencils up in front of their faces, not sure why they are, but they're doing it anyways. But yeah.
There are plenty more sophisticated ways of measuring the angular substance of the moon, and plenty of people
Why did you bring up sticking your thumb in front of your face?
Because no matter how big or small the moon looks, whether it's low on the horizon or not, your thumb always covers it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, how are you going to tell the difference in size from that?
I didn't say I ever took like an accurate measurement of it, but it's usually about half a degree when people do take accurate measurements.
So you're going to be able to detect half a degree?
Yeah.
It's just silly.
What do you mean? You can use a protractor and
Have you done it?
Personally, I have not. I admitted that I haven't taken an accurate measurement of the moon, but my own general observations with my own two eyes.
Your evidence is something you've done before.
It doesn't look like the moon is circling above my head. No, it doesn't go woo woo in a big circle above me. It seems to go under the horizon. It seems to go across the sky.
The horizon.
It appears to travel. It appears to travel at a consistent speed.
Hold on. Can we just pause there at the horizon? You said it appears to go under the horizon. What's that? What's the horizon?
The horizon is the obviously it's an optical horizon. I can't physically touch the horizon. It's miles and miles away. So
how does it go over it then?
You know how it does.
Oh, wow.
Yes, you do.
So it's an optical phenomenon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the horizon is apparent then.
It is
the apparent location where surface of the Earth meets sky.
Perfect. Yes, you know the answer.
Okay. So, I know the answer. So it's not the geometric edge of a ball Earth.
No, it's the optical edge.
No. Yeah, we agree. All right. So I don't see what need we have to continue with this.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
The moon dips below the optical horizon. Yes.
Yep. So where's the physical one then?
The physical one, geometrically, I would have to make some presuppositions about the shape of the Earth and the size of the Earth to calculate it. But you can't see it because...
You said it.
Yeah. Because of refraction. Refraction changes depending on the day, time, temperature, yada, yada. Yeah.
Cool.
Well, you already told us it's not a geometric sphere edge, so whatever refraction does to it at this point is irrelevant anyway.
Yeah.
No,
so
not entirely irrelevant.
If it's never where it's supposed to be, how did they measure it to get the radius of the Earth?
They measured the radius not by locating the horizon. They measured the radius initially using shadows and poles and that such.
So you know that can be thrown out as well, yeah?
Why?
Because you can do it if you make up an equation that the the sun is closer, and that it's flat. So
you're right.
Doesn't prove either way. So
yeah, it's like the 10th time that's been gone over in the last 4 hours of this marathon.
No, really? Oh, you've been here for that long?
Yeah, he's been here a while. He was just dying for an Aussie to come on in.
Oh, yeah.
So you could tell me when you drive across Australia through the globe?
Right, he wanted to tell you were standing upside down.
Yeah. He's telling us all about Australia. He doesn't even sound Australian.
No, I'm not, and I've never been to Australia. I am trying to be honest.
Yeah, he said something like, Australia doesn't exist, and I said, well, yeah, explain Leighton Hewitt.
He's fairly honest about his presuppositions and in making concessions. I just don't understand what the point of continuing is for him.
Yeah.
Because I have not been convinced that the Earth is flat.
Well, that's something you have to do for yourself, dude. Come on.
You haven't even been convinced that it's a globe.
He does sound like a cross between Christian Slater and Carl Sagan.
Really? I can tell you what I'm convinced is.
First, you have to say billions and billions. Say that.
Billions and billions.
You're convinced that some guy played golf on the moon. That's one of the things you're convinced of. What else?
That has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, whether or not.
Oh, sure. It's part of the of the moon narrative. The whole global Helios. Oh, yes, it is, sir.
Oh, okay.
Why would you deny moon golf? You've been yammering about the moon for all night.
I've never been to the moon. I've never been to the moon. I can tell you my observations of the moon from Earth show a moon that doesn't change size or
let me
shape.
make a wild guess. You assume that the moon is a space rock.
That I can bounce radio waves off of, probably.
No, I'm saying you are convinced that it's a solid object that someone could stand and play golf on.
I'm pretty convinced that it is.
Okay, but it's an assumption. You don't know that it is.
I've never been, and I probably never will be.
Okay, so you are wrapped up in a mythology, and you're here highlighting that fact. Is that your goal?
No, it's not mythology.
Well, that's what you're doing.
If I can
that's what
see
you've
it,
done.
the moon exists. No, but
Yeah, but what it is, I mean, beats me. I can see a rainbow. Can I go play golf on it? Can I?
Well, I can assume that it's not a hologram if there's plenty of people that have done Earth.
So you know what happens when you assume
communications? Yes, I know.
Okay, why do you keep doing it?
Some assumptions are valid because it's testable.
Who said it's a hologram? Who said it's a hologram?
No, it's not. It's not nonsense. If I wanted to drop $1,200 on a ham radio setup that's powerful enough to bounce a signal off the moon, I could do it. And I assume it's true because there's
hang on a moment,
people that have done it before.
Who said it's a hologram? Like, have you?
I'm not saying it's, but it's something's there that can bounce radio waves off of. That's what I'm saying.
Maybe nobody's denying that.
Right.
So you don't believe that they bounce them off mirrors that they placed there when they left?
I mean, the radio waves that I can bounce off the moon don't need the mirrors there.
Okay, good. That's a relief.
You don't have this $1,200 radio to do this, so quit saying it as if you go out every night and shoot radio waves at the moon.
How about I go get one then?
Cool. Do you know how it's done?
There's plenty of documentation. Plenty of people have done it. Usually, it's used to extend the range of their ham radios.
Do you know how it's done?
It's usually a digital signal. It's hard to transmit voice. More like
Yeah. Okay. So how's it done? So they send. What do they do? Let's go through the process of what they do.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Just like any ham radio, you have a transmitter. You have an antenna. You send the signal. It hits the moon. It scatters. You lose hundreds of decibels. It's going to be a very faint signal. What comes back is very faint, but with a powerful enough antenna, you can apparently receive signals. That's what's been documented. That's what I would interesting.
What do you receive back? What do you send out, and what do you receive back?
Probably a digital signal, like an on-off Morse code style on or off signal. Signal.
Have you seen this experiment? Have you seen this? What they do?
I haven't done it myself, but I have no reason.
Now, have you seen it though? Have you seen them do it?
Okay, have you?
No, I don't really care. But
no, I haven't seen it, but it.
So we're talking again about something that you don't know what happens, what they send out, what they receive.
But I could do it.
You haven't seen it.
NASA's not going to come and stop me.
You don't actually know what to do, though.
It'd be fun to try out. It'd be a fun experiment to do with my kids. Maybe I'll start getting into ham radio.
Maybe you should actually watch a video about what they actually send out and what they receive. You might find it interesting. So again, you've got evidence of something that you don't know what they do. You've never done it. You don't know how they do it.
Are you saying it can't be done? Are you saying you can't bounce radio signals off the moon?
No, I'm not saying that at all.
Is it something that is testable and knowable?
Yeah, if you know what to do, but you don't know what to do, so you can't do it.
Why can't I do it? I can research it, and I could potentially do it myself.
Then do it.
Sure. But is it something that can be tested? Can we know for a fact whether or not you can bounce radio waves off the moon?
Just don't add your wishful thinking to it.
Okay.
Why isn't it a little suspect to yourself, to the person who even said it? Well, it's very faint. Why? That's like pseudoscience communication speech.
No, the inverse square law, you would predict it would be
done. It's really, really, really faint, and we'll interpret it as such. And
the difference is that
when you go into the backyard, try to keep your wistful thinking out of it.
Sure, but the point being that you couldn't do it with just like a $200 ham radio. You'd need a sizable receiver.
Oh my goodness!
No, you need to drop about $1,000 more.
That's great.
On a
so now
decent
you're here to bellyache. This sounds like an AM radio talk show now. You're bellyaching about your ham radio setup or lack thereof.
Yeah,
but dude, make some friends that have the equipment to do
exactly.
it. There you go. This is your community making these claims. Go make some friends that can do it.
Yeah, and that would be a fun thing to do. Yeah, I might do that.
Well, this is a guy at the end of the day, no matter what he hears, sees, or thinks, he's going to tie it back to the global myth that is embedded in his psyche, won't even really acknowledge that possibility that it is all just a myth.
It's just because I've seen so much evidence that it's...
Yeah, okay, so provide the evidence. That's what that's what I've been asking. I asked you 4 times now. I said, are you here to highlight all the ways that you've been duped? Or were you here to provide evidence?
I'm just telling you, the main reason is that the moon doesn't change size. Okay? And that just doesn't seem to make sense.
Okay, so you point to the sky. Your best evidence that the Earth is a spheroid is pointing to the sky. Got noted.
Okay, and what's your best evidence?
That's a common thing with you people.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
And what's your best evidence that it's flat?
Well, do you not remember your own acknowledgement of swimming pools 4 hours ago?
Oh yeah.
Okay, there you go. My phone's not on, but yeah, that's
water.
Water's flat. The Earth's a spheroid covered in.
Yeah. So water.
I get it.
Laser tests. Have you seen the laser tests?
The laser tests again.
Yep. What's wrong with them? At least we've actually done something to prove that we don't get any drop over distance.
I know.
Have you done any laser tests that prove the globe?
No, I haven't done any laser tests, but I could try that too. That'd be fun to try.
Yeah. So that water, So the difference is that we've got this stuff on the ground. So we do this stuff on the actual Earth that we're trying to measure.
Yeah.
You're looking at the moon. It has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, and the sun, which has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. So we've got direct evidence.
Sorry, it's just not fun. It's just not fun to do, but it's educational. You might educate yourself.
I think learning is very fun. I do like to learn.
Oh, you don't teach your kids about space and crap like that, do you? Rockets fly in space and shit like that?
Sure, why not? That's what I believe.
Sure, why not? You got any proof of that?
No, but it's what I believe.
So now they think Bigfoot's running around too?
I don't believe in Bigfoot or anything like that.
Oh, so UFOs are out of the question?
Yep, no UFOs either.
Interesting.
At least they've got
you're already like 99% the way there. It's just one more step, and you're basically a full-blown Scientologist. You have the whole paradigm, the whole background for it. You just need to make that one last step.
Oh. Look. Again.
You teaching dinosaurs?
Yes.
Interesting.
I believe dinosaurs existed millions of years ago.
Oh, brother.
Oh, no.
When did they show up in textbooks?
In the 70s.
Oh.
Okay. Hey, Tikonda, dude, yeah, you're wrapped up in the whole pond scum evolution thing. I know, it's a jagged pill to swallow. It's a mess.
Let's stick on topic with the flat Earth. If we wanted to,
no, that's what we're talking about. The dinosaurs, the millions of years ago.
Yes.
Yes, it's all wrapped up in the same pond scum evolution, wishful thinking. But my phone died. Right as remember what you said about swimming.
Sorry. Pools? Yeah, swimming pools. I remember. Yeah, water looks flat, so it must be flat. I don't.
No, water is flat, not looks. You're a revisionist. You're a revisionist, huh?
We'll go
the
with
Suez Canal, sir. Do we have to go over that again? Does the Suez Canal look flat, or is the Suez Canal flat for 120 miles?
It's too big. Okay, you can't see the other
yes,
side.
It's too big. Welcome to flat Earth. Here's the deal. Hey, smart aleck.
Yes,
you're wrapped up. You're suffering from cognitus. You understand clearly. You said it 4 or 5 hours ago that a swimming pool is flat. The Suez Canal is flat, but yet you have to rationalize it to get back to your outer space pond scum evolution mythology.
Not exactly.
I don't. Yeah, dude. I know you're exasperated, and it's a little frustrating that you've been sold a lie. Yeah, I get it, but get over it. It's a myth.
I don't know about that.
The globe is claimed to be covered in water, 70+%. Yet water seeks and finds level here in reality.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the cognitus for you sets in. You know that's just the way it is. The swimming pool is what it is. The canal is what it is. These things would not exist as they exist if there were a spheroid. Bye-bye outer space. Bye-bye dinosaurs. Sorry.
Yeah, and a boat shouldn't. A ship shouldn't appear to be sinking as it's going over horizon. If the Earth were
you
flat.
need to enroll in the drawing course.
Or what he wants to buy radios and all that crap. Go get a P1000 then, since you have the money for all that shit, and go do your own long distance observation.
Mm-hmm.
I did all mine.
Okay, then I'll do mine.
It's so dishonest after chanting for 2 hours, you can't trust anything you see, to go back to a boats go over curve chant. Have you lost? What is going on with you, dude?
Really, he melted all the way back to 2015 with that one.
The distance won't be accurate, but eventually when it does disappear, it disappears from the bottom up. But yes, calculating the exact distance.
Someone's desperately typing in his DMs.
No.
Oh, that's right.
They must be, because now he's just kind of. It sounds like he's he's reading like fortune cookies.
Dr. Phil.
Nobody's typed me anything.
Yeah, you don't need to overcomplicate things, dude. Water seeks. Just talk over me. Water seeks and finds its level. That's not. We established 7 hours ago that's not a conspiracy theory. That's just the way it is. The globe. That can't. If the globe exists, water can't be level. Sea level isn't sea level. Sea curved.
Right. But if it were a globe...
Welcome to flat Earth.
No, but if it were a globe, it would curve, and the curve would be very subtle.
If the queen had... if the king...
Exactly.
Whatever.
That's the whole problem. If it were, it would do that. It don't do that, so it's not.
I think I see just as much curvature as I should.
No,
delusional.
From the surface of a ball that's 25,000 miles.
You're completely telling yourself to lie to us.
I'm not. What?
Yeah, you are. Yeah, we are. You are, because we went through this already, right?
Have you ever
24,901 miles. That equates to a 1.2 mile times square root of observer height in feet. Geometric horizon distance. You know we don't see that, so we don't see the geometric properties of this ball that you think you see.
I'll tell you this. I admit that before talking to you, I thought that I was probably right, but that the optical distance can vary, and that it seems might not be reliable.
Have you not been outside prior to tonight?
I've never attempted to measure the distance to the horizon.
If it varies, then it's not geometric, and you're not seeing what you would see, like you just said.
Let me ask you one question.
Sure.
How sure are you now that everything is an illusion? Remember you said you were about 100% sure that everything is an illusion. Oh. Now are you still at 100%, or are you seeing reality yet?
I'm not saying that everything is an illusion. I'm saying that the horizon sometimes has a mirage that makes it difficult to accurately assess the...
You're really confused. Right. See, you think these observations are like one-off, cherry-picked, or rare.
He's also using terms that Huey went over that he couldn't answer, so he really shouldn't even use terms like mirage.
Oh, not that again,
dude. Why don't you get real?
Can you?
Your stick is, if this is a stick, it's tired. If this is your actual personality, God help you.
That I admit that I can't judge the accurate distance to the horizon.
No, dude, you are. If you're intentionally muddying the waters, it ends here because in the Black Swan.
Yes, I know. Okay. I agree with the video. Okay. I agree that the horizons.
Explain it. Explain it. If you know it's so. If I think you're so confused, but you're telling me you understand, explain it. Where's the horizon in that famed still of that video of those oil rigs?
You really want my honest opinion? You're not going to
explain it. Since you understand it so clearly. Explain it to the class.
You're not going to like the answer. The video.
I actually disagree. I think we're going to love it.
Okay, thank you. The video does seem to show 2 lines for the horizon. I can't judge accurately where the horizon is.
Oh, I have the perfect thing for that. But now you're coping. So how many geometric horizons are there?
1 geometric horizon.
Okay, well, what are these lines you're talking about?
Optical.
So 2 horizons? What?
If there's a mirage, then yes, you get a mirror and you can have multiple lines.
Do you see fucking mirrors out there? Any mirroring effect at all?
I'll have to go back to the video.
So are you saying that picture's a mirage?
I'm saying that it's hard to tell. Oh, here. Okay, hold on.
You do know what a mirage looks like, though, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They can look different. They can look different sometimes. Usually, it's got a mirrored appearance, though.
Yeah. Is that a mirrored appearance that you can see there?
I was going back through all the chat. Let's get to the bottom here. I'm sure somebody's posted it. Oh gosh. Jump to the present. There we go.
Check the live stream, Takanda. I just posted the negative of that.
I see the negative.
You can end your yammering.
No, listen.
You listen. End your yammering and take a look at that.
It's an interesting image. I like the negative. It shows.
No, where is the horizon?
To me, it looks like it's between the first.
Define horizon. Define horizon.
The edge of where the
no, now you do. You're using it's where the sky appears to meet the sea or land.
Yes.
Okay, so where is it?
To me,
tell the truth, sir.
Honestly, it looks like it's behind the
there
first
you go.
rig.
There you go. So stop your yammering, dude.
No, it looks like it's in front of the second rig because some of the posts. Some of the posts.
Horizon.
Where the sky meets the geometric surface of the Earth, yes.
Dude, man, no. What are you talking about?
Where the sky appears to meet the surface
of the Earth. That's are you on a payroll or are you just delusional?
What are you talking about?
Define horizon. Knock it off this celestial body definition that's popped up for you desperate globe enthusiasts.
Where the sky meets the ground, just say it.
It's unbelievable.
Where the sky meets the water or ground.
Where is it?
None. What do you mean, where is it? As in, how far is it, or where is it in the picture? Do you want me to mark it on the picture?
Where does the sky end and the color change?
Oh no. You guys, there is a mirage above the horizon.
Where?
Okay, hold on.
So he's just fucking making up shit now.
No, I'm not. Let me copy the picture into MS Paint and freaking show you where I think the horizon is. Okay? It doesn't matter because it's still further than what would be predicted based on the globe model, okay?
It's behind the second one. You can't say it. I said it for you.
It's
okay.
Even the first, even the first one is further.
Explain this to the class.
You've got supposed to be 1.22 miles. Yeah. So even if you add in their refraction, which is 7/6R, what does that bring it to? Where should the horizon be?
1.3 miles.
Even 1.3 miles. That's amazing. So it's still too far. So what do you say then? So we've even added in we've even added in refraction for you, which you claim it is refraction.
Yeah. Okay. How far did the refraction say it should be?
1.3.
Standard 7/6R, 1.3.
So
that gets you an effective,
of course.
That gets you an apparent radius of about 4,600 miles. You're going to need 250,000 for that black swan picture right there.
But can we at least come to an agreement on where the horizon is? Let me show you where I think it is.
We already know where it's at.
Come to an agreement.
That's why we're here.
Behind the last oil rig. Can we agree on that?
No, because you can't quite see the base of the second oil rig.
Why can you see a boat? Why can you see a boat there?
That's actually, somebody went there. There's actually seals on that platform. It's like a platform in between them.
So if you zoom in on Haas's image, the line behind the second oil rig, what's that?
That's the Mirage.
So why is it above the legs of the platform then?
That's a good question.
Behind it, not blocking it. Because if it was a Mirage, it would be in front of it, wouldn't it? Because otherwise it's still too far anyway. Even if it is a Mirage, doesn't matter. Can you agree on that?
I'd really have to see it.
Can you see the feet? Can you see the feet at the bottom of the first oil rig?
Yes.
Can you see the feet at the bottom of the second oil rig?
No, because I believe it's blocked by the horizon.
So it's just a belief then, because we all see it.
You see the feet? Hold on. Let me go back. Can someone post the video one more time?
You are really confused.
Sorry, give me a second. Let me see the actual video for a second.
I forget what's he doing here. Heretic knows what it's called.
He's lost the plot.
I think he's legitimately confused. I have no idea what's going on.
No, he's not.
Well, I thought the opposite 10 minutes ago, but now he seems to completely lost. I don't understand what's going on.
Can someone post the full video, not just a short clip?
Well, that's where the still image is taken from, that clip.
That's not the image I want. I want to see the full video where he gets higher and to see if from a higher vantage point, if you can see the legs on the second platform.
Oh, brother.
What? I'm just saying.
Yeah, someone sits on someone's shoulders at the Guns N' Roses concert, they can see Axl.
You can even see the shadow of the second rig on the water. That's why it's dark on the floor of it, right where it meets the water. It's so dark. That's just a shadow.
Yeah, and it's not even about the oil rigs anyway. It's about the horizon behind them.
And it looks like
the oil rigs are what? What are the oil rigs? Since you have such a mastery understanding of this, what are they included in this observation for?
Distance.
That's it.
So if you're saying that the horizon is blocking the second oil rig and then the horizon is behind the second oil rig, what do we have there? Do we have like a wavy Earth? Just with waves?
We can just call it 9.4 miles for him then. We'll put the horizon at 9.4 miles. There, you win.
I agree. It's further than what would be
9.4 miles.
That's the 1.2 mile horizon. That's the 1.2 geometric horizon being projected beyond the oil rigs. Is that what you're under the impression?
Hmm?
Yes. So if there was a Taco Bell floating at 1.2 miles, you're telling me I would see it twice?
Depends if there's a mirage and how hungry.
Dong.
And this kid's teaching his own kids reality. This is what's scary.
It is scary.
I don't know.
Wild.
I really don't understand
You're
why.
going to tell your kids that that's not really there. Would you really tell them that you're not actually seeing that?
Not seeing what? I'm agreeing. That's
exactly. You don't even know what you're looking at. It's a good question for you.
Yeah, you do have your pride has kept you from even having a rudimentary understanding of what this observation is.
No, here's the thing. You guys got to listen a little bit. All right. I have already acknowledged that there are circumstances in which you can see cities beyond the, what would be a geometric horizon. What you shouldn't see.
Flat Earth.
You appear to sometimes be able to see things that you shouldn't be able to see according to the geometry of the Earth. But maybe there's something else going on. Maybe it's got something to do with the mirage. I've seen plenty of other evidence that leads me to still think the Earth is round. I don't know what to tell you.
Wishful thinking.
Okay.
Provide the evidence, dude.
Again, I've
spit it out.
There's plenty of evidence. There's For example, there's videos of
moon golf.
Yeah, the moon. There's other things that set below the horizon. The windmills. If you want me to post that.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, you need the drawing 101 class.
That's not perspective.
More than anyone ever in history of this server.
In no world does perspective make things go lower below the horizon.
Did he disappear?
No, I'm here. I'm just saying that. Have you not seen the video where the windmills? You literally can't see anything but the blades circling, above the horizon.
Yeah. So is that a geometric or apparent one?
It's apparent. That's the apparent horizon, and that doesn't work on the flat Earth.
Why not? What if we showed you a radio-controlled boat going over a lake and disappearing bottom up when there's supposed to be no measured curvature? What do you say to that?
Is there no curvature on that lake?
Nope. Too short. Too small.
Too small?
Nope. It's flat.
Okay.
Yep. And it disappears from the bottom up. Then what?
Show me the video. I'll take a look.
Okay.
I posted you some windmills for yourself.
Yes, thank you. Lovely windmills.
Where's the horizon in that picture?
Let's see. Oh, here's the little one. Can't pause it.
Yeah, why are those windmills not going over the horizon? Is that for refraction as well, isn't it? So when is it refraction and when is it not refraction? Is it only when it suits your model that it's not refraction?
No.
When it doesn't suit your model, it's refraction.
Over 5 hours ago, we discussed all this. I would want to take multiple measurements on multiple days with multiple conditions, different temperatures, different times.
What measurements?
I mean, observations. See under which circumstances you get a mirage and which ones you don't.
Well, how do you know if it's a mirage and how do you know if it's not a mirage?
That's the question. That's a good question. Yeah. I wouldn't
So then you'll say, okay, this mirage suits the globe, so therefore globe, and this mirage doesn't suit the globe, so therefore not globe.
No, I would say it would look, if it looks like there's a mirage, if there's more than one horizon. Let's see the video of the boat. There's, let's see, RC boat, where is it? Okay, there it goes. There's like a cut. What happened there? Oh boy. I don't know what to make of this RC boat thing. It's pretty grainy.
We could make this really simple.
Or
with the Black Swan. I mean, it's if you don't understand the Black Swan argument, then you're just wasting everybody's time with it.
I have acknowledged it. I've fully acknowledged.
All right, so you acknowledge that the horizon is not the curvature of the Earth.
The optical, yes.
No. Physical curvature of the Earth. Hold on.
No, the
yes or no?
No.
Geometric physical curvature of the Earth. Yes or no?
Does not match what I see sometimes. Maybe even most of the time.
No, all of the time, but...
Sure, all of the time.
And that's why we use these multiple examples to show you that it cannot possibly be the physical curvature of the Earth the way that it's prescribed. Because in the Black Swan, if you have a 1 foot observation, then it can't be more than 1.225 miles away. Everything behind the physical curvature would be blocking it. Now, you're saying, you brought up refraction several times, so you're saying that it would rise everything back up over this physical curve of Earth? You're going to have to say yes or no on that.
Can I say I don't know? Is that a valid...
Yes, you can say I don't know. Yes, you can say
I don't know. Sure.
Yeah, but then you'll have to admit that
I can admit that I'm ignorant on the topic.
Well, how can you speak on it for 30, 45 minutes and then finally you admit you're ignorant?
Because it's not the horizon and how far it is away from me that has convinced me that the Earth is round.
Listen, they gave us a number for the ball, right?
I don't care what they say.
All right, so that you're saying that the ball Earth could be bigger or smaller?
I'm saying that I base everything off my observations.
With your wishful thinking attached.
Yeah, well, I mean, are you observing something that I don't observe? To me, the Earth looks flat. I don't know what you're seeing.
I'm seeing a sun and a moon that don't change size or shape.
Oh, but okay, that's okay. Dude, I love the observations of the sun and moon. I mean, but that really gets into more like astrology and stuff for me.
They don't appear to circle above me. They appear to circle around me.
Around in which way? Like
as in they travel at 15 degrees per hour, staying the same size and shape. They appear to set on the horizon and then reappear 12 hours later, or as if they had circled underneath me.
Wow,
dude. Cool, I get this. All right, check this out. So you while you observe this, you think you're moving away from the sun, watching it set.
I'm not seeing it move away or closer. It appears
all of us see the sun move toward us and move away from us.
It doesn't look like it moves away from me at all.
All right, so what do you mean?
Yeah, what does it do? What does it do after?
Yeah, it's just like it doesn't look like it's moving.
It looks like it goes beneath me.
Beneath?
Yeah, dude, you are.
What the entire fuck are you talking about? I see the sun rise and set.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and how's it travel? It travels across the sky.
Across the sky
at a consistent speed.
So that means the sun is moving from your perspective.
From my perspective, it looks like it's moving.
All right, cool. So, but if you think the Earth is a globe, with the prescribed model and all that kind of stuff, then the reason you see that is because you're moving toward it when it's rising, and you're moving away from it when it's setting.
No, the reason it looks like that is because I'm standing on a spinning ball.
No shit, bro. That's what I just said.
Not because I'm getting further or closer from it, because because I'm spinning, I'm turning, and so
you're turning. You're moving toward it when you see it rise.
No, I'm turning away from it. I'm turning or turning towards it or turning away from it.
You're spinning backwards while you're turning space. Yeah, that's it.
God, I'm talking about from your perspective on the ground. When you're standing on Earth and you watch the sun rise, you're not moving. You're standing there on the Earth. You see the sun rise, and then about noontime, it's depending on the time of the year, it's almost right directly above your head. Summertime, It's summertime here in North America.
It travels.
So it's almost directly above your head about this time. So, and then when the sun sets, then you see it move away from you, and it does sort of travel in an arc across the sky too. I mean, you have to see that. Now, but does that mean the Earth is moving and the sun is stationary?
No. Based on those observations alone, it does not. And I would have, again, I don't know if you were here for it, but I would agree that the Earth looks flat. If I were alive 10,000 years ago and I saw the sun travel in an arc above me, I would assume that it sets beneath me, and the entire Earth goes dark while the sun travels beneath some legs of some elephant or something that's standing on a turtle, and that the sun pops up on the other side of the Earth. That's how it looks. No, that's how it looks. You can't lie and say it doesn't look like it's doing that.
Hey, Takanda.
What?
At noon, doesn't the sun really just have that 93 million mile distant star feel to it?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't look like that.
Okay, well then, why do you think it's 93 million miles away then?
That's based on calculation.
Because the experts nearly scorching you to oblivion. Yeah, 93 million mile distant star, my arse.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
what? You don't think it looks like it's traveling in a consistent?
No, I don't think it looks like it's 93 million miles away, and I see the sun moving just like you do, so I don't make any assumptions about it. Now, listen, check this out. Everybody all the flat earthers you're talking to in here used to think outer space, solar system stuff was true. So it's not like we are ignorant about it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So as far as the sunset goes, we used to think it was us spinning Earth and traveling around the solar system, all that kind of shit. It's not like we're but we changed our mind once we realized that what they're saying cannot possibly be true.
Why not?
Dude, you've been talking to these guys for what? How long have you been here?
I think.
Yeah, I was said about 30, 45 minutes, but it's been like 2 hours.
The swimming pool, the water. The Earth is claimed to be a spheroid covered in water.
Yes.
It's either one or the other. And you've been to the pool.
Yes, I've been to the pool. It looks flat because it's small. Oh my God. Maybe it does curve, but it's so small I can't detect it because the pool is too small for me to detect.
Check this out.
So why were you chanting about windmills?
Yeah, let's get down to brass tacks. I mean, do you know this, or do you think that the experts had figured it out and you defer to them because the flat earthers can't be right about this?
I've gone into it not based on the experts, but based on my own observations and keeping an open mind. I've listened to a lot of flat earthers. And it doesn't seem to comport with my day-to-day observations. I don't see the sun circling above me.
From 10 hours ago when you were talking about how the swimming pool's flat.
He just contradicted himself. He said the sun moves across the sky, and now he said Go ahead, old Oz. Sorry, brother.
Yeah. Well, the swimming pool's too small to make an observation of a horizon.
Okay, well, the canal.
Yeah.
The big swimming pool that you called it?
Sure.
Okay, that's 120 miles.
And it's long enough, but I can't...
Yes, it's welcome to Flat Earth.
How do I know there's no curvature there?
Because when we went over the specs of the thing, at either end is at sea level. There's no
talking
lock.
about Suez?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no locks.
Sea level curves with the curvature of the Earth.
Oh, here we go.
Yes, exactly. Here we go. That's exactly how it is.
Your wishful thinking is kicking in now.
That's coming with the assumption that the Earth is round.
Yeah, dude. Snap out of it.
Why?
I'm the king of wishful thinking.
Why? The reason that I think it's round has not been addressed. The sun does not circle above me; it circles around me.
Well,
it goes.
We're talking about the surface of Earth, though. The sun is not going to show you the shape of Earth, or whether it's flat or. This idea of globe was invented by someone. Everyone before this modern idea about the globe Earth was invented. It's very modern,
I guess, but that doesn't matter. The explanation of why seasons.
Are you saying people in the throughout history were too dumb to figure out that they were living on a globe? Is that what you're saying?
It's been said that the ancient Greeks had worked out that it's a globe, but
we've gone over their ideas about it, and we've shown that that's fallacious. So
exactly, and I don't care why. I don't base my belief based on what the Greeks believed. I base it off of what I observed with my own eyes. Yes.
Stop bringing up Eratosthenes. He assumed spheroid Earth. Stop doing it.
I'm not the one bringing it up. I'm not the one bringing it up.
You weren't talking about sticks and shadows for the last 4 hours?
That was when you guys asked me how to calculate the curvature.
Snap out of it. Listen.
That's how to calculate.
Why in God's green earth are you now, after you told us that the Suez Canal is a giant swimming pool, why are you now saying, "Oh, it's curved"? Hold on. Do you not listen? Or do you just wait to talk?
Oh, sorry. I'm listening.
How do you not realize that you've now added your wishful thinking to the mix? How is that not clear to you? Response?
Yes, I agree. I have, when it comes to the Suez Canal, I am assuming that the Earth is a globe.
Okay, dude. So that's the thing.
Yes.
Okay, here's the thing.
There's a curvature.
So what are you here to do? Are you here to learn about how you've been wrapped up in the mythology that had us all hook, line, and sinker?
No, I've learned
are you here just to continue to chant the edicts of the theology that you don't even realize you're in? Which one is it?
I'm here to learn and discuss.
Okay.
I've learned a few things.
Okay. So why do you keep chanting the edicts?
Because the things that I have learned have not convinced me in my core.
See, here's the problem. You've yet to even provide evidence of the globe.
And he might be under the impression that we're trying to convince him that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, he keeps saying that. I don't give a rat's ass. I pity the fool. If you want to snap out of it, hey, replay the last 54 hours.
Okay. Well, my observation.
No, we do this 24 hours a day just to bring people in that are curious about the topic. They come in, discuss it with us. Your conclusions, however it comes out, and that's up to you, man.
Sure. I'm still.
You keep reminding us that this is all you're just wishful thinking and assumptions. So what are you doing?
Not entirely.
This is what you believe. Great.
No, not entirely. There's observations that I've got that match with a round Earth, but do not match a flat Earth.
We used to believe it too, bro. Don't worry about
that. Well, nothing that you guys
took some convincing for me to actually give it a chance. So don't even worry about that, dude. It took me months, of research to actually give it a chance.
Yeah. Well,
it's just you've convinced everyone listening that you're chanting your belief. That's great.
Am I?
Yes.
How quickly did I change from, those oil rigs don't look like they're 9 miles away to, that one's probably 9 miles away and that one's probably 6 miles or so.
Yeah, and then 20 minutes ago, you're mumbling about some mirage behind the last oil rig and Taco Bell. Taco Bell twice. So, dude, listen, you're overcomplicating things. Okay? They claim the Earth was a spheroid. Okay, you're a complicated rock. I get it.
Yeah, sure.
They claim the Earth is a spheroid, okay?
Mm-hmm.
With a specific size.
And I don't care what they claim.
Well, what are you here to do? To birth a new cosmology? How big is your Earth?
I haven't measured it myself, but
is it in the room with you? We're talking about the 3959 spheroid. Hate to break it to you.
And I make the assumption that that's fairly accurate.
Yeah, but it's the black swan.
But I can't touch that.
Destroys. Horizon. Well, go do your own observations. Climb out of the hole that you bunkered yourself in, and go see the world for what it is. Godspeed.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, what's going on here, dude? What was your intention when you originally rolled in here?
I popped in to hear you guys' arguments.
And you have. So, based on what you heard,
agreed with water finding its level. So, welcome to Flat Earth.
No.
Like we said, nobody's trying to convince you. We gave you they give you the numbers of the sphere. We already know them, and we went over the observations and the math and everything. It's not really. I mean, it can be complicated if you're not good at math or. But even triangle. I mean, triangles is one of the simplest things you can figure out. It's not even that hard.
Yeah, one of you all were arguing about a sextant and a not being able to even use one on a round Earth, which I disagree with.
Yeah, it'd take you 4 hours to muster up the guts to say that.
Why? Well, because the sextant is not going to measure distance to anything. It's just an angular measurement to help you.
You have to rewind.
I'm not. Yeah, I already know. I can imagine already.
Answering the triangle is hilarious. He wouldn't define a triangle.
Yeah, I already know. But I know what not these people. They might say that, I was about to say these people, and I want to,
I didn't want to dignify.
I know what the argument is already. I won't put everybody in a box.
Tears.
Yeah.
Ballers tears.
I didn't want to dignify the question of what is a triangle. It just seemed like a silly question.
So, Ken, just like were you in here when QE was in here? Is that when you started coming?
Yeah, that's what he's talking about.
Oh, okay, so with the so there can be so the bottom line is a curve. To the horizon. That's where you start your triangle with the bottom line curved.
No, you wouldn't use a curve. You would use a straight line path from your eye to the horizon.
Yeah, but in celestial, not celestial. Anyway, celestial navigation, they don't necessarily consider curvature of the Earth.
Right. You use a straight line path from your eye to the horizon.
Yeah.
And use a sextant.
And the sextant, and then you measure the angular position of the star, and then you move in that direction.
Correct.
You're not looking for distance. You're just making sure you're traveling in the same direction by using the star.
Yes, and using flat geometry. Let's say you have a star that's 30 degrees above the horizon, and then you compare that to a round Earth, where the horizon,
why you wouldn't use any star that's much lower than 30 degrees?
No,
there's too much atmospheric distortion.
Yes.
Yeah, so you want to make sure you're traveling in the same direction by following the stars, but then you're going to have to know that those stars are moving in a circular pattern above you, so you have to know that too. Yeah. So they're moving, just like you were saying earlier about the 15 degrees.
Yeah, but that's but you're getting away from what I was trying to discuss is that if you use flat geometry and you look at a star, let's say it's like 30 degrees above the horizon, and then you do the exact same thing but using a globe that's 25,000 miles in circumference.
Why would you pretend you're on a globe when you're navigating the ocean?
What the difference would be, because the claim was that a sextant can't work on a globe. And it would literally be almost the exact same, because the horizon is a fraction of a degree below your eye level on a globe, whereas it would be at eye level on a plane. But it'd be within fraction of a degree. They would be basically the same. A sextant would work the same on a globe versus a flat plane. Essentially,
because you would use the calculations different, just like Flatsy's saying. You're looking at the GP of the star using triangulate. No, it's using non-Euclidean, but it's also just like that image I posted a minute ago. 1122. Yeah. That's the plane. That's the plane you're going to use for the zenith from the center of the Earth, right? Or the plane of the equator.
Mm-hmm.
So you can just throw all kinds of math at that, and you're still going to be doing the same thing. So, like, not like you have to consider the Earth as a globe to navigate. If you're using a sextant.
Right. The claim was that you can't use a sextant on a globe, and they kept muting me.
Well,
kept muting me. That
Okay, well then show me the curvature, and then we can, then we don't have to worry about this little number.
I'm not so sure the curvature can be directly observed, but
I know for a fact it can't. So
it does seem to be that objects will, disappear bottom up. You've heard this a million times.
Right.
And you say it's perspective. I don't think that perspective works like that.
Okay, so listen, if this is what you want to chant about, so that would if that is a boat going over the curve, then they would have to happen at where the Earth is curving.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Exact distances. I'm still saying
9-mile globe is what it is, and I guess you admitted you hadn't been out much, but if you go out, the things aren't disappearing, comporting to this 3959 spheroid. Sorry. Right. So snap out of it. It's enough of that.
Whether it's ships or airplanes, nobody does that. Nobody does it. Nobody's navigating that way across Earth.
What is it? How is it you're so wrapped up in this? I mean, what is going on? Is it outer space? It must, because when I brought up the evolved outer space pond scum scenario, real touchy subject, dinosaurs, you're into those. Well, so what is it? Is it the never-ending void of the universe and space travel that has you hooked, or what has you in this state of cognitus?
It's more or less, if you really want the honest truth, is whether or not things are.
No, how about you continue to bullshit us?
No, it's more.
Are you talking about the creation of the universe, or is it?
No, I just when people go online and start, saying things, they believe this is that or this is that.
Like the globe.
And
like moon golf.
Or if they start making, conspiracy theories, whatever they claim.
Define what conspiracy theory are you speaking of?
That the entire
heliocentric model.
Yeah, that all the countries on Earth know that the Earth is flat, but want to make everyone think that
nobody here said that.
Most people are as listen, pal.
No, but
most
all the governments.
people are,
Sorry,
most
not
people
everybody.
are as equally as duped as you are.
Even everybody in government.
Most of them, yeah.
Who knows? But the vast majority of people are as duped as you.
Right, but that's the thing.
They're not lying. They believe it.
The claim is that you all know something that other people don't, and the question is, what is
you know it too. You said swimming pools are level. You just have to start chanting 5 hours later that level is curved. That's your delusion.
Okay.
That's not a conspiracy theory. You're the one who's delusional, and now you're coping.
All right.
Well, it's like, I mean, it's just like, well, you asked him which conspiracy theory. And he's like, oh, that everybody's lying about the sphere Earth and all.
Right.
No, there are many other conspiracy theories we could talk about, but this is the one we talk about here.
Yes.
And
water seeking and finding level.
I'm trying to answer why.
But it's not
why do I care?
Conspiracy theory, dude. People at high levels are very, very. They believe it too, so it's not really.
The question was, how is it that you've become so wrapped up?
Right,
in it?
Exactly. I wasn't going to get into the whole conspiracy theory stuff, except that you asked why do I care, and the question is what is knowable, and how do we know things? What is truth, and how do we know?
I wouldn't even call flat Earth a conspiracy.
You must not have had your coffee today.
You don't think it's a conspiracy?
I'm asking you. I said you must not have had your coffee today.
No, I haven't.
Well, what do you mean? You know you haven't, or you believe you haven't?
Correct. I haven't. I know I haven't.
You know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you can cut your little bullshit "what is knowable" speech, put it in the bin with Eratosthenes and all the other junk.
All right, I
can name at least 30 conspiracies that we don't talk about on here, but this one is what we talk about on here. Let's just get to brass tacks. Earth. Well, we have been talking about.
No, we haven't talked about the conspiracy. Like, all the thousands of satellites that people send up and that businesses pay millions upon millions of dollars for. You don't think that, communications businesses, AT&T, Mobile, all these different, all around the world, other countries have different cellular networks and satellites and
they're building cell towers everywhere. Dude, snap out of it. Super Bowl commercials are not real.
Yeah, but the companies that put the satellites up, you don't think they'd notice that the satellites aren't actually there? It just seems like a grand conspiracy.
You would have to have. Hey, time out, conspiracy guy.
Listen.
You would have to have a globe Earth to begin with in order to send anything in orbit.
Right.
Right. So since it's such a mystery how it is that we know the Earth's a globe, how the hell are all these satellites up there?
Thousands and thousands.
Because the Earth is a globe. That's my conclusion. I'm not.
You ever seen it happen?
Have I seen a rocket
satellite on the balloon?
Satellite on a balloon.
No. Have you ever seen a satellite being launched into space and whatever orbit they claim it is? Like, I mean, how do you know how they claim to do it? I do. I know how they claim to do it.
Yes, I understand the physics behind it.
Really? So do I. And it's impossible.
Have you seen the physics for Superman's leaps and boundings capabilities?
There you go. I saw Superman make the Earth turn backwards in the 80s.
I saw Eddie Van Halen down at the Palisades. Yep, he's a zombie.
The question I would have is just that, all these companies that build the satellites, do they just not know where their satellite is? Do they not realize that their satellite's floating on a balloon instead of actually?
As in hell, even at McDonald's, there's compartmentalization.
Okay.
Snap out of it, dude.
You can get a hamburger if you take a free jab. That's the last I'm gonna say about that.
Okay, yeah, don't say anything about that.
Hey, Secunda.
I was wondering, is part of the reason why you can't seriously consider or process any of the new information you're being given about the flat Earth arguments because you can't think of the motive of why any amount of or a group of people would lie about the nature of our universe and say the Earth is a spinning globe in space? Is that part of the reason?
No, I can listen. I'm capable of listening to what you guys say about it.
Okay, but say anyone was to convince you that the Earth was flat and stationary, wouldn't your next logical kind of question be, okay, well, why are they lying about it?
Yes.
Have you considered any possible idea about why? Potentially, could it be?
It's not so much that I haven't considered why they would lie about it. I'm sure I could come up with a reason why they would lie. It's more like, could they get away with lying about it? It seems kind of challenging.
They did for a long time.
It's holy shit. You can't believe the government can get away with lying to you? What the?
About satellites. Just
that one lie. They could get away with all kinds of other lies, but not that one.
Well, you guys said it yourself that satellites require a globe Earth, right?
Anything to be in orbit around spheroid Earth, you would have to have the spheroid Earth.
So if you could prove satellites exist, that would prove.
If you could prove, no, dude. Okay. Have you seen Santa Claus at the mall?
Yeah.
How ridiculous is that?
Well, Elven Workshop up at the North Pole exists.
Mm-hmm.
You know what the craziest thing about Santa Claus? Within 24 hours, he covers the entire Earth.
You serious, Clark?
Goes down everybody's chimney, all that kind of shit.
Yeah, dude, just give us evidence that the Earth's a sphere.
Oh, okay.
They already did moon golf. They did you one better than the satellite.
Mm-hmm.
They drove a moon buggy on the moon. They played golf on the moon. I mean, dude.
That's right, lunar dune buggies. Yeah, dude.
Yeah. Well, I can't
Don't drive too far, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
You know what they didn't do when they went to the moon?
What?
Well, they brought space rocks back to Earth, supposedly, and then there was a moon rock in Netherlands, and they were like, "This ain't a moon rock. This is petrified wood."
Yeah. Hey,
yeah.
Hey, Takonda. So you mentioned the phenomena of the sun's movement across the sky earlier.
Yes, that's the main thing.
Let us ask you, why do you personally think the sun moves across the sky the way it does, and particularly why there's also the phenomenon of a sunrise and sunset? Why do you think that happens?
I think it's because I'm sitting on a giant ball that's spinning.
Okay, which direction is it spinning?
It is spinning. What is it, like toward east?
Okay.
Well, you would have to be traveling west to see the sunrise in the east. So.
Is that correct? Okay. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's
all right. So this is the first time you thought about it. Go ahead and think some more.
Yeah. So it's east to west, right?
I believe I'm traveling east to see the sunrise in the east. No,
you have to be traveling west to see the sunrise in the east.
That seems wrong.
What?
If I'm traveling west.
Well, it depends on which direction. Well, I mean, it doesn't depend on which direction you're facing. If you're facing north, east is on your west side, so that means the sun is moving toward you. That means if the Earth is moving, you are traveling west.
All right, it doesn't matter. Can we just move to the next?
No, it does matter. You better think about this. If you're facing north and you see the sun traveling over your right shoulder or from the east, that means you're moving.
Yes, Heretic says it's west
toward
to
the east.
Toward the east.
I mean, it's west to east. So you're in a circular pattern from west to east. And that's why this is your claim. That's why you see the sun.
Right. That's what I said.
Rise.
Traveling east, okay?
No, I said yeah.
Just let's move on.
All right.
Okay.
Dude, the Earth. See, this is what's so dumb about the globe.
What?
Oh, it is what
east.
Yes.
Exactly. So you're.
Oh my God.
Toward east, and then.
Wow, thanks, Heretic. Holy shit! I mean, we all know the Earth is like stationary and doesn't move, so we don't really give a fuck. So we're really just trying to get your perspective.
That's why I wanted to move on, because I had already answered it, and you guys kept harping on it.
Okay, hold on. Here's what I found confusing about the question is because if I'm moving east and I see the sun move above me, and is it traveling west? I guess maybe it is.
Yes, it would be relative to you.
But neither one of either one is moving or the other one. Which one's moving?
I would say
Earth. You would say the Earth, right?
Yes, of course. I would say the Earth relative to the sun, but
so you're moving west,
yes,
and that makes the sun appear to move east.
No,
you're traveling east, and it would make the sun appear.
I know it's a little confusing. It's kind of like why does a word on my shirt look backwards in a mirror but not upside down? See, some of these things get a little bit tricky. That's why I didn't answer immediately. Oh, we're moving east. I had to think about it for a second.
Yeah, me too. Yes, sorry guys, I got it now. Got it.
Okay, it's a little bit tricky.
Wait, okay. All right, so I'm glad we got that settled. It is west to east, which causes sunrise in the east and sunset in the west. That's
on a globe model, correct? Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
But is west to east sort of like, if you're using the directional terms like left, right, up, or down, like how is the Earth spinning?
Well, you might have to think about it on a rotational axis.
It spins counterclockwise.
If the Earth is a globe, we have to think about it that way.
I mean, they say there's no up or down in space. If we're looking at it down from the,
but we're on Earth. We're not in outer space.
Okay, but if we're looking at it, it spins counterclockwise if you're looking at it from the North Pole, and if you're under the Earth, looking at it from the South Pole, it'd be spinning clockwise.
Wait, under the Earth? I thought everywhere that you are on Earth,
yes,
you're on top of the Earth.
Well, beneath the South Pole, I know.
Wait, but
beneath. There's no up or down or space. I'm just using the word just colloquially so that we're all on the same page.
Yeah,
but you could be above the South Pole. Technically, you would be above the South Pole. Okay, technically.
Wait, so when the sun is setting in the west,
go Platter.
I mean, you have to concede, if you believe you live on a spinning globe, you'd have to concede to the fact that you actually believe that the sun is setting and then going over the horizon in the way it does, going down, because the Earth is actually essentially doing a backflip.
Pretty much. Yes.
Wow.
A backflip's an excellent example. Yes.
You actually believe that?
That's based on my perspective, what it looks like it's doing.
I got some other ones plattered too.
Okay, but you don't actually feel the backflip motion at all? No.
Not any more than I should.
Okay, and just really quickly, because I got to go after this, I'm going to get some dinner in. So sorry if I repeat some arguments. It looks like you guys were talking about level water earlier, but if I can hit on a different note, in case you didn't touch on this point.
Sure, please.
Can you?
At that point. Go ahead, bro.
Oh no, I know. Just real quick, you can stop me if you've talked about this particular one. Can you go into detail what causes a body of water to exist in the first place? Like, for example, if I want to drink a cup of water, what do I need to actually drink the cup of water besides the water?
Oh, come on. You're talking about, it's a container. It must be in a container. Okay.
and what do I need to take a bath besides the water?
I mean, you don't. Well, for a bath, yeah, you would need a tub.
A bathtub. Okay, you're 2 for 2. Very good. I mean, what would I need to take a dip in the swimming pool besides the water?
The pool. I got it. Go ahead. Yeah, we can.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So right. So if you go to the lake, you know that there's a bottom.
Yes, the lake.
You know there's a bottom floor, and that it's contained laterally and 360 degrees with a shore that's elevated higher than the water level, isn't it? Right?
The lake. Yes, the lake is contained.
It's contained by what? The floor and
the sides of the lake, the shore. Yes.
Do the sides have to be? Can the side just be on one side, or does it have to be like on 360 degrees, encompassing the entire thing?
For a lake to be a lake, it would have to have a shore that goes all around it. Yes, or it could have a river that runs through it. But whatever. Technically, sure. Why not?
It's a movie called "A River Runs Through It," right?
Yeah.
Okay, so last thing is
pretty good movie.
Why would the principles that cause a body of water to exist in the first place somehow change when it comes to the largest scale of a body of water that we know of, which is the ocean? Why all of a sudden are you going, okay, you need a solid container with a bottom floor and lateral walls surrounding the water in 360 degrees, and without any of those criteria, you cannot have a body of water. But for some reason, when it comes to the largest body of water that we know of on Earth, which is the ocean, you go, well, no, actually, that one, it doesn't. I know there's the ocean floor, but it doesn't actually need the lateral sides. It can just kind of stick to itself.
On that point, check out the Great Lakes profile I just posted. I mean, that's a really good thing. I mean, those aren't oceans; those are contained lakes, and they're connected by streams and rivers.
Mm-hmm.
And there are thousands. They're over 2,000 miles wide, 3,000 miles wide.
About meters.
Well, how about meters? I mean, if you go over 2,000, about 4,000 meters.
Is it
4,000 kilometers? I mean, kilometers.
Oh yeah.
It's the Great Lakes profile. That's in North America. Between Canada and U.S.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, look at flat lake, flat lake, flat lake, flat lake, flat lake. The depths go pretty deep.
Very deep. Yes.
All right. So you're talking about hundreds and hundreds of miles, and that's the profile. That's the side profile of these lakes. Well, where's the curve?
I gotcha. I know.
But also,
there's no curve in that picture. Okay.
But also, Takonda, where is the 360 degree wall
for the oceans
of higher elevation for the ocean? Where is it, bro? You need to show us.
Well, you could say that all the shoreline of all the continents, including Antarctica, can act as a container. But
no, that's not.
Let's say there's no container for the.
Show us this damn globe that everybody claims.
Or let's say there's no container. What happens to water if I drip it from a drain? Have you ever seen what water does?
Whoa,
wait, drops. Are we going back to
turns into a ball? It turns into a ball.
It doesn't.
No, water turns into a ball when it's falling. It has no container. When the water has no container.
False equivalency. Right. But the problem is, Takonda, you realize why that argument is completely invalid and a false equivocation and terrible analogy is because does the majority does all of the water that's composed in the earth, is it like a one uniform large body of water with significant volume?
Huge drop of water, right?
Or is it just?
I got a meme for that.
But if it were, it would still form a ball. But it's sticking to a surface of a large rock. Yes.
That's not. Have you ever All right, maybe you have, maybe you haven't. Have you heard the term meniscus?
Yes.
Well, there you have it. Then you have no argument.
A meniscus does explain why a ball of water, like a small drop, turns into a ball. That's true. But gravity would explain why a ball of water the size of the Earth would still form into a ball. It doesn't need a container. This whole argument's kind of fallacious.
Wait. Gravity did what?
Gravity. Suppose gravity exists.
Gravity turns
water into a ball.
Ball turns. How does gravity do that? Explain that to me. I'm trying to figure this out because I've been looking into this for quite a while. I mean, like 8 years.
The theory of gravity states that matter attracts matter, and the shape that it would form if given, no container, if it was just a big Earth-sized ball of water, it would form a sphere.
Where did the matter come from? I mean, how would we even know, and how could we test that? Can you tell me how that's possible?
That's all according to theory, okay?
Do you have I felt like the okay at the end of your sentence you were giving up because we already know what you're going to say before you say it.
No, there's no Earth-shaped ball of water the size of the Earth that I can point to and say, here, look.
Really? I think there's a couple of...
There's some gas giants.
Gas giants. I mean, they say, gas could be a liquid under certain pressures and all that kind of shit. But, bro...
No, but they don't say that they don't say that Jupiter's a liquid, do they? They say it's gas.
Yeah.
So I guess the question is how does a gas giant form in a vacuum in the first place?
Right. Exactly.
Gravity.
No, how does it how does it stay together? How does it form?
I'm gonna go smoke. You guys have at it.
It seems like gravity would pull it together.
Why?
Because do you know how heavy the atmosphere is?
Okay, so are we talking about Earth now? Because I thought we were talking about Jupiter.
Jupiter's atmosphere is even heavier. It's got a lot of mass, and matter attracts matter.
Wait, according to you, Jupiter currently is held together by gravity, right? I'm not asking that. I'm asking how did it form?
Okay, how would Jupiter form?
Yeah.
Before there were any two particles together, how did they start?
Yeah, in a vacuum.
In a vacuum.
That's something,
how is that possible?
That is something I would have to do some calculations for. I don't know.
I'm sure you will. You're going to have a mighty fallacious calculation for that one. You're right.
It's not about calculations. It's about just basic philosophy, right? So we know that gas doesn't coalesce into balls in a vacuum in demonstration, right? So then you're saying that this is necessary for Jupiter's formation, and there's no way that can't be demonstrated.
You would have to have. I mean, to demonstrate it, you would need enough gas the size of a planet, right?
Yeah. So what you're effectively admitting is that your claim is unfalsifiable, and then you're trying to put that on me.
Jupiter could have been snapped into existence by God. I don't know how it formed, and I can't prove that it formed.
Do you think I'm Christian?
I don't know if you're Christian or not.
Okay, because it seems like you're trying to imply that that's the only other explanation.
No, it's not the only other explanation. They say that the scientists say that gravity pulled, that much mass together collects into a ball, and that's how you form Jupiter. Are
you a Christian?
I'm not sure. No.
Oh, okay. Wait, you actually think Jupiter is 11 times like a tiny light in the sky from our perspective? You actually think it's how much bigger do you think Jupiter is? Don't Google it. Just be honest. How much bigger or smaller?
I can't tell. I can't tell just by looking at it, but with the telescope you can actually see the moons, 4 Galilean moons circling Jupiter. You can see it from Earth.
Smaller than the Earth.
Okay.
So it's not just Jupiter, is it? Because obviously the sun is said to be a gas as well, right?
Correct.
So the sun, Jupiter, many other quote-unquote gas giants all coalesced in a vacuum which has never ever been demonstrated to be possible.
Yeah.
Isn't that a bit of a problem for your worldview?
Supposedly the demonstration would be, if you go to an observatory with a big enough telescope, you can see nebula where stars are forming. That's what they say. But again, this doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the Earth in particular.
It's to do with the heliocentric conception of reality, right? So,
correct. And I don't have any reason to dispute that matter can't attract matter. It seems to make sense. I would have to do the math on it. How big is Jupiter? How much mass was the gravitational constant and all that? I don't. That's something I'd have to look up. It's not something I can tell off the top of my head. I don't know. I don't know.
This isn't a question of math. This is a question of philosophy, right? If it can't be demonstrated, then the maths is useless.
It's physics.
No, it's not even physics. What he's talking. This is philosophy. It's before physics or maths. It's philosophy, right? We don't have a demonstration of gas coalescing into balls in a vacuum. Ever, right? No one can produce that. Yet we're being told that, if you look into the sky, that must have happened, bro. Believe me, bro. And then if you press further, they then point to other things in the sky and say, see, it's currently happening, bro, which is just a reassertion of the thing in contention in the first place.
It's just not something I could demonstrate in a lab. Like, I can't create a vacuum big enough to house a Jupiter-sized. It's the point is not something I would argue.
That gas before it coalesces is going to take up a lot more volume.
It would take a lot more volume.
All spread out. I mean, massively. So how does that start?
Well,
before we get off subject, sorry, God Rockin, just quickly before we get off subject. Yeah, before we get off this subject, can you at least admit that it's not me making an unreasonable question of you? It's that you have got an unfalsifiable claim and that I'm pointing it out. Because often what happens is when you say, can you demonstrate that? They go, oh, well, of course we can't, because it's either millions of years or it's too big. But then why, if you don't have a demonstration of it, are you asserting that it's even possible, right? That's
okay. I'm not saying that it's possible or impossible, that I'd still have to do the math on it, because we do know that gravity can go very far. If we are to believe the round Earth model, the moon is trapped by Earth's gravity, and the moon is supposedly hundreds of thousands of miles away, and the Earth is supposedly trapped in orbit around the sun's gravity, and the gravitational field is quite big, 93 million miles. So if you have enough matter, you can pull other matter towards you, as long as it's not moving at orbital speed. As long as the angular velocity doesn't exceed the gravitational pull, then the matter should coalesce. In theory, yes, you could potentially form a ball if you had a planet-sized worth, a Jupiter-sized worth of matter. I can't tell you exactly how long it would take to form. How much would be escaped into the vacuum of space, and how long it would take to pull that towards the center of the big ball that's starting to form. But I assume once it starts to form, as long as it's not spinning too fast, it should collect together. But again, I can't prove it. I can't prove it one way or the other. It just, I think it sounds plausible to me. I know it sounds crazy to you.
Well, your response to me, your response to be about me saying that you've rebutted my questioning of your reassertion with another reassertion is to reassert it yet again. Right? You understand how this is just Groundhog Day. You're just reasserting the same thing in contention ad nauseum.
Also, you really think Jupiter is 11 times bigger than the Earth? I mean, the Earth as it is like massively.
Jupiter is bigger than that. I don't remember how big it is.
Well, you can Google it. It's claimed 11. I mean, twice bigger than the Earth is already like huge, right? But it's not 3 times, 4 times, not 5 times, 11 times bigger. And then at the same time, you also think, as massive as the Earth is, as it is, you think that 1 million size Earths can fit inside the, even though the sun looks like just a tiny light in the sky.
Yep, that's according to the model that says that the sun is 93 million miles away. Of course, that's the size of the sun at that angular substance and at that distance. That's what they worked it out to be. So,
Yeah, just quickly, Andres. You're confusing diameter with volume, right? So they claim.
Yeah, that's where I got confused.
Yeah. So they claim that Jupiter's got 11 times the diameter of Earth, but I've just looked it up here, 1,300 times the volume. So it would be 1,300 times as large. But regardless, I mean that's completely unfalsifiable garbage.
Yeah, it'd be very massive if it's up there, and if it's as far away as they say it is.
But again, we're talking about gas balls in vacuums, bro. Just switch your brain on. Like
gas balls that if you buy a $300 telescope, you should be able to see it.
Yeah, we know what Jupiter is. We know that it's there. We're questioning whether it's a gas ball in a vacuum. Mm-hmm. Anyway, sorry, Godrockin wanted to bring up something, so please go ahead.
Oh, Seconda, does this...
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Wait, what?
We got a bunch of noise. Could you repeat it?
Yeah, Godrockin, do you want to make your point?
Does the sun and moon look up? All right.
Shoot.
Yeah, go on, Andrews. I think Godrockin. Godrockin, you there, bro? Nah, I think he's hot micing.
God micing, dude.
Hot micing. Yeah, go on, Rebel Andrew.
Tukon, did you hear my question or no?
No, sorry. It got cut off, I think.
Okay. I was just asking, do you think the sun and moon look like about the same size in the sky to you?
Yes.
Okay. So you think it just happens to be a coincidence that the reason the sun and moon look the same size in the sky, the sun is 400 times further away than the moon, and the moon is like 400 times smaller or something like that. I'm kind of forgetting the details, but yeah, you have to believe, even though the sun is like 400 times bigger than the moon, it only looks the same size because it also happens to be 400 times
further away.
Away. And, I mean, you just think that it just happens to be like a cool coincidence of sorts?
Yeah, and I also have to believe that it's a pretty cool coincidence that the moon is, doesn't seem to show the other side. It's always showing the same side. It's kind of interesting. These are all, interesting observations.
You know what else is really interesting is they claim that the reason that life was created on this planet through evolution was because of our particular place in the universe, and so
right, liquid water,
yeah, and that's why and that's their special version of the creation story of humans here on Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah. Are you an atheist by chance, Takonda?
Agnostic, pretty much.
I mean, what? Okay. What evidence were you expecting to see for a god that you deem is missing for you to be agnostic?
It's a good question.
And by the way, this it doesn't necessarily have to get into religion or creation, but that's a pretty extreme coincidence that this is the evolutionist claim is that we just happen to appear, in the Milky Way galaxy in a special position, and that's why evolution happened because of gravity and all that kind of shit,
And there you are, Takonda, assuming there's another side of the moon to see.
No, that's interesting. No, I've never seen it.
But Takonda, wouldn't you admit, if you just hypothetically speaking, right? If you were to be convinced you did see the scientific empirical evidence of a stationary flat Earth enclosed in some sort of containment, like a vaulted dome, referred to as a firmament, wouldn't that be very strong evidence that this universe was indeed created and put here by?
It would be hard to explain scientifically. I can say it like that. If there was a dome above me, a firmament, then maybe yes.
Well,
because I'd have a hard time explaining it.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now. Some of these other guys, maybe besides Creation Bear, would disagree with me. But I think earlier I asked you about the motive. If you ask me why would they lie, there's a lot of reasons, including money and hiding land and energy and stuff like that. But at the deepest level, I believe it's spiritual warfare. I believe it's the largest satanic deception in history to hide God from humanity, and specifically the God of Israel, which is the one who's revealed his legacy in the Bible. That's what I would say. And so you saying you're agnostic or even atheist at worst, you're unfortunately one of the victims of the space propaganda. So the deception has worked on you and people.
Okay, well, maybe. I still fail to see basic observations that would comport stronger with a flat Earth than a round Earth. So I don't know.
Well, I mean, do you feel yourself moving?
Exactly.
I feel myself moving as much as I should.
Observe and experience.
Okay, so how do you know? So what does that mean?
At my latitude, I don't think there's a significant difference between the amount of gravity I should feel spinning on a giant ball.
That sentence doesn't make any sense.
It does, because you can calculate the centripetal force based on the rotational speed, and we only spin once per day. It takes 24 hours to rotate the Earth. Even though I'm moving quickly, the angular velocity is actually pretty slow. The Earth would have to be spinning 13 times faster to launch things off the surface, and it's exponential. So it's I think it's only 1/3 of 1% at the equator when you actually do the calculations. And I did the calculations years ago when I actually bothered to do them. But yes, you can calculate the centripetal force, and things in theory should be 1/3 of 1% less. They should have less weight at the equator than at the North Pole.
So yes, none of that addressed anything that I said.
Right.
So I asked you, do you feel yourself moving?
Why would I feel myself moving?
Exactly, because you're not moving?
No, because I'm moving at a constant speed.
All right, let's count how many times he says calculate.
Come on, Julio, please, can I just get to the end of this discussion?
Yeah, go ahead, brother. Sorry.
Thank you.
I'm sure you've heard it before.
Yeah, so, I mean, again, you're just kind of asserting unfalsifiable claims, right? So you're saying, well, I am moving, but I can't measure it and I can't feel it. And I can't measure it and I can't feel it because maths, right?
No, because
that doesn't make any sense. It's much simpler, and if you were to bear out, say, Occam's razor, you would just say, well, it's much simpler to just say, I'm not moving.
Right.
Without fewer assumptions. I don't feel like I'm moving because I'm not moving.
Mm-hmm. That would be the assumption.
So then the point is that if you then tell me no, shut up, it's not terrible logic. But then if you then tell me that you are moving, it's then down to you to prove it and not to dismiss that by saying mathematically it makes sense in your worldview.
Right. I would calculate it basically. I'm not sure how much I should feel like I'm moving. If I were moving at the speeds that the round Earth suggests, I've flown in an airplane. I've moved at over 500 miles an hour. It doesn't feel like I'm moving at 500 miles an hour. And if I set my drink down on my drink stand in front of me, it doesn't slam into me at 500 miles an hour. It's traveling at a constant velocity. So,
how is that analogous to what I said?
Because if I'm on a round Earth that's spinning, it's spinning at a constant speed. And unless it stops suddenly, I don't feel any motion. I'm moving at the same speed that I was before. Acceleration is what you feel, not speed.
Okay, again, so it's not analogous because we both know that the airplane is moving.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But so that's not in contention. Right. This is in contention. So we can prove that the airplane's moving. Can you prove that the Earth is moving without saying, oh, but you wouldn't feel it anyway?
Oh, I mean, I would...
Yeah, weight change with latitude, Crypto. We've had this conversation before.
Yeah, we've had this conversation before, but I'm not having this conversation with you. I'm having with him.
Again, this is all stuff that it's even Einstein had said that you can't. There's no optical experiment that can prove that you are the one moving versus the one that's stationary. When you consider relativity and reference frames.
Right. Yep. So again, we're just adding more unfalsifiable claims, right?
I get it. Yes, of course.
You understand how this is like a common theme for the globe.
Suppose I'm in an airplane with all the windows shut and I can't see outside the airplane, and suppose there's no turbulence and I can't feel anything. How fast do I? How do I know how fast I'm moving, if I'm moving at all?
It's not in contention whether the airplane's moving or not. No one's contending that.
That's just an analogy.
If I'm just sat in a cafe and not moving, I also don't feel like I'm moving, right? So I mean, the question is, which is it? And you're saying, well, in this one instance where no one questions whether the airplane's moving or not, it might appear this way.
But if I'm outside of the airplane and I can see that it's moving, then I can prove that it's moving. But you'd have to do some more work. You'd have to do some more work to prove that the Earth is moving. There's no optical.
Not analogous then.
Yeah, well, I guess
then you even said that Einstein admitted.
Yes.
Right. So then
there's no.
You don't understand that your claim is unfalsifiable. Just admit that your claim is unfalsifiable. That's what you have to do.
My claim is unfalsifiable. Say the word.
Is the round Earth unfalsifiable?
No, we're talking about the movement of Earth, not
unfalsified, not unfalsifiable.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
You got me kind of late at this hour. I'm really kind of tired.
I mean, it's 6 a.m. here, so I really shouldn't be up.
We have to wait till next time for this prized globe evidence.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I've got to
find out in episode 33.
Is correct, Ruhi.
I think this is really Aussie hours, so I might just leave it to the Aussies to duke out.
Great.
Also, don't the star trails making perfect circular trails in the sky kind of debunk the heliocentric model on its face? Because allegedly, according to that model, there's so many different vectors of motion, like with the Earth's rotation, its revolution around the sun, and also at the same time in a wake going along with the sun, traveling nearly 500,000 miles per hour, and the entire Milky Way galaxy itself traveling 1.3 million miles per hour through space. Right, all these different vectors of motion. There's absolutely no way. It is an absolute impossibility where the stars at night, if you're doing long exposure astrophotography, to make these perfect circular trails, and at the same time have Polaris, the North Star, have been there since the beginning of time. We should have seen different stars 100 years ago.
I get you. Yeah, and I know. And people will say that the Earth also tilts the precession of the tilt of the Earth, that it's not always exactly at 32 whatever degrees. And I've never measured the stars in their position and checked to see if they're not drifting, but supposedly that they're millions of light years away, so you can't really do that. So
another unfalsifiable claim.
Yeah, it's unfalsifiable. I'm not using that claim to describe the shape of the Earth, but I would consider the Southern Cross to be more conforming to a round Earth model than anything that the flat Earth could explain.
No, that's not true. There's no equivalent. There's no equivalent of a North Star in the South Pole.
Yeah, I mean, yes, it is falsifiable. Their claim about the Southern Cross is falsifiable. There's no accurate observation the same way that it's claimed in the North. There's no such thing.
There's a clump of stars that seem to be near the middle.
Sigma Octantis, and for the most part, certain. You can't.
Have you ever been down there? Have you ever been in?
No, I haven't been. No, I haven't.
Have you?
No,
neither have I. Nope.
Well, what are you saying then?
I'm saying that it's established by multiple people having had seen it.
Well, Takonda, just even think about how ridiculous the pun intended, like the astronomical distance, allegedly how far away these stars are. Just a single. Do you have any idea just how far a single 1 light year is? Any idea? Without googling it. No, you don't. Right? That's the answer. You have no idea, right?
It's unfathomable. I know it's something like 300.
Well, it's 10
to the 9th or something. 3 times 10 to the 9th.
9.72 trillion kilometers. That's just one. Okay, the average star is 4,000 light years away. That's 37.76 quadrillion kilometers away.
I mean, if they're that far away, it doesn't matter how fast we're moving. They're not going to look like they're moving.
No. That's the thing, though, right? Because this is the point you're missing. Just the simple inverse square law of light would deem those stars and its light completely impossible to see. Not only could we see a dim light, it wouldn't be possible at all from that far away, which is unfathomable. You're right. I think that's like the first
who cares?
Coherent thing you've said.
It's absolutely true, Reb. That's absolutely true. You wouldn't be able to see it.
You wouldn't be able to see it. Not even. And when you look at the sky at night, they're just the way they. Some of them like twinkle with like different kind of like colors and this kind of pattern and stuff. They look like they're right there. Like there's
we're going off into the land of we're going off into the land of unverifiable.
Sure. Yeah. It's just like their claims are absolutely. Their claims about distance. There's multiple trillions of light years and all that kind of shit. Yes. No. But it is preposterous. So Timbo. Now, I've heard people in Australia, and I think I've heard you say that you've seen Sigma Octantis.
No, not seen it. You can't see it with the eyes.
Yeah, you have to.
It's supposed to be a clump of. I don't even think you can see it with a telescope, to tell you the truth. I've never witnessed it. So, have you got images of it, Ruhif?
Probably.
So what's that with? What's that with a telescope or what?
Yeah, 6-inch Celestron and a CCD camera.
And you can see the 3 stars there.
Sigma Octantis. I ran it through a plate solve.
Yeah, Sigma Octantis is a group of stars. Yeah.
I think there's one. One is called Sigma Octantis.
I think the group is called Sigma Octantis.
Dude, what the hell? Ruhif doesn't even know what it really is. What the? Ruhif, I thought you were smarter than this, man. I didn't really think you were smarter than that.
I'm pretty sure it's a group of 3 stars.
Yeah,
they claim. Yeah.
Well, it's Octantis, so isn't there 8? It's like, I've looked into it. Shit.
I'm not sure. I've never seen it, man.
Yeah.
I see the Southern Cross every night, pretty much, but
it's called the Southern Cross, but there's some other stars. Supposedly, there's some other. It's like a group of stars. Whether or not it's 4, 8, 1, but there's not one in the middle like Polaris or whatever. Like right. You're not going to observe the same thing, in the southern hemisphere as you would in the northern hemisphere.
Even if there wasn't a center star, the fact that they all seem to spin around a second pole suggests
second pole.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, what pole? That's what I was about to get into. Go ahead, Timbo. Timbo, you probably got this better than I do. Go ahead, brother.
You saying there's a South Pole? Have we got a South Pole? How do you find that?
If me or for Taekwondo?
How do you find the South Pole?
If there's a group of stars that circle above the North Pole, and then you have another
group 90 degrees above.
Wait. If there's a group of stars, hold on. All of the constellations that we all observe in the northern hemisphere, that's why they call them constellations, because they're constant. Mm-hmm. So we have the freaking Big Dipper, Little Dipper, there's 12, 13 constellations. Yeah, all northern. There's some in the southern hemisphere as well. It changes as you move across Earth, but it doesn't move the same way if you look south. And so tell me more about this.
That
I know something about it, but I just want to hear what you guys in the Ruhif, you got something about this that you want to tell me?
I can get you a photo of it if you want.
A photo of what? Sigma Octantis?
Yeah.
I'm talking about the entire
You got
system.
Have we got a photo of Sigma Octantis 90 degrees underneath it?
Bro.
Sorry, have I been to the South Pole? No.
No, I'm not asking that.
No, we're asking if you said you observed Sigma Octantis from Australia, or New Zealand, or whatever. Show it.
Yeah, I'll try and find a photo, but otherwise I'll try and take one tonight.
Wait, do we have another round earther in here?
Yes, we do.
Great.
We have Timbo and
round, or I don't know if he's round.
Timbo's
I think he might be a globe earther.
Dude, it's like we're breaking him down. It seems like he's been here for like 5 hours, and I think people are breaking him down.
Round and flat are the same thing.
Okay. Globe.
Yeah, that's better.
It's like globe. It's like just kind of like, well, this is what I think.
Words.
It's like, yeah,
words mean things. Words do mean things.
Yeah.
We should, if we can't agree on words, then we're never going to be able to have a decent argument about anything.
Well, actually, everyone is actually a flat earther. It's just the problem is most people won't realize it until the Messiah returns and cracks through the firmament, and everyone.
Like I bet you anyone I can beat Ruhif to the Southern Constellations.
What do you mean, beat me to it?
You posted shit yet, so you can't post.
Oh yeah, I'll have a look later. I've probably got a photo of it, but I'll have to search. It's probably easier for me to just take another.
I'm gonna temporarily give you ability to post something.
Yeah, the only thing I actually haven't seen a photo of it. I've seen an image of what it should look like in one of those star apps, but I don't think I've ever seen a photo of it.
Even though Ruhif's kind of an asshole sometimes, I don't think he'll post anything like crazy. So I'm going to give him a image rolls. I mean, he's not going to abuse. He's not going to abuse the role,
Even
though
try
he's
and get a photo tonight. If the weather's good.
Why don't you, dude? I'm going to look it up on Google.
There's no photos, man. There's images. I'm just trying to find something, but
I'm gonna go ahead and give. I'm giving you the embed roll, Ruhif, man. I mean, don't abuse it. As long as you're here, just post whatever you think is relevant. And if you fuck it up, you're never gonna be welcome back again. So.
Excellent.
Anyway, like Star Trails and shit like that, they don't really prove anything anyway.
Fact that
but it's interesting. Just like I was posting earlier, that we're going to have an annular eclipse in North America this year, which is it's super rare, and it's going to be in October, and it'll go from Oregon down through Texas and parts of Mexico, and dude, I would love to observe that. So, which is an annular eclipse is what they call the Ring of Fire, where it's like instead of a total solar eclipse, you get where the moon appears a little bit smaller, so you get the Ring of Fire.
So, can everyone agree, if we're all facing south, that stars go from left to right?
It's not how I describe it.
The answer is yes. Hold on. Wait, you have to say yes, Ruhif. I mean, you can't be that.
Yeah, you can't disagree with that.
No, if I'm looking east, they'll go.
Wait, looking north. Looking north, they go from right to left. When you look south, they go from left to right. Come on, man.
Yeah,
this ain't that hard.
That's for everyone. Yeah.
Everyone on Earth.
I'd say they rotate clockwise if I'm looking south.
So if you're standing looking south, do they come from your left and go over your right shoulder?
No, some of them don't. If I'm looking at the South Celestial Pole and the stars below that pole, like lower elevation, are going from right to left.
There are no stars below the pole. What are you talking about?
In elevation from my position.
Where are you seeing these stars from Sydney go under it?
Yeah, if I'm in Sydney looking at the celestial pole, I see a rotation, right? So stars below that circle.
Well, you don't see a rotation, you see an arc, because you can't see a rotation because you'd need 24-hour time-lapse photos of the stars.
Yeah, but the ones on the bottom of that path are going right to left.
That's what confuses me sometimes when him and the other guy that was in here arguing earlier, they keep saying below. Like there's something that in the sky that happens below the earth.
No, I mean lower altitude.
Below.
Low altitude.
All right, so lower altitude, meaning that you can't see it anymore.
I can still see it.
And you think it's underneath you. Well, it's just like, hey, bro.
I just mean below 34 degrees of altitude.
Okay, which you wouldn't be able to see that because there's too much atmospheric distortion. You wouldn't be able to resolve it, right?
What? You think I can't resolve a star at like 30 degrees altitude?
Maybe it depends on that. Dude, you're looking over such a long distance. You necessarily might not be able to resolve it.
I definitely can. But down to about 10 degrees is pretty good.
With what?
With my telescope.
He's out of his mind.
All right, guys.
10 degrees.
I gotta call it a night.
Yeah. How far away is that star? 2.5 trillion miles. Okay.
We're just talking about the atmosphere, right? Down to about 10 degrees, you can make them out pretty well.
But how come?
Yeah, you can see stars near the horizon, but you resolving them or whatever. But that's necessarily my bad. Maybe that's not what we were talking about. Go ahead, Timbo.
No, I'm just saying the sky's interesting. I've always enjoyed looking at the sky.
Sure.
One last thing. Anyone care to guess what's the absolute threshold of vision for the number of photons required to stimulate the eye so you detect a...
I've got the answer.
Oh,
I've got the answer.
Magnitude 6.
Who gives a shit?
Is it magnitude 6?
Yeah, it's about 5 to 14 photons.
Oh no, but in terms of magnitude, it's the.
What does that mean?
What is going on here, dude?
I'm just giving you a little bit of knowledge. All right, I'm ahead.
On a short circuit.
That was can you use some type of some lens to expand
to capture more photons? A larger lens will capture more light and make things visible that are too
how
dim.
About over trillions of miles? Is that
I would
possible?
have to calculate. You'd have to calculate how bright the star is and use the inverse square law to see how many photons are actually reaching you. So I'll do those calculations later, but I got to get to bed.
We'll see. Trillions of miles. The calculations are gonna friggin' I'll be able to see something trillions of miles away. I just have to do the calculations.
I would have to tell you how bright the star is. All you have to do
trillions of miles away, and billions times bigger than the Earth.
You only need a handful of photons.
All
right, guys, I'm out.
All right, cool, man. Hey,
yo.
Till next time.
Yep.
That was something
Only
else.
the visibility for the naked eye is about the 6th magnitude stars. So if you're not in the city like me, you'd be able to see Sigma Octantis with the naked eye.
In the city, which city are you talking about? Like Southern Australia?
Sydney, yeah.
And Sydney,
I'm pretty close to the actual city as well.
Yeah, it's the same for me. I live in the city. I can't really see a lot of stars from here. I don't even have a telescope. Well, I do have one, but it's kind of shitty. I don't even use it.
So you're saying you can see it with the naked eye?
No, I can't in Sydney because it's too much light pollution.
How about the moon? Can you see Tycho?
I'm going down the south coast tomorrow night, so I'm gonna hopefully it's clear. It's been cloudy here lately, but I'm gonna try and get some good snapshots of the sky.
Be sweet.
But
I'll try and get a.
It's been cloudy, so I'm doubting it.
I mean, where they say Sigma Octantis is, right? Now, obviously, you can't see it from Australia and South Africa and, freaking Chile at the same time, right? Because...
Well, Chile's 15 hours.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's daytime there, so you're not going to be able to see this.
Why is that important to see it at the same time?
I don't know. You tell me.
I didn't make the comment, so I'm asking you. Is it important to see it at the same time?
Well, and that's why I was kind of getting into, which I was going to look it up. There are some constellations that people in the northern hemisphere can't see. And that, in my opinion, means that the stars are much closer. And it has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth. No, I'm just talking about... Hold on.
What's that, T-Dup?
Spoken with Mist in the channel with no rolls.
I'm talking about there are constellations viewed from the southern hemisphere that people in the northern hemisphere can't see. That's what I was saying.
Can I just do a bit of administration then? Mist, if you'd like permission to open your mic in this channel, just up to VC check-in 1. We've got people up there ready to check you in, a little talk, and give you a roll. Thanks.
Yeah, T-Jump, do I need to pass out some rolls, or do we need to do that? Yeah, I mean, somebody shut me up. I'm going to look up this, because I've looked this up before.
Hey, Helio, shut up.
Thank you. Just say that, and then I'll shut the fuck up.
I'm only joking.
No, I know. Dude, that last dude who was in here, he was in here for like 4 hours acting like he was like, oh, I didn't say anything. It's just like, dude. I didn't say that. It's like, dude, I just fucking heard you say it.
Well, Crypto's gone. I'm going to chat to him about the rotation.
Who's that?
Crypto, was asking the Glober here before, can you feel the Earth spinning? And he and I have discussed that at length.
Hey, I've got a question for you. Where is there anywhere you can get degree conversions into meters over distance? Do you have an equation for that, or is there
1728.org?
1728. Yeah.
Yeah, 1 sec. I'll stick a link in the chat. There you go.
Thank you.
That's my favourite one.
So you type in degrees. So you got distance. Angle, distance, or size.
Yeah, which one do you want to know, given the other two?
Okay. And then angles are shown as degrees, minutes, or seconds. So then that converts it into meters and stuff as well?
Oh, it's whatever unit you put it in. Whatever unit you put your distance in, that's the same unit it spits out.
Yeah. All right, cool. Thanks.
You need to get a telescope out now.
Yeah, the moon's been out during the day.
Haven't we just got a full moon?
The mornings.
Yeah. We're only like 4 or 5 days past full, I think, so yeah.
It was on a weird angle this morning.
A weird east-west?
Yeah. The sun was, I was looking at it, the sun was directly behind me, coming up, and directly behind me, and the light of the moon was facing on a 45-degree angle. What it looked like by the percentage of what was lit up, which was strange, and it was pointing up as well.
You mean that the light was on top of the moon?
No. It's the moon is sideways here.
Oh, frick. Okay, so yeah, you're from Australia, I take it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's tilted. It's like a 45 degrees here. I'm in Canada.
Yeah. Ours is it's pretty much on this like straight up and down.
That's cool, man. That's actually really cool. I didn't know that. I knew that it's supposed to be upside down, right? Because it's supposedly tidally locked, so you always see the same face, and the north side of the moon will always be facing the north.
Moon's quite close, actually.
Why did you say north side of the moon? Well, I'll be always no.
Well, I'm just.
That's
trying to
not the
describe
claim.
it.
That's not the claim.
No, I'm just trying to describe it in the words that I can describe it in.
What they claim is that it is spinning.
Just exactly perfect, right? Yeah.
Exactly perfect to where we can only see one side of it.
Has anybody done the probability on that?
It's just like, what's interesting about their claim about it is that the people in Australia can see the same side as we do, right? It's just like, well, it's magic.
Does anyone have any theory on what causes the solar eclipse if it's not the moon?
Sure, I have some ideas, but I mean,
I have a theory. Well, I have a theory if you want to hear it, but I'm not sure it's 100% correct or whatever.
No, we can't prove. I
don't know.
My idea either, but sure.
Yeah.
Is there a reason to think it's not the moon?
My idea has something to do with electromagnetism, but that's.
Have we ever observed the moon approaching the sun for a eclipse?
No.
Hey, and you know what? Here's another thing that really has nothing to do with a theory. I know for a fact the only time a solar eclipse happens is during a full moon phase, right?
New moon.
And so
new moon.
Hey, what? New moon. Solar eclipse is new moon.
Yeah, new moons mean you see the phases of the moon all the way, and then you don't see the moon for a couple of days, right? And then you have a solar eclipse. So they assume, in their model that it's because, in the heliocentric. Do I need to explain the whole fucking thing?
Yes, anyway. Ruhif, to answer Ruhif's question, yes, because we don't see it.
So in their model, they claim that now this isn't even during a solar eclipse. When you get the new moon, I mean, this happens every 27 to 28 days. We have the moon phases, right? That they're not calendar months. They happen more often throughout the year. But anyway, during a full moon, and then the phases moving back before it becomes, cycles back into the crescents and everything. There's it's not a full 3 days. It's about 2 3/4 days, I think, where you can't find the moon at all. Even with radar, you can't freaking. Supposedly the moon is physical. Really? Where? I've been looking for this shit for 8 years. Nobody. Really? I know it. I hear that shit a lot, right? People say, "Oh, I know it's been done. Somebody did it," and they can find the physical moon, during the new moon phase. But guess what? I can't find any evidence for it. If you have it,
I'll dig it up.
Share it right now.
I will dig it up.
I know where it's supposed to be because I know where it's going to appear again. When it starts into the new crescent phase, it's going to have a little crescent, and then it's going to phase on through. Then it's going to the full moon, and then it's going to be like it's going to the waxing and waning phases. Is going to go through all that, and then there's going to be a new moon, and it's gone for almost 3 days, and nobody can see it. Now, the only time that there's a total solar eclipse is during a new moon phase, right?
Yes.
All right. So, does that mean that the moon is physically blocking the sun?
Yes.
Go ahead and say yes. I knew he was going to say it.
Right. So T-Dub was saying we can't see the moon during new moon. I agree. But in the preceding 2 weeks, so let's say we start tracking the position of the moon, all right, from a full moon position for the next 2 weeks, right, as it slowly wanes to tiny crescent until it's not found, right? Surely over those 2 weeks, we should be able to predict where the moon
No, it's not about predictions. Listen, if it's a physical body, I mean, supposedly we can fucking bounce lasers off that shit. Why can't they bounce lasers during a freaking new moon phase?
The atmosphere. The reason we can't see the moon during new moon is
the atmosphere
scatters away.
Wait, I thought
the atmosphere scatters away the light.
So during a new moon phase, the atmosphere. The only time you can bounce lasers off the moon is while you can see it, and the rest of the time,
and that moon's up there. The moon's up there blocking stars. Is it Rudolph?
The moon does block stars. Yes.
Oh, come on, man! Well, show us the black moon.
Yeah, well, let's not even get into where you can see stars to the moon. Let's not even get into that.
This is nonsense.
I'll dig up the radar hits to the moon.
The first guy in the history of the world who sees a new moon. It does block stars. Get a grip.
Hey, listen.
You think that you can see stars through the moon?
Altogether, though, I mean, somebody asked me about it, and I'll give you my opinion. And I have a little bit so far. And I don't really know so much about it. I know what the claim is about, well, the reason is because we're third rock from the sun, and the moon is a satellite around Earth, and every once in a while it just happens to be this, and this is what the calendar is made off of. That's complete bullshit, and I know it now. It does work functionally for us in modern times, but it doesn't work throughout history. And there's people are going to find it out. We're going through a spiritual battle. If you're a spiritual person, then you're gonna know that what's happening with this idea of their thing. That's another talk for another time. Anyway, as far as the new moon goes, nobody can find that sucker. If it was physical, you could still bounce the fucking laser off of it, even if the sun was shining on it from the other side. So don't give me that bullshit.
Wait, so you're trying to say, Helio, that we're enduring a parade of
dude? I'm thinking during the new moon, if it was in their model, the only reason you can't see the moon during a new moon phase is because it's a full moon from the sun's point of view, right?
Right. Yes.
All right. So wouldn't we see a ring of light?
No, we see a gradually decreasing crescent until there's nothing there. And then we're seeing
I call fucking bullshit on that.
Really?
You would see a ring of light in the sky if it was a physical object, just like, all of a sudden disappeared, and it's a full moon. If you were on the sun, you'd see a full moon. And from Earth, you're not going to see shit. You can't even find it with radar detection. You can't even find it anywhere. It just disappears altogether. Nobody can find out. We know where it is because we know where it's going to appear again, but not where it is at the time.
Right, but if you know if you can predict where it is, then you know.
Oh God! Okay, well then let's pretend we know where it is, since we know where it's going to appear again.
Yeah. I don't see the problem with tracking the moon over 2 weeks and then extrapolating that and saying, this is where it's going to be.
So what's wrong with me saying that it's if the sun is creating this full moon or any light on the moon at all during the new moon phase, if it's a full moon on the other side of the moon, why can't why can't we see at least a portion of light about it? Or why does it just disappear for over 2 days? Why can't we see it?
Light's hitting the other side. How is this controversial?
We see a big black ball in the sky.
Dude, I mean, logic. I don't think Ruhip has any fucking logic.
Why don't we? Why don't we see a big black silhouette?
Yeah, wouldn't the moon's gravity bring the light?
You might sing a ring of light, you know? I mean, because
we see the atmosphere. Blue sky is blocking it.
Blue sky's blocking. Well, I don't fucking see the moon. Well, I do see the moon during the day often, but I see it a lot more at night. And there's no blue sky at night. Exactly. I see black sky at night, bitch.
Right. Exactly. What do you think the blue sky is?
Ball if we weren't looking at sky?
We're not looking at scattered light during the night, right? The sun, the blue light in the sky is scattered sunlight.
Why, dude? It sounds like you're making shit up now, Ruhip. Come on,
This
man.
is Isn't it supposed to be the reflection of the water? That's what I always learned in school.
No, it's called Rayleigh scattering. So the reason why the sky is blue is because the shorter wavelengths are scattered.
Wait, now you're just going off of my point entirely. So whatever.
You're missing the point, Ruhip. If the new moon, when it's at night, if it is a physical body up there in the sky, dark or not,
we could use infrared. We could use all kind of ultraviolet waves. We can.
I'd like to hear what Al has to say.
We can find it, but.
Can we let Al finish what he was saying?
Helio, you are rumpusing the fuck out of the
I was
panel.
just repeating what I was repeating what T-Wad said, which is what I said 5 minutes prior. Where's this black hole in the sky blocking stars? Let's talk about the new moon at night.
Yeah, that's honestly the best way to, I think, see it, right? Or to supposedly
Wait, I'm asking Ruhip. He's telling us that you can't see it, but you can. So I just let's get to the bottom of it.
I'm going to assume that you understand the heliocentric model. Okay, please tell me why there is no new moon at night.
That's what I asked you.
Okay, do you understand the heliocentric model?
Where is it in the sky?
Do you understand the heliocentric model?
Yeah, we've been listening to your babbling about the dispersion of light and blue light. Why is that controversial? The sky's
Hold on, new moon at night.
I escaped academia. Yes, I haven't been living under a rock.
Okay, so you understand why it's not possible
if
to have
the
a new moon
moon
at night.
is up, dude. We're not talking about why you don't see it. We both agree you don't see it. But if it were up there, use your ears, Yankee/Mets knockoff hat fan.
Okay.
If it were up there, it would be blocking a hole. There would be a hole in the sky blocking the view of the stars.
Okay, so let's just talk about a half moon then, right? So yes,
We're talking about the goddamn new moon.
Right, it's impossible to have a new moon at night. Do you understand that? Why that is?
No, it happens every month. What the fuck are you talking about?
He's talking about the lack of light.
We understand why you say
physical
that
obstruction.
You say it's because
Has
the
to be
light
near
is
the
shining
sun.
on the side of it that we don't see.
When it's new moon, the moon is close to the sun. You don't get a new moon at night.
To our position.
Impossible.
What the fuck? The moon is not closer to the sun when it's a new moon. Are you fucking retarded? That's the dumbest shit I ever heard in my life.
I need to draw a diagram. Hold on.
Well, the heliocentric story is that the sun is shining on the side of it that doesn't face the earth.
Yeah, he said it's closer to the sun. That's the most ridiculous shit I ever heard in my life.
So where is the moon in relation to the earth and the sun?
All right, I'll shut up. You guys fucking handle it.
Yeah, I'll draw it very, very quickly. 1 second.
I understand what he's saying. In the model, it's in respect to our position, like from our perspective, it's nearer to the sun, and it is. So it's going to travel across the sky with the sun.
Yes. So it's not going to be at night time.
Okay.
Cool. Okay. So we can.
So it's not up there blocking stars. It's you. The black ball isn't up there.
Start again.
So the black ball isn't up there blocking the stars
at nighttime.
What? Yes.
So let's assume it's a half moon, right? Because a new moon's not possible.
Lord, dude, what is up with you?
I'm just trying to make. I'm trying to answer your question.
How many conversations you've run from this week, and then you butted in tonight, the white knight, for the other guy who was spiraling, who also wanted to talk about the moon. Yeah.
So T-Dub has just acknowledged that it's not possible to have a new moon at nighttime. So can you ask a different question? Maybe with a half moon.
It's not possible. Yeah, there is no moon in the sky during the new moon.
Correct.
Okay.
At nighttime. Yeah. There's no moon in the sky at nighttime for a new moon.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So ask your question.
No question. Is that a Yankees or a Mets hat? What the hell is that? It's got. I've never seen a knockoff of nothing with a trademark on it.
Okay. I bought it in New York 15, 20 years ago. So.
Okay. Yeah, New Era has a website.
Okay. Very good. So do you have a non-malformed question or no?
A non-malformed question about what?
About the moon and blocking stars.
How did this whole thing? Well, let's talk about the biggest moon blocking star, the solar eclipse.
How do you get gas pressure without a container?
Right. There is an assertion that gas pressure requires a container.
They won't talk about the near star in the moon relationship.
Talk to Timbo or you, Old Hoss. You guys sort it out, and I'll talk to whoever else.
Well, why don't you run away?
Go with Hoss. He asked the question.
Yeah,
first.
let's finish this. Let's get to the bottom of this whole sun moon thing. Yep. So during a solar eclipse, what is that?
It's the moon blocking the sun.
What phase?
The new moon.
Okay, so is that new moon, even though invisible, is it physically in the sky?
Yes.
Is the moon a rock ball?
Yes.
Where is the moon where is the moon during have you ever witnessed a solar eclipse?
No, actually. I would love to.
No, actually, but I'm about to.
I would love to.
How is it someone of an intellectual giant who's been to New York? He's seen the world. He wants to come here and lecture about heliocentrism.
No, but I understand what
about
he's
the globe.
But yeah, that's what Ruhif does, though.
It's
hello.
fascinating.
I got a DM you.
You've never seen a solar eclipse?
Correct.
Why not?
You said moon near enough.
Yeah, why not? I want to hear this.
I haven't been near enough to one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Never in your entire life.
Why haven't you visited Ghana?
Not even a partial one?
No.
Have you seen a lunar eclipse?
Yeah, stacks. Yeah.
Okay. Well, here's the
not let you look at
thing. Since you've never seen a solar eclipse, here's what happens. Something begins to eclipse the sun. Nowhere in this process is there a moon in the sky. If it is a rock ball, go ahead, tell me about the solar eclipse that you haven't seen.
Oh, you said it's not the moon, right?
I said nowhere in the sky does the moon appear. There is nothing. Go ahead. Spew.
I agree.
What do you got to say, Rudolph? That you have to interrupt me again.
I agree. You can't see the moon. Continue.
Okay. Well, if it were a rock ball, as you are convinced it is, as it approaches the sun, there would have to be a silhouetting of the entire damn moon. There is not. All you see is a little thumbnail, and then it encroaches, encompasses, covers the thing, moves on. No moon again. So this whole nonsense about... Excuse me?
You have an incorrect expectation of what you should see.
It's the literal explanation.
He's telling you what he has seen, dude.
Yeah, hold on. How do solid objects not silhouette when they pass in front of a light?
Say again?
You've never seen a solar eclipse, so what are you trying to invoke this?
Do solid objects, not silhouette, when they cross in front of a light.
Say it again. Do solid objects what?
Do they not create a silhouette as they cross in front of a light?
Yeah, so does the moon.
No, sir. You've not seen a solar eclipse. The next time you see one, your jaw is going to drop.
What?
Yeah,
what's the black thing that blocks the moon?
Of the moon as it approaches or leaves the sun.
What's the black thing that blocks the moon as it comes over?
Freaking knows.
See a thing. You just see obscurity of the sun. You don't see an object.
Yeah. That's a silhouette, right?
No. Dude. The entirety of all there is a thumbnail. If that were the moon, you would see the whole circle, genius. As you see any solid object as it passes in front of the light.
No.
Why wouldn't you?
Why would you see that? Why would you see the moon when the atmosphere is in the way?
Because it's a rock ball, dude. You have lost the plot.
Even if it was half the moon, even if half the sun was eclipsed, as this object is moving in front of the sun, he's saying you still should be able to see a full circle of the moon.
No.
And you don't see that.
No.
Yes. Why not?
Let's say it's not a solar eclipse and it's just a half moon, right? You can't see half the moon. Is that other half not
the same? You're in different parts of the sky, dude.
Dude, you are clueless.
Why should you see?
During the solar eclipse, the entirety of the sun is covered by it matches the damn circularity of the sun.
Well, okay. Well, I got something to say real quick, and then I'm gonna go. Okay.
No, please, maybe you can talk some sense into this guy.
In Hindu text, right? I'm Cambodian, so I heard there's a black sun, and any country that Hinduism, whatever, but we don't believe it anymore. But it explained better that there's another celestial called the black sun. We call it Rahu. We have in a song, we have in poem, whatever. I'm pretty sure the Indian they have it too, but I think it's so old, so people don't really believe it anymore because the globe. The heliocentric model came out or whatever, but it explained perfectly that there's another celestial called the black sun. We call it Rahu, and that's the explanation. Matter of fact, when I heard Eric Dubay said it, I'm like, oh, Rahu, we had that in a song, or we had that in a poem that we talk about. There's another celestial body called Rahu. So that is my explanation. So
is there a Ketu too? Rahu and Ketu.
Just for old Hoss, the thumbnail of the moon coming across the sun as it's eclipsing, right? The reason you can't see the rest of the moon is exactly the same reason why you can't see half of the moon.
Yeah, you said that. You said that before. That makes no sense. You acknowledge that when a solid object passes in front of a light, it creates a silhouette.
Yes.
So knock off your nonsense, okay? Because I know how you're envisioning a solar eclipse to occur in reality, even though you've never seen one. It's the thumbnail. There is no rest of the sphere. If the moon were the moon rock that you wish and pray and have seen golf played from, then the entirety of the object, I don't care what phase it's in a new moon phase.
Right.
So snap out of it. Snap out of it. Until you actually go and experience these things that you pontificate about, move on to something you actually know about.
Okay, so in plenty of videos, I know how it works. So let's say it's a new moon.
My lord, dude, you're just a nonsensical chatterbox. No wonder why you got swindled for that.
I've tried to look for real solar eclipse now. And most of the videos that come up are just simulations of a solar eclipse. And the ones that do show exactly what he's describing, that if you have a physical object, then you would need to get a silhouette out of it, but it doesn't fully silhouette until it completely eclipses the sun.
Anyway, so it's a new moon, and we haven't started the eclipse yet, so we can't see the new moon. Right, and then 2 minutes later, you get a thumbnail. are you saying when the thumbnail starts that the rest of the moon should just become visible for some reason?
Well, you said that physical objects, when passing in front of a light, create a silhouette. Are you having amnesia for some reason?
Right, the part that is in front of the light, yes.
Oh, dude, you have lost the freaking plot.
I don't understand how this is so difficult. Why is this difficult?
And I'm glad you've highlighted your misunderstandings and cluelessness. It's brilliant.
So let's say I've got a book, right, and I've got a torch, and I shine, and I put half the book.
Right, oh my God! Yeah, and guess what? I'll also see your arm holding the book.
Right, but am I going to get a whole silhouette of the whole book, or just the part of the book that's in front of the light?
In the
why don't you use a ball instead of a book?
Oh, anything, okay, yeah. But I'm going to see the silhouette of whatever's being blocked, the light source that's being blocked.
Yeah,
define silhouette.
Right. So I'm not going to see the whole ball.
So what percentage of the moon do they say actually is lit up? Is it more than 50%?
What do you mean? Just normally?
Well, what percentage? Well, always.
Yeah, 50 point something.
Well, it's not 50 point something. It's more like 53 or something like that. So you should see something then, shouldn't you? Because if we're seeing it directly from the other side, then you should see some type of halo or something, shouldn't you?
I think it's 50 point something in the low 50 points, and you're saying 53. I don't think 53 is right.
Okay, especially well, whatever. But what Hoss is saying is perfectly fine. Yeah.
So Shane's just posted something on the hour showing an eclipse, and there's a little thumbnail from the top left. So prior to that point, the moon was not visible, but Hoss is saying that now that there's a tiny thumbnail blocking the sun, that the rest of the moon should now become visible. That makes zero sense to me whatsoever.
It's a shadow, supposedly. It's blocking. If the sun is behind, the moon is supposedly occulting the sun.
Yes. Yeah, buddy.
Okay. The sun is 93 million miles away.
Yeah.
What are you telling me? What part's in front of the sun? Get a grip, dude.
There's only a little bit blocking the sun, so the only silhouette we see is that little bit.
Listen, you've lost the plot.
This is insane.
Yes, it's quite insane that you can't detach yourself from this myth that moon is what they say it is. It's quite insane. A grown man who has been duped by a fairy tale, fed to them by the powers that be. All right.
I'm going to go make a phone call.
Insane.
Be back shortly.
Run away.
I'll be back shortly. Catch you soon.
Yeah, you've run away so many times this week. It's unbelievable.
Well, he has to go get his talking points. He's got to check in.
Yeah, he ends with "it's insane" after 10 minutes earlier saying he hadn't seen the solar eclipse. And then he wants to interpret the GIF for that picture how he needs to see it. That's insane.
I think everybody kind of brushed over what I had said before that. Like, I just tried to look at, because I have never seen a solar eclipse myself either. And I tried to find some on Google, and all the ones that came up are CGI, like legitimately. They don't hide that. And the ones that are real demonstrate exactly what you're talking about, that until it completely eclipses the sun, there is no complete circular object.
Yeah, and especially the last one in 2017 that I witnessed, it was clear blue sky. It wasn't like that, the image that you have there where he wants to interpret it as seeing what he wants to see. But yeah.
You didn't even get to the point where there looks like there's other celestial objects being eclipsed at the same time. I don't know if you've ever seen those videos before. Probably a non sequitur. Let me see if I can find
like other celestial bodies. You mean like the supposed
planets? There's like
planets,
6 other lights that look like little mini suns around it that seem to be eclipsing the being eclipsed at the same time.
Yeah, that's just gravity.
Well, I think you're talking about like those specific black bodies that were like, I think, on a journalism stream during the last eclipse, filmed from an airplane, I think. And I thought they were like lens flares, but they're not. And I heard someone mention Rahu and KT. Like that's like the Hindu name for the black bodies that they say eclipse the objects in the sky. But I don't think it's to be confused with the black sun. That's something different.
Yeah, the black sun is the one that supposedly comes from the center of the Earth. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, my interpretation is different then.
So the black sun. This is how the black sun thing works. All right, and this is the best way that I can explain it. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong, and I'll accept it and apologize for it. So what happens is like the sun and the moon are objects that are reflected up in the sky from under the Earth with the black sun, and the black sun is what motions around in front of these objects, and that's where you get the eclipse. But it's projected up into the sky, so everything happens below Earth. It just projects upward.
Yeah, I've seen that like supposed Mason video explaining. Yeah, it's exactly like what got posted here on Odyssey.
So I did a presentation on it a little while back that I recorded. But yeah, that's the basis of it. Like, so if it's not solid, if there are projections coming up from the middle and there's some sort of diffraction, then there's got to be some sort of positive, negative diffraction going on, because you have eclipsing, which must be a destructive interference of some sort, where one is wiped out and one is the other. Because the sun doesn't get eclipsed; it's always the moon. So if they're both source projections and they're not physical, how does that happen? It's got to be something like blocking the cone of intercedence behind it. If it's a source projection, like sort of behind it, like how magnetic flat Earth explained it, then that would be the only thing that I can make sense of that would have a non-physical sun and moon, but also explain eclipses.
Well, the sun wouldn't necessarily, or how would I say that the sun would be the only thing being eclipsed given a heliocentric model. No?
No. The sun can't give a heliocentric model at all unless you think that the sun is the center.
No, but that's what I'm saying. What I was saying is he had mentioned something about other bodies being eclipsed, or the moon maybe being eclipsed by the sun. Is that what you were saying, or was I misunderstanding?
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of wondering, because the black sun is something else. It has nothing necessarily to do with the eclipse. I mean, it's associated, but
right. I mean, I was
Shane, if I'm misunderstanding it, can you explain it a little bit more? Because
the way I understand it is like in the Hindu or the Vedic like cosmology, they have other bodies, so not related to the black sun projection system that we would just.
But not to do with the solar or lunar eclipse.
But so they named Rahu and Ketu. I think it's in their cosmology. They're gods who like eat each other and to metaphysically eclipse the bodies in the sky. And that they could have been like black bodies that we're seeing on the Jeranism stream. Those are like circles that just seem to be around the sun right before the eclipse, right?
And
after. Yeah, so they can be separate. Maybe there's like clear black bodies floating around up there that other cosmologies knew about that gave them those names.
Okay,
that could be it.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm sorry, I'm not sure it's called a black sun, but we do have a name called Rahu. But we do talk about us like in my language also talk about it's being eclipsed by the sun. So, but it is another celestial body.
Right, he's like it's a head, right? There's no stomach, so
I don't know too much. You know what I'm saying? Because this is another tricky thing too. My country, we had a killing field, so I feel like all these war that was happening, they trying to erase the history of whatever country that has some knowledge, whatever. Right. And then I don't know. It's too it's all speculation, but that's all I know. But we do have it in the poem. We do have in a song talk about the another celestial body. So,
bro, I don't know which country you're from. They're trying to erase everybody's history, bro. They're trying to make
Cambodia.
Yeah. They're trying to erase everybody's history, man. They're trying to make a new history for themselves.
Yeah, but
and they're succeeding. They're succeeding.
What you yelling for, bro?
So
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, in Cambodia it's different, right? Because they would kill all the smart people, and they would only allow. Go ahead, bro. Tell us.
Oh no, like I guess they would kill everybody, like engineer, doctors, any intellectual people. They would kill everybody, So
well, the story I heard was that they tried.
Well, how about ancient, medicine
right?
men or religious, religious people, history of.
But but you know what? The crazy thing is this, right? I talked to people from around the world, from I think Middle East, India, and all that stuff. When I used to talk to them, they said that their grandparents can cure a lot of diseases by natural herb and all that stuff. And I remember my grandpa. I think it's in '97. He also cured asthma. My sister had asthma, and he cured that, without the modern medicine and all that stuff. So, from my understanding, is like they trying to erase all the ancient knowledge. From every country.
As far as allopathy goes, that's really more about money and corporations and stuff. And a lot of us are quite aware of that. It's cool. We don't necessarily talk about that a lot on here, and for reasons, because we're live on YouTube and they don't like us to talk about it. But
I got you.
do what it do, No, you're exactly right, and that's extremely unfortunate. But for the sake of keeping the channel alive, we talk about that. I don't know.
Hey, listen, the Earth is flat. Okay. Water cannot curve into a ball. Period. And there's no curvature. That's one thing. I don't care what anybody talk about. Oh, what terrestrial navigation. Oh, what about this? What about the star? No, just shut up. The water cannot curve into a ball. Period. Bodies of water or any liquid is straight on the top. Period. Just.
Hey, did you see what I posted? Did you guys see what I posted?
Check it out.
And live stream voice text?
Posted a video like maybe 5 or 10 minutes ago.
Oh, 10 minutes ago.
Oh, it's long gone.
Look. We've been posting all kinds of crazy shit. Yeah, we're waiting. Hey, we've been waiting on you, Larry, to come in here and freaking set us straight.
Here we go. I'll post it again.
While he's posting that, did y'all see the oh, there you go, Larry. What is this? Foucault pendulum?
Ouch. The hell is that? Explain it.
So is it still floating after you cut the little string?
I didn't do this. This is a video that I recorded on my phone, but I screenshotted. Yeah, I didn't do this. Someone else did this, but I do want to try it.
I don't think it'll work.
Yeah, the other day I was making an argument in another room, and I remember like how upset the Glovers got when I started talking about the gyroscopic anti-gravitic nature, and they were so upset. They were like, angry.
Is that you, Shane? What the?
AI generated Ruhis.
Just wearing different hats.
The big sombrero. Oh, dude, sorry, I couldn't help it.
That's fantastic.
You see my cowboy hat, though. You see my cowboy hat that I have.
I can kind of see my face, but it's
funny.
Yeah.
What the?
Dude, you should see the ones that I made of my own face. It made me look so badass.
Wait, that's not you?
No, that's Ruhiv. Here's the ones that made of me. Dude, it put a exploding globe behind me. I couldn't even ask for better.
That's you got.
I was
fat
like,
face.
holy shit!
I was just like, I didn't picture you like skinny face. That one looks more like you.
Oh, you call me fat?
No, you just got like, I don't know. You sound like you have a bigger brain.
No, that's what I'm based it on.
I'm just playing. I'm just fucking around.
It does pretty good, man.
Yeah, I like it, man. Yeah, have you seen my pic? I haven't taken the latest pic.
Dude, the last time I saw pictures, it was Blaze who sent me a picture of you guys out to eat at some place. I was like, "Oh shit, I know that guy."
That's the last picture you saw of me. Hold on, I got one.
Or whatever they put on,
I got one
on
with
the meme.
Me with a cowboy hat on.
Yeah, for that song you just sang, dude. Whatever on the thumbnail, it's like you memed over somebody else or something.
Yeah, I think I put that one on my freaking TikTok page. I think that I made. If you saw that one, that's just me with a cowboy hat on.
That was a sweet song, by the way.
Which one?
The most recent one. Where's the curve or something?
Have you ever seen the curve?
Yeah.
The curvature of the earth. Someone
change it to without a screen. So you're seeing a curvature without a screen.
Of what?
Without a screen, without a TV screen.
Oh, have you seen? Wait.
Have you ever seen?
Seen the curvature without a screen. Is that what you're asking for?
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Get one.
Yeah. Someone told me long ago.
Oh, I got him started.
The earth is not a... Shut me up, please.
I was digging it.
Nah.
Dude, belting, man. You had some pipes.
CGI from NASA. Yeah, I know. Everybody knows I don't play when it comes to singing. You know, I'm a singer.
I feel like your whole neighborhood can hear you, but maybe that's just because I'm quieter.
No, I live in the country, so there ain't no neighbors can hear my ass.
That's probably a good thing.
No. Yeah, I go full voice, man. People are just like, I don't hear shit. Dude, my neighbors across the street, they come over and apologize. Oh, were we too loud last night? I was like, no, bitch, I was watching fucking TV or I was listening to you assholes all night. It's like, I didn't hear shit.
You should tell them one time that you did hear them, so that way you get a free pass if ever.
Yeah, well, I actually did, dude. She came over and she was like, I'm sorry we were so loud. Because, dude, there have been cops over there and shit, you know. They were like, oh. Then this one chick came over. She's like, I'm sorry. Like, I didn't even notice, but do you mind if I come over there and party with you guys sometime?
Yeah, for real. That was so rude to not have an invite.
Yeah, it's just like, what the fuck? You know, I need to go over
there. It's not a real party until the.
But I don't want to get no fights, though, so I'm just like, ugh. Like, I'll come over and party. They have these big ass bonfires and shit, but it's just like, I'll come over and party, but I ain't gonna get no fight. You know,
you don't ever want your neighbors to think that the loudness bothers you, because if someone does call and complain, they'll think it's you. It automatically puts you in the category.
What's crazy is about I live on a country road, and I know that the people like on the left side of me and the people across the street, I think they know each other. And I think the people next to them know each other, so nobody's going to call the fucking cops unless there's a fucking big issue. And so it's rare the cops will come around. They never come to my house because it's just me talking to you assholes in this freaking room. But yeah, she was like, "I'm sorry about the noise." Just like, what noise? And when I have to go outside to smoke, so when I listen. Like I'm outside smoking and they're all fucking just getting crazy. It's like a party house or whatever. I mean, it's trailers, you know. I live in bumfuck fucking Arkansas.
Man, that's
and they're partying. They're just doing bonfire shit, and they just start yelling at each other and freaking swinging. I'm just like, ooh, I want to listen. Oh, what do they say?
I live in the.
That's when I don't want to be over there, but I want to be over there when they're having a good time. Be like, hey man,
I live in the belly of the beast.
Just go.
Yeah, I need to just walk over there one day. I have to the other neighbors who just like walked over. I heard them partying. I'm just like, hey man, I'm your next door neighbor. Like, where do you live? Bitch, I live right next door. And they were like, oh, I didn't know you were there. Dude, they were a lot younger than the people across the street. They acted like they didn't even know that this place existed. I live like right fucking next door. I was like, wow. But anyway, I hung out with them for a couple hours. We had a good time. Anyway, they were like in their early 20s and shit, and we just freaking slugging vodka and stuff, whatever. It was funny. Started playing some Pink Floyd on guitar and shit.
Do you guys have a newbie in here? You can't post anything with just VC verified?
What's the deal? Yeah, get me off of that shit. Hey, by the way, guys, I'm moving back to Little Rock in a couple weeks.
Hey, Ilio, real quick, do you want to give Kimbo image perms? He was asking if he could post in the live stream.
Oh, who is it?
Kimbo, our Cambodian guy.
Oh, Kimblo. Who's this?
Oh, the same graph that Ruhif posts everywhere he goes, dude. I could give your presentation to you at this point, dude.
That was purely for you, Shane.
Jesus Christ.
Ruhif's fucking with me. It's just like, Ruhif, man, don't fuck with me, man. I promise you, bro, don't fuck with me, man.
You just made me like anxious and upset a little bit just from looking at it.
Yeah, don't fuck with me.
Hey, Helio, I vouch for Kimbo Beats, man.
All right, so Kimbo Beats is got VC verified.
Image perms.
I'd rather talk to him. No, I'm not going to do that until I talk to him first.
You have. He's been telling you about Cambodia, dude. He just literally got done telling everybody.
My bad.
That
Well,
water's
hey,
always
check
flat.
this out. I talk a lot without looking at who's talking. So, all right. So, hey, I'll defer. Hold on, everyone else. Hold on, everyone else in the call besides
Kimbo. Open your mic.
No, I'm just asking.
No,
do you guys think I should give him image perms? Hold on, I'm just asking.
Okay.
Asking for image perms. Do you think I should give it to him?
I think he's okay. I'm paying attention enough to say that.
No, I was gonna post a picture of Ruhif.
No, don't post. No. Don't post images that Ruhif don't want you to post. I mean, no, if he's not.
Okay.
He's just mocking Ruhif.
No,
I think I'm fine, right?
That's why I was. Yeah. But Ruhif knows what we're about here. I mean, dude, if you get image perms, that's a privilege here, you know, because this shit goes live on YouTube. You know, we're not just playing a game here, and even though we have a lot of fun, but you know, this shit goes out on YouTube, and we don't want anybody to be exposed, or you know, if Ruhif doesn't want his fucking picture, you know, out there.
Yeah.
If he wanted his fucking picture, he could fucking
just wait.
post it
Hey,
himself.
just wait till he become a flat earther, a real flat earther.
No, he put his picture. He put his real picture as his. Yeah, he couldn't.
One day he's gonna become a real flat earther. One day.
Saying, I mean, that's why I wasn't asking Ruhif. Do you think this guy needs image permit?
Oh,
I don't think.
Why are you asking Ruhif?
No, I was asking everyone else. I'm not asking Ruhif. I gave Ruhif image perms temporarily because I think he's going to end up posting some crazy bullshit, and I'm going to have to take it away. But
I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, I know you would. I know you would.
Dude, look at all these Ruhif self-portraits I had made. What do you guys think? So angry, dude. So energetic. Definitely involved.
That is
very
definitely
wrong,
not Ruhif.
Dude, I call him Ronnie.
Because that motherfucker's older than that.
Hey, I got better picture than that, bro.
Dude, I've been having fun with Midjourney.
Anyway, so what's the next topic? I mean, it's always flat Earth, but at the same time, we have a little fun. Oh, Shane, what you been up to, brother, man?
Getting banned all the fucking time.
Yeah.
I've been up to.
I try not to, but we'll see.
Honestly, like, so a lot of people went down this time with me that I feel bad for, but the good thing is that everyone got exposed to the first ban, and the first one's always the worst. And after that, you just don't give a fuck.
Yeah, my first one was, with Citizen Z's server. I was just like, God damn, I had that freaking server for 5 years.
Yeah, dude. Like,
I'm in that account for 5 years, and I was just like, God damn it.
I lost nothing because I trusted Discord with nothing. That's why I just instantly came back.
Sure. Well, it's just like, I don't trust anybody with it.
But there was people like Blaze, dude. Blaze went down for like the first time ever, and she's so sweet and innocent and like didn't know anything and definitely didn't deserve to get deleted. And she was like mortified and like had a server where she put all her stuff as like an archive. And I remember her telling me about it and thinking that's a terrible idea. And now I'm like, oh well, I guess lesson learned.
Well, so what's really cool about this server is like there are the admins in here, a couple of them at least, have an archive of, they update it regularly, so if it gets taken down, it'll come back up within a day, and most of it'll come back, but it's going to take a long time for people to find us if they actually shut the server down. But just like the last time, this is why it's 2.0, and I can't believe they haven't taken us down yet.
Yep.
Knock on wood.
Yeah, you guys are the champions of that. I'm up to 4.0. I iterate my new servers as I come along. Though this time I'm trying to keep it like private and like no one can invite people but me. So I'm like specifically inviting people who I know won't bring it down, and hopefully that'll make it last longer. I don't know.
It's just like, hey, bro, the live Rumble channel that I'm streaming on YouTube and Rumble, same stream. Dude, I'm getting more views on Rumble than I am on YouTube now.
Yeah, I swear I've been telling you that would happen since the day I met you.
Yeah.
It's like,
but at the day you met me, it probably wouldn't have happened then, but it's happening now.
Why do you think that?
I don't know. I don't know. Fucking know.
Dude, didn't what's his name? Fucking Mayhem. Didn't he just make a Rumble and start streaming? And I think I saw one of them. He had like 62 concurrent views, which for a brand new channel is astronomically high.
Yeah, I had like 55 the other day. I was like, holy shit.
See? And imagine when you get like 2,000 or 3,000 subs.
Yeah, it's like, and they archive the videos like YouTube does, and they're about 800, 2,000 views every video. So
just don't mention the dudes with the little hats, as you call them, because that's what got me taken down twice.
Oh, on Rumble?
Yeah, it seems to be fine outside of that.
God,
but they will. Like it's not a safe haven. But it's definitely good.
You can do it. You can do that shit on archive.org because I got some videos that. Do you have some videos on archive?
No.
Yeah, dude. I'm going to send you my archive.org channel.
Rumble, BitChute, Odyssey, mostly.
It's like the channels, the videos I can't put up on YouTube or anywhere else, I put up on archive. So if you guys have some videos that are super controversial, that every time you upload them, they get deleted, put them up on archive.org. Just create an account there. They'll put them up.
Odyssey's good for that too. They don't take anything down for that.
I'm live streaming on Odyssey and DLive right now. But I never go over there. and go to the chat. I have no idea what's going on over there. I'm streaming on 4 platforms. I'm streaming on 5. YouTube, Twitter, Odyssey, DLive, and Rumble. But the only ones I pay attention to is YouTube and Rumble.
Yeah, to be honest, dude, they haven't like made one app that integrates all the off tech platforms. Like, there's no integration for Rumble and Odyssey with any like single applet for any stream integration.
The reason I can do that is because I found like a plugin for OBS where you can just add
Yeah,
as long as you have the stream key and the link, you can stream multi-stream.
That's multiple RMTP. Yeah, I think I sent you that. But that's just to get out there. I'm talking about like to integrate chat, so you don't have to check 4 separate places. I haven't figured out a better way to do it yet.
I sort of know how to do that, but it doesn't necessarily work out good.
Great.
And for the most part, I just hit plug and play, and you all listen. You know what I mean? And I'm not going to be active in chat. So if you pick your platform and be active in the chat, that's I appreciate all that. If something's really going on in the live stream chats, somebody will let me know on Discord. And there's fucked up people in this chat. If there's something major going on, somebody will let me know. But other than that, for the most part, we're flowing. We'll get 1,000 views on Rumble, and 500-600 views on YouTube.
Nice.
Here's a good question for you.
Yeah, what's up?
When do you think this will go mainstream more than it already has?
Right before the electricity goes out.
I don't think I want it to. It's just like, dude, if Flat Earth goes mainstream, imagine all the dumb people that don't know shit about how to talk about Flat Earth. Imagine if they were like on CNN, be like,
like that.
Sorry, we were wrong. The Earth is actually flat. Sorry about that.
Well, I'm talking more like a critical mass, because I've been into this since like 2017, 2018. It took me like 2-3 years before I was really like able to understand it enough to really accept it. And then
I'll tell you this.
And then I only started really talking to people about it maybe about a year ago.
It's already mainstream. Everybody's talking about it. Everybody knows that people think the Earth is flat. Now, whether they want to talk to us about it or not is up to them. And every single day, proven by just what just happened, for the past several hours, proven by that, we have people that join and want to talk to us, and we have hundreds of listeners listen to us talk about it with other people. So we don't have to be the biggest thing on the internet or anything, but everybody knows that there are flat earthers out there like us. And so when they feel like they want to join and be like, I want to ask a flat earther a question. Once you say, I have a question, you're in. You know what I'm saying?
I believe that's true for a lot of people, but for some people, man, it's incredible, because I'm somebody in my life that like people know that I'm a little bit out there, yeah? And
sure, I always have them too. Yeah,
and I could talk about anything, right? We could talk about certain people doing certain nefarious things with, all kinds of stuff. And people will just
that's what I'm saying.
This people get angry.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? Why are they so mad?
You say something like the weirdest thing, like
I actually know why. I can tell you why.
Bumblebees that live under the White House, and people are like, "Oh, tell me more." And then as soon as you say flat Earth, it's fucking.
I can tell you why. You know why? It affects their religion.
Fair enough. Yep, I can take that as an answer.
Because the globe and the evolution theory is all connected. The globe theory, solar system, outer space is all connected. It affects their religion. Yeah. And they think they're backed by science when we prove daily that there's no science involved in that religion. They think just like Homeboy kept saying, just give me time. I'll figure, I can go back and do the mathematics and all, which that was a lie. He can't do enough math to prove the stupid globe. There's no fucking way. Even the astrophysicist and freaking all the people, we've had people come in here with physics degrees and shit that think the Earth is a globe, and they can't do enough math to figure out why they know the Earth is a globe. I know why they think the Earth is a globe, but they don't have any physical evidence that it's true. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, 100%. I love the 8 inches per mile squared thing. That just makes people.
I know, but it really kind of makes me sad sometimes. You know, it's just like you wasted a whole lot of time, spent shitloads of money to prove to yourself something that's not true. That's a religion. Your math is a religion. You have no physical proof that what you believe is true.
I forget what that is called, but there's a certain philosophical idea. It's like a sunk cost.
Sure. Yeah, that'd be part of it. Yeah, sure.
You know, they've invested so much time and money into believing something. It's like somebody who is in a certain religion that makes you pay money to get the higher levels of truth. It's the same
like Scientology.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't sure what the whole rules are in terms of.
I ain't gonna lie. Even people inside Flat Earth are invested in a lot of religious ideas too. So we can't just put everything on the mathematics believers. But there are a lot of people on Flat Earth side that just
no exactly. I'm not saying that it can be anyone can be affected by it. I'm just saying I wonder what their exact reasoning is, because I brought up the 8 inches per mile square thing. I've spoken. I have two friends who, at least in terms of the books, they're quite smart. It's two like legit engineers. They work for very big firms, and I proposed the 8 inches per mile square. They think it's funny. I said, okay, well, propose another curvature, right? You believe in geometry, don't you? And they just can't even take
what? They do math all the time. It's like, here's your globe, third rock from the sun. Here's the size of it. Let's do a little math. And then they want to fuck with it. They don't even want to mess with it at all.
I had one at least admit that the formula is correct, but there must be some other reasons why.
No,
they always do.
Another thing.
I live on an island, so like there's a lot of water around me, and you can make these observations like. Sure. Almost anywhere. Like you can be 20 minutes from any place to make this observation. It's not like some places where
it's just like
you might live in the middle of
once you show it to me,
where you don't have water near you.
Yeah, once you show it to them and they're just like, well,
they can't
what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, it's just like what you're saying can't be true just because you don't understand it. No, let's understand it together. Like let's take a look at it So
who are you talking to?
Either agree or disagree with me that we're talking about the same thing, and then we can, it's just like, bro.
In the voice
Truckistan, I think. Is it Truckistan? He's lit up for me.
Yeah.
But who are you responding?
I have my AC running, so that's probably why.
Who are you responding to? Who are you responding to? Because I'm not hearing another person. I'm just hearing you talk. You just
we hear them. It's Truckistan, right?
T-Dub.
Yeah, Truckistan.
I agree with T-Dub.
I hear Truckistan. No, listen. I hear Truckistan. I don't hear the person he's responding to.
Helio.
It's Helio.
Yeah, you can't hear me?
Have you got him muted?
How was he going to answer if you can't hear you?
If you have me muted, I'm going to mute your ass if you have me muted.
No, I don't have him muted. He's not muted. I don't get it. I'm hearing Helio.
You can't hear him.
Oh.
Yeah. There is a note in this entire server. If you mute somebody, you're automatically banned. So don't ever do that. Maybe it was an accident, but that's a rule here.
He said he didn't mute it. You didn't hear him? You couldn't hear him? Helio?
I could hear everybody, but I was just saying if they couldn't.
Did you hear Timbo and T-Dub?
I heard everybody.
Yeah, I could hear Helio, but I wasn't sure like what conversation was going on.
Oh, maybe. Hold on. Oh shit. Maybe I'm.
So hear him now.
So Tim,
Can you hear me
don't
now?
hear me?
Yeah, I hear
Okay,
everyone.
cool.
I'm just giving Helio.
I've been having some issues with my Discord app on my computer, and so maybe that was an issue. But yeah, I mean, that's the rule here. Just as a reminder to everybody, if you join this server and you're in this room or any room, if you just mute somebody and you talk, if you locally mute somebody, that's an automatic ban.
What if they're like not there and they're having a
for
bunch
some
of
reason?
No, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Okay, yeah.
If you locally mute somebody, it's an automatic ban.
Get mod to mute them.
Okay,
I didn't have you muted, Helio. You just were not lighting up for me at all. Like I checked to see if I'd accidentally muted you, but I hadn't, so I had to drop out, come back, and it's fixed.
Well, like I said, that could have been an issue because I've had an issue with my maybe you just clicked wrong, but yeah.
Could you imagine that? Like fucking T-Dub getting fucking banned for locally muting somebody? Like that would be
No.
There would be no way.
I would know it'd be a mistake from T-Dub, but if somebody comes in and just listen, I mean that's the rule. If you come in and I just don't want to hear you talk, I'm going to locally mute you and talk to everybody else. And when I'm trying to talk and you just can't hear me and you just talk over me. Everybody's going to notice, and that means that's an automatic.
We're going to have to. We're going to have to repeat that conversation that you guys were having.
Start from the beginning.
We'll just serve them.
I could summarize it quickly. I was basically just saying that
it's pretty much the same shit we always talk about. It's the same shit we always talk about.
The incredible cognitive dissonance of people who just can't accept math, even though
they just don't understand math. Well, math is my religion. Yeah, that's pretty much what it
they do the math. They do the math, but there must be some other factors involved to suggest that
it's a religion. Yeah, no, they'll like you can explain them drop over distance with a basketball, and you can explain to them curvature in all directions with a basketball.
So I tried a bowling ball. Maybe that was the problem. I didn't try
a bowling ball. And then as soon as you bring the globe back into the picture, they fucking go brain dead, dude.
Well, dude, that's why I like this meme that I had my AI generate. That's them in Globe Church praising the globe.
Yeah, it's like, yeah. I mean, you know what? You hate to say it, but it's like they do go brain dead.
But then, and then they have to like regurgitate.
You mean you guys don't believe in math?
I'm saving that.
You don't believe in math magic?
Oh yeah, no. I've said this over and over again for probably the last 2 weeks. Out there on the Twitterverse, I've been telling people, I'm like, dude, as soon as you hear flat Earth, anything that comes out of my mouth after that, you don't even listen to it. Oh, I'm listening. Well, then explain to me what I just said. Well, you said you believe this and you believe... That's not what I fucking said, man.
They're immunized, man.
Yeah, but it's okay. I mean, it dude, even if it takes them coming back here 3 or 4 times, as long as they're not rude and, there's going to be some discontent, of course. But as long as they come back and they're like, oh, I see what you flat earthers are saying now I don't have to worship math magic anymore. Maybe they'll get it at a certain point. Who fucking knows?
Nah, they'll just go back to Globe Church and then rinse and repeat like nothing happened the next day.
They'll go
these
right, Ruhif? Oh, he's not here.
They'll have to go confess their sins to the priest and maybe get forgiven.
The priest of what? Their freaking science teacher.
Yeah, they'll have to get forgiven for having lack of faith.
Lack of faith in math magic.
Oh. Well, literally, like when you confront them with a new argument, they'll bubble and rabble and make shit up, but then they'll go to like Globe Church, ask like a better Globe, be like, hey, what do I say to this? When they say this, like what's the proper response so I don't feel as stupid as I did last time? And then they'll develop a strategy and then you'll hear it like propagate throughout the anti-flight community. It's crazy.
Globe Church is actually
it's just like
the best meme I've heard all year.
It's just like there's certain, not worship but they listen to certain anti-globers, anti-flat earthers, for a certain period of time, and it's just like they think those arguments work, and so they'll come in here and repeat it. It's like, and then we show them that those arguments they're not good.
No, every single one. There is no argument that isn't logically fallacious that supports the globe.
Oftentimes, I'll tell you what, though, some people that listen to those anti-flat earthers come in here and they'll spend time with us, and they hear our arguments, and they'll start to get where we're coming from. Not saying we're converting or whatever. They're like, oh, I see why you guys don't talk to these assholes. You know what I mean?
I got a good example of how bad their thinking is. Just even at a fundamental level, a basic level. So Sean G, I was on this guy's Savage America server, kind of a globe server, but he let a few flat earthers on there. Sean G didn't like me posting the headline with the GIF. Said it was spam. I was spamming, so he timed me out for spamming. It's the only thing I posted, just that 2 posts per day, the headline and the GIF. I talked to Savage America. He said it was fine. Don't get into any sort of battles with people. Just post that, and if they try to bait you, don't talk to them in DMs or another server. I said, certainly, Toby, that's what I'll do. So then I started talking. Sean G kept saying I was posting and running then, and that shouldn't be allowed. I go, which one is it? Can I respond or I can't respond? So I sent him a DM, and then he says, well, you can't DM me because that's against the server rules. So he timed me out again. And I'm like, okay, well, I kept DMing him. I go, I don't know how I'm supposed to respond to you. You just keep tagging me in the server, and you timed me out. So how do I respond to you? Do I pick another server, but you've ignored me? So then he says, DM him one more time and he'll ban me. I go, well, now I have to DM you to prove it, to prove it to you. Like, you're dumb. So then he bans me, and then I DM him again, and then he blocks me. And I'm like, couldn't you have just used some sort of framework here that you just should have blocked me from the beginning? You created a problem, and you just flexed a bunch of mod perms until you ended up blocking me anyway. Because you didn't like the content. If you don't like this is basically what I'm saying. If you don't like content, flat earth or otherwise, just ignore it. Move on with your life. It should be easy if it's a globe. That's why I post the headline stuff. This is like endless amounts of content every day being groaned out and on the heliocentric model. They could spend the rest of their lifetimes contemplating. But they don't care.
Well, see, I had this conversation with somebody who I know who I think really it doesn't come down to even globe or flat. There's just really people who just accept narratives and people who don't.
Yeah, dude, if you really break it down, the difference between us and them has nothing to do with the shape of the earth. It's that us know that a select group of people have seized control over like the corporate infrastructure of education, learning, science, and mainstream news, so that they have used it to the benefit of the few and not the many. And once you get behind that sort of realization, flat earth comes pretty easy.
Yeah, and that used to be atheist logic, which is breathtaking. How do they miss that? A lot of these anti-flat earthers, you also claim atheism. And you just said virtually what George Carlin had said in the 1970s. And suddenly now that's they can't parse that out. They can't make a sense of that. That powerful people will do a bunch of weird, corrupt shit because they can get away with it.
I love that too, just not even exactly in the same vein, but when certain people were running for office and, they may have said some rude things towards women, everybody around me is like, oh my God, can you believe they said that? And I'm like, dog, I've drank with you. I've heard you say incredibly more vulgar things. Like, what are you even talking about? It's just that they like I say, it's people who want to believe narratives and people who don't. That's it. They're just programmed. I mean, that's really what it is, no?
Want to believe narratives. Yeah, there's a meme that's like, really, dude, memes are great, right? The best meme transfers truth in like 4 seconds and makes you read it, but it's like they don't want the truth. They're not seeking the truth. They just want to be told that what they think is already right. And it's like, whoa. Well, yeah, once you unpack that, it's like, oh my God, that's what most people do. Not even Globers, just like people looking just on the surface to look far enough to reconfirm my own beliefs, and then I'll continue being happy, right? That's all they want.
And I think another thing that they really don't understand too is like pretty much, as far as I know, everybody who's in here, that might change in a decade or two, but everybody who's in here didn't start out as a flat Earth believer. When I first heard it, I was hanging out with a lady who. What's the policy on talking about certain medical herbs and mischief?
Yeah, just don't give medical advice.
No. Okay,
yeah,
so
everybody talks about pot and mushrooms all the time. So
there was a lady that I used to hang out with because she used to smoke a lot because her back was broken and she was on all kinds of pills, and so it was the only thing that she could really take that wasn't more pills. And we used to go on about conspiracies, and this is like 2015. And she had said to me something about flat Earth, and like even then, when I was deep into like the conspiracy stuff, I was like, no, well, not necessarily deep into space. I was like into the aliens, but not like religiously, but just, you know, I wasn't angry or anything, but I was like, whoa, that's like way too freaking much. Mm-hmm. And then here I am 7 years later.
You're a flat earther. No, when I first heard it, man, I thought it was the most stupid, retarded things ever, you know? And I actually stopped talking to one of my friends because he mentioned flat earth. I actually stopped talking to him. I mean, we talk now, we cool now, whatever, but yeah. But I became a flat earther, but he's not. He's still in the middle, you know. But he was the one that mentioned about flat earth. I'm like, oh my God, this guy's smart as shit, you know. But flat earth, man, come on.
People in the middle. Sorry, go ahead.
So I thought, I'm like, this guy is so smart. Like, you know, he knows all this stuff. You know, he can build website. He know HTML code and all that stuff. I'm like, this guy's so smart. But man, you talk about flat Earth? Are you serious? You know? And but I look into it, you know, maybe after a while, you know, and then you know, I was fighting with myself. Oh no, it can't. It's flat. Oh no, it's not flat. You know, after 2 years, then I came to realization that, you know, the Earth is flat. You know, water cannot curve into a ball. You know, period. There's no curvature. Yeah.
Dude, that's so funny that you just like said this meme, right? You go through like the 7 stages.
Yeah, I find that people in the middle, because I've experienced this a lot, especially in the last 3 years with everything. And you know, if you're outspoken in public and don't really care, you have people come up to you in private and they say, "I agree with everything you're saying, but I'm scared to be treated the way that I see other people treating you." You know, calling you dumbass and a lunatic.
I know people call me a dumbass before, you know, but I'm like, all right, whatever, man. You know, let's just agree to disagree.
You've broken the conditioning.
You know, it's funny what he posted. The left one is almost like a show me on this chart how much you are a hostage.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that one.
Because no one wants to openly say it. No one wants to openly say I'm being held against my will, or I believe this, or hey, I want to believe in flat Earth, or go against what everyone thinks. So you show them that chart, you know, the 1 through 7, the 7 stages of a flat earther. Where on this chart are you?
They can't even tell you what flat Earth is, but they're angry about it. It's like a spoiled little brat who heard the word no for the first time.
Yeah.
It was
It's like,
amazing
you know,
when I first started to like really talk to people about this, and like it was incredible to see how very much every argument is actually like a program. It's actually like a virus. They're executing the code like how they've been instructed to do.
and you know what? Their mood changed from 0 to 100.
Oh,
Like, they got mad at you. They just got mad at you.
I think you're talking about the program responses. I think I have a couple memes that's like if you put like one basic flat Earth premise and then you search this Discord, you'll find like 70 people making the exact same response verbatim, almost as if it's programmed. Yeah, hold on, let me find
that's it. It's not like they're copying and pasting it from somewhere, but they're getting
no. Yeah, they're
from
programmed. Programmed response.
Like Aristophanes, you know, the guy talking about, you know, the sticks and shadows, even though like it's so easily debunkable. How do they even talk to each other? That's it. Like, don't even need to say anything else than that. But I was out on the street and I was with some friends and we were having a few beers and I'm like, yo, give me your beer. And I put it down and I demonstrated. I'm like, is the sidewalk curved? And like, it just completely dumbfounded them. How like you could actually simulate the experiment locally and completely debunk that you need a curvature to get the result.
Yeah, the thing Witsit did a strain the other day on like just the horizon, just the basic facet of the horizon. Is it optical? Is it physical? Clearly, it's optical, and then they'll mostly agree to that. And then they go, okay, but then how do ships disappear behind it? Well, wait a second. No, so it's sort of physical, but sort of optical. It's like you already have to do these hoops to dance with the ridiculous contradictory beliefs that you already hold. And our job really isn't to rub that in their face. It's to make them uncomfortable so that they come to that cognitive dissonance, and then hopefully they sort that out. And that's the way you become a flat earther, not from people like ramming it in your face, calling you numpty and saying how dumb you are because you don't get it.
No, of course, exactly. I don't take that approach at all. Like I try and, you know, because obviously you answer or you start to answer one question and then 10 more questions come up. You have to be really good at just saying like, we need to like stop for a second and let's like really get back to the first point here, because we can't graduate from kindergarten and start doing, you know, algebra if we don't understand 2 + 2. Talking more about the formula for the curvature, because that's the easiest thing to at least explain simply, right? I don't care what the moon is and the stars, how they work. It doesn't matter. If you can't demonstrate curvature, then none of that really matters.
They also think that somehow all this space stuff is their proof of atheism. But you ask them why. Why is it? Why is all this proof of atheism? Because you've got the people who presented you that model said it was proof that there's a God. You know, Newton said it's too perfect. The model's so perfect that only a God could have made it. It can't happen in nature. He said just observations of space prove it's supernatural. But you'll hear the atheists say, "Oh yeah, that's because there's no God." And you just ask them to explain any thought they have. They really don't. What they have is emo reactions to things they agree with or things they disagree with without any understanding of what they're even talking about.
It really comes back to the question, I guess, like, is there a certain percentage of people who just, I don't even want to say they're not real, but like, because obviously you cut them open, they bleed, right?
Some people are forever brainwashed, man.
Is it? I wonder if it's like the correlation or the causation, right? Do they come to that place, or were they already destined to be there?
Dude, the truth isn't for everyone. It's not for you most, right? There's a good philosophy. It's like if you don't see it, it's probably not for you. And like what I was saying before, like you can't convince anyone. You can't like show anyone, literally. Oh. I couldn't have been shown, right? You have to do it yourself, which means you have to make it your own journey. Here's the memes I was talking about that I definitely stole from someone here. So you should pass them around. It's like 3 common questions and like everyone saying the program response. It's kind of dumbfounding. The first time I saw this, I was like, holy shit.
It's too big to perceive the curvature, yet we see the boats going over the horizon. Cool.
Dude, the Glober's conundrum, the paradox. You have to solve that paradox if you want to be comfortable in your globe belief. Yeah. That's a good meme for the Austin Powers truck stuck between the 2 walls, just constantly going forward and backing up an inch.
But yeah, I mean, I think it's been hit on before. The real truth of the matter is that I don't think anybody, at least we'll say 95% of people who arrive here, they haven't gotten here because they were dragged here. Does that make sense?
Yeah, man. I like to use the candles in the dark process course, so that like Larkin Rose does, who's still a Glober and doesn't know how to use his own thing on himself. But it's such a good process because that's like the Socratic method, but with like a little bit of embellishment. You don't give them any of your opinions. You don't give them the books you read. You don't send them evidence. You don't give your opinion whatsoever at all. You ask questions to like derive their own understanding of their current level of heliocentric understanding. Like, how up on the lore are you? Let me get a quick spit take. Okay, all right. So here's where you are. So here's where we got to direct you with questions I can ask to some of the contradictory things that I already know that you believe. And then when you get uncomfortable and start making shit up or lily padding away or quickly changing the subject, you're actually asking a bunch of questions because you're uncomfortable. We'll let that uncomfortableness soak over you, and hopefully that'll spur you to do some learning on your own. And that's really the only way it gets done, in my opinion.
It's important to humanize them too, because to explain that, like, if you want to like exactly about their own knowledge, like so much stuff about the heliocentric model, like I didn't know until I started looking into flat Earth. So
yep.
When you start talking about this thing, it's very important to also tell them, be like, look, I'm not trying to dunk on you. I didn't know any of this either.
Well, yeah, the whole demeanor
we're trying to prove not prove a point. We're trying to make a point here that we don't believe things because we've done the research. At least I'm talking about in the general sphere, right? We don't believe things because we've done the research. We believe them because we're told them.
Yeah, the whole approach, like, you have to become not the adversary. Like, so it's not an argument, and it's not you versus them. It's you and them versus the dumb shit they were taught in their head. And that's really, like, the dynamic you have to maintain. If, like, not for, like, a debate or for mostly for Globers here, but, like, if you have, like, a family member or a friend or a coworker that you sincerely need to, like, bring over, or, like, a spouse or something, this would be the method of the long haul that you have to take, because the method is less effective the more invested you are in the outcome. So, like, if you're super interested in them becoming a flat earther, it's almost that much more counterproductive. And so for the people that you, like, truly care about and love in your life, you have to be distant and, like, almost assume like it doesn't matter whether they fall on the truth or not, and in that way become more effective, or at least that's how it was in my experience. Tough.
Well, so, like, here's the thing: you can show someone the door, but if that's the door they have to walk through and they don't want to walk through it, you can't make them walk through it, dude. I'm gonna quote Leo Tolstoy. All right, this is probably the best explanation I can give for anybody when you're trying to explain it to somebody. So just a little preface: people who think they're educated are really good at regurgitation. That's all they're good at. They don't have any critical thought in their mind whatsoever. They regurgitate what other people tell them or what they read in books, which is what other people tell them. So Leo Tolstoy says the most difficult subjects can be explained to the most slow-witted man if he has not formed any idea of them already. But the simplest thing cannot be made clear to the most intelligent man if he is firmly persuaded that he knows already, without a shadow of a doubt, what is laid before him.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
I think you have to have a desire for the truth. If you just want to know the truth, I mean, just period, and you don't let anything get in the way, you just look at the evidence or look at whatever you're looking at, the globe or the flat or whatever you're looking at. If you want to truly know the truth, I mean, truly in your heart, actually know the truth, then you're going to look at it honestly. You're going to weigh out all the, you're going to look at it and you're going to say, oh, hey, yeah, that makes sense. This doesn't make sense, whatever. You have to have a desire to know the truth. If you don't have the desire to know the actual truth, you're just never going to get there because, if you believe you already know the truth and you don't, want to know the actual truth, you're never going to get there. Person has to actually want to know actual truth, and if you do that, then you'll eventually get there.
I mean, just question it. Like, why is it such a stupid idea to scrutinize the globe? Oh, it's settled science. The scientists already know. Much smarter people have figured it out. Really? Have you ever talked to anybody in the scientific community? They're pretty fucking stupid because as soon as you get them outside of the book, they don't know what they're talking about. God rockin' knows, man. I mean, like, dude's pretty eloquently spoken, but I'll brag about you, God rockin'. He's a engineer. He's built big, massive projects, and in doing so, you got to level a lot of ground. And guess what? There's no fucking curvature. It's all level when he builds that shit.
Ask him what scientists, from what field, scientists from what field of study. They won't know.
Do what?
Majority won't know if you ask them. You said scientists have figured out. Ask them, okay, scientists from which field of study? And generally they won't know. They won't know what to say. They won't know to say astrophysicists or theoretical physicists. They won't know any of those terms. They'll just say scientists. There's if it's all encompassing. It's like, what, a biologist? What, chemist?
Like, here's an interesting one. That anti-flat or the server, the spherical server, that the people who opened it from this one.
Wait, there's a spherical server?
Yeah, it's a cult about the people who got kicked from here.
Yeah, it's the same thing as this, but in reverse, dude. It's like the inversion of the server. It's spherical Earth Discord 24/7. Literally, that's what it's called.
I'm gonna have to go over there, I think.
So
I'll send you an invite. I think I'm over there.
Okay.
Yeah, it's hilarious. So I'm the one guy, the flat earther, Jerry, is talking to this globalist about water flowing from high to low, and the person can't get it. It's amazing. It's amazing read. It's like 2 hours of him just trying to explain how a waterfall works, and the guy can't get it. Literally can't. You lost me, like, over and over again. Where's the vertical? Where's the center? One idiotic question after another. And this is what it does to their mind. It rots it. Because anything, if you tell them anything and then say the earth is flat, they won't get it. Like, this, here's the color blue and the earth is flat. It's like, I don't know what blue means all of a sudden. Like, no idea what left and right, up and down. Nothing at all. They're able to parse it out and figure it out.
It's so crazy because even like I was trying to talk to somebody about the curvature, and they brought up something very similar where because the Earth is not exactly, it's not exactly flat, right? There's hills, there's valleys, So he was suggesting that the reason why you don't see curvature is because bodies of water are at different elevations. And so it's the second, like the farther part of the water that you're seeing is actually higher. Like, completely ridiculous. Because it's all the same body of water. They're trying to say that water runs uphill, essentially.
Water always flows downhill no matter what, and it stops in one place, and that's sea level. Show me water that goes below sea level. Anywhere. Show me that. Where does water go below sea level? Where?
Or like Louisiana?
Below the sea.
Huh?
Like Louisiana?
There's water below the sea level.
Yeah. Where does it, how can it do that? It doesn't.
Because it exists there. I'm being funny, but I know what you mean.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, water stops at sea level on the entire Earth. There's nowhere water flows below sea level. That's where it stops. And sea level is one.
I think they changed the name of their server. Just FYI.
Have you ever flushed the toilet in the city of New Orleans?
No.
Does it go up?
Yeah, that water's flowing below sea level, though. I promise you.
Touche.
Who wanted
that thing was Death Valley, right?
That's the one right there. Yeah. Sleep Dog is posted. I was getting the link too.
Is that a live stream voice text? Okay,
yeah.
I just want somebody to show me one place where water is below sea level. I mean,
New Orleans.
Yeah.
New Orleans and Death Valley, California.
There you go.
What's their?
Yeah, I think that could happen. I guess, but for the most
I'm just
part,
giving you shit,
water
dude.
stops at sea level. That's where it's the end. It's where all water goes
right.
to the ocean, and it stops. That's it. It's
But they'll say that your sea level is below my sea. Like my sea level is below your sea level. I mean, like that's just ridiculous.
How is it? How's that?
Like if you were to point, you'd be pointing at the ground. If you were to point to my sea level, you're pointing through the earth. Like I mean, that's just ridiculous.
It would be the same as mine. There is no. I mean, I guess if you're underground, in a deep mine or something, and there's a puddle of water underneath the earth in a mine in a pool down below or whatever. But for the most part, water, that's the end. It always flows to the ocean. That's it, where it stops. Except for here in Utah. Great Salt Lake is one of very few places where the water does not go to the ocean. It stops at Great Salt Lake. And it's because there's no, it's really weird. There's all the rivers that go in the mountains here, they go to the Great Salt Lake and stop because there's no pathway to the ocean in there. So I guess there's a couple of places where they just don't have access to the ocean. If they did, they would go there because we're at 4,200 feet above sea level here. But if there was a trench to the ocean from the Great Salt Lake, it would drain. It would go there automatically. It would just drain to the ocean. It's lower.
So you're saying Utah is somewhat of a basin?
Yeah. It's called the Great Basin. It's called the Great Basin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
One of very few places where the water does not go to the ocean because it has no access. If you dug a trench or I don't know, some like a
canal.
I don't know. Canal. There you go. If you a canal from Great Salt Lake to the ocean, it would empty. It would just flow and stop. That would be the end.
Now, is that a Great Salt Lake in the sense it's just named that, or is it actually salt water, like brackish water?
Yeah, it's salt water. It's really super salty. It's because the water comes down and stops there, and then it evaporates. All the minerals, the salt, and everything stays behind. So super, super salty.
Like brine?
Yeah. Only thing that lives in there is brine shrimp. No fish. No, it's too salty. It's poisonous almost. Yeah. If there were a trench or a canal to the ocean, Great Salt Lake would automatically go to the ocean. Period. I think there's a place somewhere I can't remember. Russia, maybe, it has a salt lake, or a lake that's salty and has no access to the ocean. But yeah, it's where water stops. It stopped at the ocean. It's the bottom of the barrel.
Was that a picture of the lake?
Excuse me?
I don't know. Somebody just posted in the text chat. I don't know. In the chat for the live stream, I see on the side, Elijah. I don't know. I thought it was. Oh, that's June 16th. Never mind. I'm on.
Yeah, no, that's a different chat, and we don't get to. That's for the mods to post in.
Okay.
But you can read their notes. They post some important stuff in that live stream.
I've been using Discord for years, and I still don't know how it works. So
I'm still learning myself. Don't worry about it.
2018 apparently, but I've had it for longer than that for sure.
Jedi's got a TikTok. I would follow you, Jedi, but I don't have TikTok, bro.
Mate, you don't have to get bloody TikTok. If I was you, I'd stay well away from it, mate. So yeah, no harm, no foul, buddy. Not at all.
No,
it's an evil fucking place, mate. Trust me.
Oh yeah. No, I used to have TikTok. Before it was TikTok, it was what the hell was it? It was I can't remember what it's called. It was like Melody or something like that. Medley or but anyway.
I remember it.
Yeah, Musically is what it was called. And dude, all it was like underage girls like doing 30-second dance videos and showing off their curves, and it was disgusting. The only reason why I got on there was because I was thinking about my daughter. I'm like, if my daughter gets social media, I need to know what's going on in all this social media. So I got on Snapchat, I got on Musically, which later turned into TikTok. I got on DLive, Odyssey, like all these different social medias, Twitch, just to see what they were like. And I've deleted so many accounts. I can't be on any of that shit, dude. My daughter ever says, "Hey, I want a Snapchat account." No, you don't. I want on TikTok. No.
No, not at all, mate. Not at all.
But some people, like some adults, are mature enough to navigate through TikTok with it. I just don't want to support that shit.
I don't blame you, mate. Don't get involved if you don't want to.
The last social media I think that I ever got into was Snapchat, and then after that it just became too much. Like it's already too difficult to like maintain my own life. Like how am I going to maintain like 6 other like online lives? I don't know how people do it.
I mean, like it's kind of like Instagram in a lot of ways.
Yeah, no, I mean I know what it is, but like I just like I'm like a big Facebook user because like I'm almost 30. So like, well, what? That was just the.
So I won't mention MySpace then. Don't worry about it.
No, I mean I know about MySpace, but I never I never had a MySpace when I was. It was around when I was younger. I wasn't like I had a pretty good. You can call it sheltered, I guess, but like I didn't have like TV. Like I had like channel 6 and channel 12 and stuff like that, but I didn't have like quote unquote satellite TV or cable until I was like 14.
That's okay. That's good, man. That means you actually had a life.
Yeah. Well, I remember the time, where exactly you'd come home before the sun went down, and that's it. I think I was probably one of the last of that era. Because I've worked in like a lot of restaurants, and it's incredible. Right after Christmas, like all the kids on their iPads, and like it's really sad because you'll see the kid there, like have their earbuds in their ear, they'll be playing on their iPad, and like they're there with like their dad or their mom or something, and it's just like they're completely in a different world. Like you could see that like they're like the parents are there trying to spend time with them, and like they can't even get off the device. But I guess this has strayed quite far from the flat Earth, hasn't it?
Well, for me, that's how I got to flat Earth. The world's so fucked up so much, so often, that people just stop noticing. They don't even notice how wrong things are, but yet they think it's right as rain.
Yeah, I witnessed that firsthand in April. Like, where I'm from, we had a major power outage, where the whole city lost power for like a week.
Wow.
And I'm in Montreal. Not that it doesn't really matter. I mean, I'm so open on the internet. Whatever. If there's any lists, I'm on them. I don't really care.
Well, Montreal, that explains everything. sorry to interrupt.
You mean my like profile and stuff? Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty close to the ground zero there, dude.
Yeah, no, I'm in the belly of the beast for sure. And anyway,
I didn't even know that the seat of the government was in Montreal.
The what?
Is it not Montreal? Where is the seat of your government at? Is it Montreal? Yeah.
The seat of our government?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's not. It used to be Montreal like 100 years ago, but no, now it's Ottawa.
Ottawa, that's right.
Yeah.
Ottawa.
Yeah.
I'm trying to learn where everybody's capitals are now.
But yeah, so I was driving around that night because like me and my buddy were like, well, we have nothing to do. We're gonna go see what's open because like the whole island essentially lost power. Like it was completely dark for almost a week, and I felt kind of bad because I had a great time and everyone else was like losing their minds. But, like because I'm a little bit like prep minded, I was like chilling. I was doing great, and it exposed a little bit of the holes in my prep, so I know what I have to kind of do next, but. It was 12 o'clock at night. We're just driving around, and we end up at a McDonald's, and there's a guy like looking in the window, and he's like absolutely losing his mind because he can't get a cheeseburger at like 12 o'clock at night in like a once in a every 2 decade like environmental event. And I'm like, just wow, like that guy is never gonna make it. Like, oh my god. People are like looking in banks, like how kids would look into like a toy store, like a window, like before Christmas. They're like looking into banks, like, hello, can I get my money? Lineups for gas, hours long. Like again, I tend to keep my gas tank like 3/4 full, just because. I mean, not many people know this, but if you have a gasoline car, it's a power generator. I know that sounds wild, but that's what it is.
Oh yeah.
So I was charging my phone. I was staying warm. I was good. Like,
What about solar? Like people with solar?
Yeah.
Were they okay? Did they get?
Yeah, no,
during the day again.
Yeah, I mean, we weren't hit with like a EMP or a solar flare or whatever. It was just what happened was, for
inclement weather.
Well, for XYZ reasons, we had an ice storm, and what happens is the ice gets so heavy when it freezes on the power lines that it crashes them, and there's only 5 input points into Montreal where all the electricity comes in from essentially like 5 places. And so if any number of those fail, like a huge portion of the power goes down.
Well, I was asking about solar panels, if people had solar panels as well. Did they fail?
Well, I don't think many people here have solar panels, especially because Canada historically has had a pretty good government, like overall. So people don't have a distrust of government here, which is very scary. So no, I think people just they just expect that things are always just going to be okay. So if they had solar panels, they were fine. Like if they have a solar grid setup, they were okay, right? But I don't think a lot of people really have that because they don't look at it the long term. They can only think 5 minutes ahead, right? So if you get solar panels, maybe they cost you $20,000 to like get a full setup, and then you don't have to worry anymore. But if electricity is very, very cheap here, because we have like nationalized electricity and it's done by hydropower, and since Quebec has like the most fresh water in the world per capita, don't quote me on that, but it's like 3% of the world's fresh water for like 0.003% of the world's population. We have a pretty robust hydroelectric infrastructure, so our electricity is super cheap. It's like the only place in North America that actually electric cars do make sense. Apart from the other reasons of them being able to be like remotely stopped and stuff like that, technology aside, like the electricity is cheap enough here that it actually makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me it was during the event, that which shall not be named. Australians generally are quite. I mean, they try to think for each other. Of course, in the big cities, that's changing a lot, and the materialism and all that has changed a lot. But when people were freaking out about toilet paper, that's when I knew, okay, this investing time into mainstream society, for me anyway, after the toilet paper thing, I was like, no, this is not happening.
Well, look what they did with toilet paper. Now, imagine if it was like the last food, right?
Yeah, exactly. What if it was actually, I mean, there were also other shortages, like for a long time, like, pasta, rice, eggs, and people were still freaking out. You'd only settle down after a few months when they realized, hey, there's still food. We can eat other food. I don't need to panic about not having pasta.
Australia must be a little bit of a weird place, though, in the sense that, like, most of the country is desert, right? Like right? So it does have a good climate for growing, I guess, but in terms of like water and like getting stuff there, right? Like, it's remote, like so.
Yeah, the main issue is that
in China, or closer to China.
Yeah, the main issue.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah. I was just going to say the main issue is that most people live on the coastal areas, so that's where most people are concentrated. So basically, the farms are way inland. They're very subject to weather fluctuations. So there's a food security issue. Then there's a water security issue because, again, there are not many rainwater tanks, so the rain may come on the coastal areas, but it's also very dry sometimes.
Yeah.
There's like a lot of those variances. So there's some sort of like over the past several decades, there's some sort of resilience built into the system, but it's still very fragile because like energy independence is okay, but food, water, sort of defense, to some degree, electricity, the grid itself, they're all very fragile. So unless you have like a particular community that's really strong in terms of banding together after any incidences where they're sharing supplies, they're sharing food, all that kind of stuff, they're trading without using money. It's Australia is just as fragile as any typical like American state, for example, like American liberal state, shall I say?
Well, it's
because
quite-
you have huge. Sorry, go on. Yeah.
No, I was gonna say, yeah. I guess it's. I've always understood Australia to be quite similar to Canada in that respect. Very,
Yeah. I mean,
very
it's-
urbanized and pretty decentralized in terms of like we have like 3 major cities, and I think like half the population lives there essentially.
Yeah,
Maybe
it's
not
kind of
half,
similar to
like a
that.
third,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, it's kind of similar to that as well here.
But I gotta say, at least in terms of, I was not allowed to leave the country. I know Australia was like that for a while too.
Yeah, yeah.
I always thought to myself, at least Canada is probably one of the best countries that I would have that inability because you could literally never see the whole thing, even if you tried. You know, you could travel like around all the provinces and see so much like natural beauty that you never really need to go anywhere to like feel
Yeah, I mean,
satisfied in that regard.
Yeah, it's a bit of a haven in the sense that you're able to go deep into the, I guess, the natural wilds or more remote towns. Yeah.
But the winter
the
here
thing
makes
is,
it really tough to do that.
But yeah, the only thing is, yeah, you have such extreme temperatures that, yeah, which is also the issue in Australia in the desert because it's not as bad as Canada, but you know, because it's so dry, it's extremely hot in summer, it's extremely cold in winter, so it's not really inhabitable in that sense by
You're saying
modern standards.
Australia is cold in the winter?
Yeah, I mean, not as cold as Canada. I'm talking like, you know, like -5 degrees Celsius or
Wow,
something
really?
like
I
that.
didn't even think that was possible. That's like mind blowing to me.
Yeah, like Southern Australia is like Canada, dude.
Crazy. I didn't know that at all. But I imagine you guys don't get much snow.
Only in the there's only one part near Sydney and Melbourne that's more like the mountain regions that get snow, but other than that, not really.
Yeah, because if it's cold but it's dry, then you don't. I mean, it's precipitation, right? So you don't get snow. Interesting. I didn't know that. I imagine
Yeah.
Australia because
It's
even
not dry
even
down
out,
here.
even out
Yeah, the
here-
cities is not in the coastal areas can be quite wet, and the alpine region is somewhat, you know, not too far inland, so it's
Been,
mainly the middle part of the country.
Been raining. It's been raining here for 2 months. So I'm down
It's just your
south.
Melbourne weather.
Yeah, that's right.
Because even here on the west coast, there's quite a bit of land that only ever really gets to like 5 degrees Celsius. Doesn't get colder than that, like in Vancouver.
But that's city. That's what the city is like, right? When everybody's huddled together, and so the city kind of generates a little bit of heat.
Well, I think it's because at least what they say is there's like a heat wind tundra or something that comes down like across the western like part of North America. So the air there, like it gets blasted with like Pacific heat or something. I don't know. I'm not a scientist.
If I'm not mistaken, I think it's the water currents.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they have the same thing that goes across the top of the United Kingdom.
Right.
They have some botanical gardens up in the north of Scotland that should be pretty much frozen, but they have, because of warm water currents, they can have tropical gardens and stuff like that. It's pretty weird.
It's neat.
But it's also the north works differently than the south. Like even for the same latitude, north and south, you know, like as we have researched, the way the sun seems to work. It causes different weather patterns. Like you can have like a really hot summer up there with the sun really very close overhead in that way. I mean, apparently close. Yeah, so there's some weather differences there.
I just never imagined Australia got into the negatives.
Oh yeah, mate. We get regularly go into the negatives during winter, and I'm in Melbourne, so in the mornings can get
That's
down
like blowing,
negative
blowing
3.
my mind right now, honestly.
We'll hear Timbo complain about the winter quite often.
Yeah, and the summer,
fucking everything a lot.
Yeah.
Well, it was so hot here today that the power went out for like a quarter of the city. Got to like 35 degrees. But I like that though. We have very well defined.
I'll be back.
We have very well defined seasons, so I actually really like that. Like our winters are really cold, our summers are really hot, our springs are like really wet, and then our falls are just like really like, just like mild, but like just really. I mean, with all the trees and everything, I don't want to use the word beautiful to describe it necessarily because that's not really like a temperature variant, but like it's like perfect weather, like 10 to 20 degrees, and like I don't know. It's great for shorts and a sweater, which is like my kind of weather.
Well, you're more inland. Coastline people, they tend to have 2 seasons instead of 4 seasons.
Interesting. Yeah, we well because like we live in a valley technically, right? It's like like the river that flows from the Atlantic Ocean into Quebec, the Fleuve Saint Laurent. It's it brings the cold air and it funnels it, so we can get really blasted. Like I remember 2017 or 2018, we got to like minus 40 for like 3 or 4 days.
Yeah, some lake effect
January.
stuff.
My weather or my even though the electricity is cheap, my electricity bill for like those 2 months was like $600.
Oh, I bet. But the heater was running all the time.
Yeah, no, just
to maintain 60.
completely just cranked. But I live in an old building too, so I mean, it's not perfectly suitable for insulation reasons.
Right.
What's the rent?
Yeah, Australia's weather is quite diverse as well, because you can imagine like similar to the US, where you've got places very near the equator, like and then sort of subtropical, like Miami, then goes all the way up to where Timbo's at, which is more temperate. And then you've got all the parts in between. So yeah, it's quite diverse in its own way. Like where I am, I'm like I think 2 hours by plane north of Timbo, and it's like a San Diego, LA kind of weather. And from where I am, if you take another plane 2 hours north, you're basically like in the monsoon, tropical, equatorial type thing.
Yeah, the typhoons, all that stuff.
Yeah, up the north. Yeah, that's when they get really big typhoons, cyclones.
You know what's crazy is I keep seeing major advertisements for like tourism for Australia.
Yeah, we've been getting US visit US advertising, or like, but it's for the South, like Louisiana and New Orleans.
You're saying you get a lot of visitors from there?
No, we've been seeing some ads, but yeah, there are a lot of people that come from all over the place: Asia, US, Europe.
That's pretty cool, though, eh?
to like be living in like essentially Southeast Asia. So like you can just kind of hop on a boat to like Vietnam or like Thailand, or not a boat. I mean, you can hop on like a small plane. It's like me going to like Alberta.
Yeah, there's a lot of low cost airlines that are sort of that you can go for really cheap holidays. So sometimes people don't even holiday in the country because it's cheaper
Why
to
would
just fly to Southeast Asia. And yeah, but the condition in Southeast Asia can be a bit sketchy sometimes depending on where you go.
No, of course. I mean, it's like that in a lot of places, right? Even like in the United States, or even some parts of the city here. Like, if you don't know where you're ending up, like, it's not a good vibe. I feel like the best thing to do is you go 1 or 2 times to like a very, very touristy zone. You try and make like some local friends, and you know, then start hanging out with them.
Yeah,
if you
that's
want,
a pretty good idea.
If you want to have like a true experience, not just like spend your whole time on a resort, right? Because like, I mean, why even go on vacation or holiday? Do you call it holiday, or is that just a British?
Yeah, holiday. Yeah, no, it's holiday.
See, for me, the only place that I could go is like the United States. I mean, locally, right?
Yeah. But there's a lot to see in the US, right? So at least you've got stuff to do.
There's a lot to see, but I'm definitely more into like a cultural like experience of like a country. So like for me, like going to the States is like, it's just like a Canada on steroids.
Yeah, it's like going to a theme park.
Essentially, yeah, exactly. Like don't get me wrong, like I agree with you. There's definitely a lot to see out here, but it's like if I was gonna go to the United States, like I would just probably go somewhere in Canada instead, like for the most part. But I live in like the second biggest city, so for me, there's not much like in terms of like tourist destinations or whatever that I can't just go do on a daily basis.
Yeah, if you got all.
I just don't want to live in Australia. But now you're telling me I can't even escape the cold?
You have to live. If you want to get away from the cold, you have to like
live in
essentially, very north part.
Anywhere but Victoria, I hear.
Yeah. So you want to live like 20 degrees south and up to 10 degrees south. So that way you're definitely not going to get much cold at all.
What is New Zealand like in terms of temperature?
New Zealand's pretty cold. It's cold and wet.
Yeah.
All the time.
Most of the time, yeah.
My sister lived in New Zealand for like a year, right before COVID.
New Zealand's like the Canada of the US.
Yeah, that's right.
You can when you're in Canada, you can go freely between Canada and the United States for the most part. The same thing with Australia, right? If you live in Australia, you can freely go to New Zealand.
I still need a passport.
Yeah.
Used to not.
Yeah, you still need a passport, but there are a lot of like socio-economic links between Australia and New Zealand. So yeah, like in terms of work permits, that kind of stuff is a bit more relaxed. But New Zealand has a very small population compared to Australia. So. But yeah, our original topic was how, with mainstream society, I don't see being able to engage with them in any meaningful way other than sort of like in terms of the local community. Like certain suburbs were pretty resilient during the event or even during floods and stuff. Like where I am is quite a big city. It's the third largest city in Australia, and certain suburbs, we didn't have electricity for like 3 days because of really big flooding.
Oh,
Big
yeah, I
storm
remember
for
that.
3 days. Yeah. So certain suburbs were okay because people still had solar electricity. Some other suburbs still had their electricity supply, so they were trying to help people with, charging phones. Certain grocery stores and still had electricity. So, but I can imagine if someone is living in a very dense urban environment where people don't really know each other, then they're very reliant on the state government, the federal government, the sort of city resources to survive. But yeah, like I was saying, the toilet paper incident, the pasta or something like eggs or something. And then there was something silly as well, like obviously the media sensationalizes everything, but something to do with iceberg lettuce where it became, it was like 10 times the price.
Yeah, I saw that.
We got hit with the baby food. We got hit with baby food. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, as silly as it sounds, like in the United States, they're like, "Oh, we have this huge baby food crisis," but then, like, all the immigrants at the border were getting free baby food.
Yeah. Does somebody want to tell these people that mammals have lived for a long time without formula? Maybe
that's the thing about.
We need to do a study on this to see how many flat earthers got breastfed versus how many Globers got baby formula.
Well, I can tell you right now, I got baby formula, so
we've already broken the correlation.
Yeah, it's already null and void.
Yeah, that's the real challenge that, from the resistance we see to flat Earth. That's how we know that, once you accept it, once you see how other people respond, then it's very hard to accept mainstream society in that way or interact it in the way we used to do. Yeah. Interact with it the way we used to.
I've settled into a good place though, where I just have a lot of fun with it. Like it's gotten to a point where, like, in my group of like friends and whatever, it's kind of just become a funny joke. Like I was watching a TV show earlier with a buddy, and he was joking, obviously tongue in cheek because he doesn't believe it, but he was joking about we were watching a movie and there was like some space station or something, and he's like, "Oh, that's total CGI." Like, I'm like, "It is though. Like, it's a movie." But like, you couldn't even. It looks better than some of the stuff that they present as real. So, I don't know.
Well, like I even go as far as like I'll have the conversation with my friends. My friends will make a joke about it, and then I'll just ask them a simple question, and then usually it'll go on for about 2-3 minutes, and then it devolves into, "All right, dude, I don't really know all the answers, so we're just gonna stop talking about it." It's like, okay, cool, and we'll stop talking about it until the next time pops up. But little by little, like I've asked some of my friends, I'm like, "So, like, have you thought about anything that I've said as far as like flat Earth goes?" And like, "Dude, a lot of the shit that you say makes sense, but I'm not going to take your word for it." I'm like, "Man, all I'm saying is just look into it. I'm not preaching that I'm the smartest person in the world, but you know me. I'm not a dumb motherfucker either."
Yeah, I don't know if you were there earlier for the conversation, but I was saying something that I had like a similar experience, especially in the last 3 years, where like I'm not somebody who's like, I don't hold my tongue a lot. Like I'm nice, I'm cordial, but I'll speak my mind. And I have people who will come up to me in private and say, I agree with everything you're saying, but I'm like afraid to be like ridiculed or like spoken to in the way that like I see other people like speaking to you.
And they have like a huge social anxiety about it. Like you look at them like, "What's wrong with you, dude? Like, you're not a bad looking person. You're smart. Everybody likes you. What are your friends?" Well, like I'm talking to a girl on the phone and she's like, I'm 41 years old, and I didn't get this job that I applied for. And it's the first time in my life I ever applied for a job and I didn't get the job. And so it really hurt my feelings. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? like people just have never experienced rejection. Everything's been like, they've always gone with the flow. Everything's socially acceptable. They've never questioned or gone against the grain in anything. And that's
I feel sorry for those people. Yeah, I feel sorry for those people because, they're just not equipped to handle anything outside their comfort zone or what they're used to of being, especially if they're being successful, being well liked, they were popular at school, they're popular at their jobs, they earn, a decent income. To take that next step, unless they've had some crisis in their life, they're normally not prepared.
Right. Or unfortunately, like it would be something like, if their parents had passed away and they've only ever had to, do everything on their own without any help. Like that type of person would likely be more reluctant to sit down and have the conversation and be like, you know what, you're right. Like it does make a lot of sense.
And that's the paradigm as well that they've become successful in, right? So they went to school, they followed most of the instructions, they did well in their grades, they were able to regurgitate things accordingly in, senior years or in college. And then when they first start working, maybe they were able to follow instructions, play the corporate game. Then they were able to, start a family, buy a house, work with the banks to, get all their loans sorted. Mm-hmm. So to step out of that paradigm,
it's for sure a paradox because, like, I technically on paper only have high school, and a lot of the people I associate with, they're pretty successful in terms of like, college, university jobs or whatever, or like a trade, but not necessarily like a school trade. Like I have a friend who's a pilot, and so I think, it's a little bit of a paradox in their mind. Like, I don't think they can also fathom that somebody, and I don't even think they do it like consciously. Like, I don't think any of my friends think I'm an idiot, but I almost wonder if there's like a cognitive dissonance there that like there's no way somebody with like out any qualifications could discover something so grand.
Right. Or like, why would they lie? And the bottom line is like everybody doesn't have to lie. All it takes is a few people at the top to tell everybody else, this is the plan, this is what we're going with. Yeah. And that's it.
Even that doesn't exactly matter because at least if you can get them to understand that, like, I mean, I'm sure you guys have all heard David Weiss, right? This is one that he goes with a lot. It's the finding dead bodies in a room, right? Like you
don't have to have a motive.
You don't need the motive. The motive is what we're trying to figure out. Realistically, none of us know that the true, for sure motive. But what we can know is what we can physically test, and we can physically test there's no curvature. And that doesn't, we don't need to know a motive to know why they're hiding what they're hiding.
True, and I think one big thing we always take for granted is a lot of time when we're debating and arguing them, they say, fine then, why the lie? We have them right there. They've just admitted that someone's lying. We don't need to prove why. They just admitted that there's a lie. It's game over right there.
That's true. I mean, at that point, they've already admitted that like everything that you're bringing up, like they can't rebut.
They don't realize that's just the deepest pitfall they've just stepped in. Is congratulations, you just admitted that we were right.
Yeah. Interesting.
Well, but they'll turn around and rebut like, oh hey, like no, I didn't concede to it because you're gonna have to prove to me why they would even lie to begin with. That would be the ultimate proof, and it's like pretty sad.
I mean, it's incredible because why? Like, the difference between somebody who is like a conspiracy theorist and somebody who's like a mainstreamer, we'll just call it, it's that somebody who's a conspiracy theorist acknowledges that, I think it's a self-reflection thing, because I know in my life I've done things that I'm not proud of and that I've hidden from people and that I've lied about, and I can
I can see that, right? So I
can
admit
it.
Exactly. And so I can project that onto other people and say, if we're all human and I've done things that I wouldn't want certain people to know about, then I know for a fact that other people have done that as well. And if you got into a position of power or authority, you know, it's not a stretch to expect that the lies or the concealments will be that much grander.
Well, like if you lied on your application to become a manager of a company, right? And you got the job, and then they find out that you actually lied on your application. They say, well, why would you lie? Well, obviously so I could get the job.
Or everybody must be in on it. The whole company knows that you lied.
There's a massive conspiracy in your company to cover up the fact that you wanted a job and you lied.
And then even then, like if you were doing a good job and they found out that you lied, they probably would let you keep your job because you're doing what they want you to do.
Hopefully.
You know?
But I guess you could
and
also
if somebody below you found out, they'd be like, oh, he fucking lied on his application. Doesn't matter. He's already doing the job.
Yeah, it's like a lot of these globals come in with that sort of murder mystery mindset, like, oh, this is very interesting. Oh, yeah, why do you think that way? Why would they lie? Oh, okay, yeah. They want us to spin some sort of narrative and then give them some sort of like happy ending or some sort of conclusion at the end, like the end of every episode of like Law and Order or something like that. Like, yes, because this and that's why they lied. And
their brains are televised.
They everything has to be a soapbox drama to them. They want to replace one fantasy with another.
Well, why would anybody lie? The reason why anybody would lie would be for control.
For gain, exactly. You don't lie to lose things, generally.
Usually it's control at someone else's detriment, otherwise you wouldn't have to be lying. Some sort of parasitic behavior.
Because you want to feel superior. That's why you lie.
I wouldn't even say it's like you want to feel superior per se. Like that's definitely a component in it. But like,
or you want to be superior, not feel, but be.
Well, like think about it like in terms of like, let's say you cheated on someone, right? Like, you wouldn't be lying to them because like you're trying to feel superior. I mean, you could definitely.
Why would a sociopath lie?
Yeah, but we're talking about like the average person here that like might, be like have infidelity or something. Not like something so grand, but like, I mean, if it can't be applied in the small scale, then it also, or if it can be applied in the small scale and not in the large scale, then that means it's probably untrue as well. I was just philosophizing about the idea why somebody would lie. I don't think it's always about power.
Or maybe, fair enough.
Maybe it is though. I mean, because like you have the power to like conceal what you've done, and then you can take advantage of the other person not knowing. So you can definitely. I'm going to use the word spin, but it's not really a spin. You could definitely spin it that way, that it's always about power. I can see that.
The thing about the why would they lie question though is that, and I think a lot of them stumble at it, is because they don't understand the ramifications of how they imagine that like 1 million people around the world are gathering on some sort of like super secret bunker to discuss how they're going to fool, billions of people. They don't understand how the structure is based on compartmentalization, different types of, control, different types of people. Just who was it that put just somebody relying on somebody else for data? So they're not aware of like how the financial system works, how government works, how the elite controllers work. They don't understand how the education system works. So
it's brilliant how they do it. You don't have to tell every lie to everyone. You just have to tell certain lies to certain people, and that's how they get away with it. That's what compartmentalization basically is.
And it doesn't even have to be particularly a lie, right? The bank teller doesn't know what's going on in the CEO meeting.
Right, that's what it boils down to. is like, well, everybody have to be in on it. No, just the CEOs. Just the CEOs of a few businesses could control an entire economy.
It's incredible too, because the left has always, at least colloquially, the left. There's not really a left and a right, but when I say left, I'm sure you'll understand what I mean when I get deeper into the explanation. That it's always been their thing, right? That corporations, and I think somebody brought this up earlier about George Carlin. Like, it's incredible that like now it's completely flipped. That the people who are like the biggest like bootlickers for corporations are the people who have historically been the ones who say that corporations are evil.
Yeah.
It's like every corporation has your opinion, and somehow like you believe that you're the counterculture. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, that's really bizarre. The over the top virtue signaling with all these giant corporations, and that's the thing as well, that what the globalists don't understand is that it's not about convincing them about flat Earth and giving them an alternate fairy tale to believe in, because then they wouldn't have achieved anything in their life. They'll just go from one lie to another paradigm, and the powers that shouldn't be could easily say, okay, there's been a Mandela effect, we shifted to another timeline, okay, now it's flat. And then they would just go, okay, it makes sense now, because, it was a globe, then there was a timeline shift, and then this flat earthers discovered it, and now the mainstream media confirmed it. All right, all good.
Bro, you're totally right, man.
I actually believe if they went on, like if you had whoever, like the most recognizable, like, not Elon Musk, because like he's a very polarizing character, like some other people, but like even if you had them go on mainstream media 24/7 telling people exactly like what we're talking about now, I actually believe that a large portion of people would still not believe it.
They need the system to stay the way that it is, because for a lot of parts, a lot of the people, they've mastered this system.
Yeah.
And they don't want to have to go through it all over again.
That's a good way to put it.
They've learned how to manipulate the system.
It's like,
why would I want to change that?
And like you're a speedrunner, and you've gotten really good at level 1. You're the best in the world at level 1, but like you never click the button to put next level. You always just click the button to like reset level.
Yeah.
And just get better and better at level 1 when when you've accomplished 1/10 of the video game, even though you're the best at that instance of it. Do you guys have a invite your this is like a take your child to work today, like invite your Globey friend day?
We recommend everybody get their own Discord account and come in here and be a part of the conversation.
No. I don't mean like bring somebody on, like you're like, I wouldn't let somebody like speak as if they're me. But I'm saying like a day where like you try and bring in like a bunch of people who are like I'll say orbitally connected to somebody who believes or somebody who acknowledges that the Earth is not what they say it is. Have like a deprogramming session.
Yeah, I mean, some people have tried that. Yeah, the only thing is that once they see their friend, the global friend, sort of really start to melt down, it gets pretty freaky, because we've had some instances where the global friend is sort of speaking into the microphone, kind of freaking out, and we can hear that person's flat Earth friend at the back trying to comfort them, like, it's okay, just tell the truth, just be honest. So it gets really messy. Yeah, it's a great idea, but yeah, like you can literally hear their flat Earth friend in the background just trying to calm them down. They start cock dissing, start freaking out.
Hey, just say gravity a bunch. It'll be fine. Just say gravity.
So I disagree with them. We'll talk about this later. Disagree with them.
With it, he'll say like, try to just make it when you're having a conversation, say something that's like so obscene, like how ridiculous does this sound? Whenever you're facing east and you're watching the sunrise, you are doing the most epic face plant ever. Because that's the way the Earth is spinning. So you're doing a face plant. Well, make it just sound ridiculous in what they believe in. That's like when somebody talks about like, show me the edge so I can jump off. I'm like, let's play with the idea that you think there's an edge, and I'll go with it. If you got to the edge of flat Earth, what makes you think you could jump off into space and fall down? Well, that's what you believe, right? No.
I love the meme about if the Earth was flat, then cats would have pushed everything off of it already.
It's the most stupid shit ever.
Well, obviously, but I find it funny. I have a cat, so like, I giggled at that. I was like, that's kind of cute. Any of you all in here play video games at all?
I'm playing Assassin's Creed right now.
What is that? Sorry?
Assassin's Creed.
Okay, cool. Does anybody here play Rust? No?
Rust?
Yeah.
You mean like named after that movie where the actor shot the director?
Well, yeah, it's the same name, but no, it's no. Rust is like it's almost like a Call of Duty. I want to say like Call of Duty and Minecraft kind of mixed game. It's basically like a looter shooter. Like, you go around, you build bases, you try and get loot from other people. You shoot rockets into their base, try and take their stuff. Like, it's pretty fun.
I play
Sounds
CS:GO.
like Borderlands.
CS:GO.
Yeah.
Sounds like Borderlands. Is it Borderlands?
No, it's legit called Rust.
Oh, I'm saying, is it like Borderlands?
Yeah. I'm somebody who like, I'll find a video game and I'll just like stick with that forever. So like I'm not I don't know too like I've heard Borderlands, I've heard CS:GO, but I don't really know what it's about.
Borderlands is kind of like...
Is that like the comic book kind of looking?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I think one of my friends was trying to get me to play that at one time. I don't have it though. Have you guys ever gotten have you ever gotten an Among Us game going?
No.
Yeah. I love that game, and I have an interesting theory about Among Us. It became very, very popular right at the beginning of the special time, and I wonder if that has to do anything I don't think it's necessarily causated, but I wonder if it's correlated that a game that the whole premise is to mistrust everybody around you became so popular at a time where everybody was essentially saying that you can't trust anyone. Anyone could be anyone could hurt you. So don't trust your neighbors, don't trust your friends. I wonder if that's like I wonder if there was a
it's social engineering.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's been around for a long time. So like I said, I don't think it's necessarily causated, but I wonder if the popularity of that game was like an underlying feeling of malaise and distrust.
Not so much that. It's about breaking everybody down into individuals where they're all divided, and then whoever's the slickest person that can get everybody together is going to win. So good versus evil. So is the slickest person a good person, or is the slickest person an evil person?
The person who can tell the most convincing lies.
And you can tell a lie for good reasons, and you can tell a lie for bad reasons.
Yeah.
You should never lie. There's no good reason really to lie, but for social engineering purposes, you have to lie in order to get everybody on the same page.
Yeah, of course. We're speaking philosophically, right?
Right.
Interesting.
So it's all social engineering. Social engineering, so like when I was in the military, before we deployed over to Iraq, we got counterintelligence debriefing, and it's the same thing. It's social engineering.
Those are the guys over there that did the bad thing.
Well, they tell you you're going to go do a good thing against people that are doing bad things.
Yeah. And
That's what
they
counterintelligence
have
is.
the same story on the other side.
Right.
Crazy. I think I'm going to head out, though, for tonight. It's actually quite late for me.
Yeah, no, it's late for me too, dude.
Yeah, I don't really have
But
anything
thanks
to
for
do
coming
tomorrow.
in.
Yeah, for sure. I'll be back.
We're here 24/7.
So I've heard. Well, all right. Have a good night. Gentle,
All right, bro. Good night.
Gentle.
You as well, man.
And if there's any ladies in here, I haven't heard any, but have a good night if there are. So this is a very.
He's single, ladies. He's single.
Sorry. Oh, I'm super single. It's crazy.
Super single.
Yeah, that's a coin I've termed. Everybody laughs at that when I tell them that. Oh, do you have a girlfriend? It's like, I'm super single.
Guys, did you know that the Earth is round?
Is it?
Is it?
Yeah, well, I saw it with my own eyes.
Yeah?
Where at?
I hopped in a little rocket ship, just booked it, you know? And then I had a look for myself.
Oh.
How many tabs did you take?
No, bro, I just hopped in it. You know who my dad is?
No, you didn't. Well, how many tabs did you take?
Elon Musk is my dad, bro. He just sent
Tab.
me over there.
TAB, brother.
Elon Musk is your
How many hits of acid did you take?
I did not take any.
Are you sure?
I was sober ass.
You know that one of the main effects of taking a lot of acid is not remembering you took a lot.
Oh, that was a good one.
I once walked into a dude that overdosed on mushrooms, and he was laying on the floor, and I was like, "Get up, dude. We're going to the hospital." I can't, man.
You even overdosed on mushrooms?
Yeah, I was like, "How many mushrooms did you take?" And he goes, "Well, I mean, everything's an overdose when you're showing up for medical reasons." But I was like, "How many mushrooms did you take?" He's like, "I don't know. How much is in that bag?" And I said, I looked over and the bag was empty. I said, "Done." He's like, "I took it all, man."
Okay, I have a big old question. If the Earth is flat,
I was about to go to bed, but
That's the wrong premise. But go ahead. There's no claim of flat Earth. Hello? Did you cut out? I guess he cut out.
He's gone.
Oh, it's back. Sheba, you there?
It's Cam. I think Cam was the one talking.
Oh, he's playing.
No.
Yeah, he's playing Rocket.
Yeah, I
League.
was talking.
so what do you think about that? Huh? Try that on for size.
I didn't hear anything, dude. It was
Yeah, you got cut
emptiness.
off. 45 seconds. We haven't heard nothing from you.
Nothing. Bro.
What
You got
the
cut off.
flip?
Yeah.
Okay.
Try again.
Hear me out. So, okay, back to my question. If the Earth is flat,
I think the man raises a good point.
Yeah. Clearly, that's like a.
That's the exact
I
answer.
have nothing to be able to rebut. I'm convinced.
Well, I didn't hear anything. Like
I think that's the joke. I think he's playing a joke. He keeps saying that, and then he just stops talking.
That's an interesting argument. It's a good one. I've never heard before.
Yeah, man.
That's the first time I've ever heard.
Heard nothing for the explanation.
What the flip?
I mean, we're just trying to be friendly here.
Yeah. Can you give me some rolls?
No.
Some rolls. Eat a few Big Macs, and you'll get some.
Did you literally just get into the server today? And now you want rolls?
Yeah, man. I want gold plus, gold, silver FE, valued, flat earther, Cogdis VIP, popcorn, Jesus is Lord and Savior, Bible study, Viking, but it's spelt all funny, and Team Chill. I want all of those.
Yeah. If you demand those things, you'll get your VC verified removed.
I demand it. I'm demanding it.
I mean, you're the one risking getting your privileges taken away.
No, don't take it away. No.
You get this? You get this off?
So I was trying to get you VC verified earlier, Cam. What brings you to the server?
Oh, no, I've been in the server for a little minute. I'm a firm believer.
A firm believer, huh? Firm believer of what?
Of the Earth not being round. There is no proof.
What made you convinced of that?
Yeah.
Because I used to be a globe earther, right? But then when I came up with proof, you guys just said it was lies, and then I had to think, and I was like, oh my god, if they said it's lies, then it can't be true. So it just changed me.
Well, can you restate what it is that were lies?
Bro, I'm already a believer. Don't even worry about it.
The thing is, we don't believe anything. A lot of us have done tests and know it.
Yep, I've seen your tests. I loved every second.
What test?
So, have you made a long distance observation yourself?
Right. I've seen that video with the laser.
No, not a video. I mean, have you gone out into the real world? You don't have to make sure that you can be sure that you're not being deceived.
Yeah, man.
Right?
I've had a little look, and I shouldn't be able to see that far because of the curve. Know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. What was your known distance observation?
So I was looking at the horizon, right? And then I did the math.
Where?
In New Zealand. I got and I could see all the way to the South Island.
Right? How far away was that?
That is a very long distance. I'll look it up.
Oh, okay.
Distance between North and South Island NZ.
Is there an old Zealand?
22 kilometers.
That's far. Yeah.
And I can see it. That's 13.67 miles.
What was the height of your observation?
I was at sea level, pretty much.
So
it was at a
5
beach.
feet.
Do we call that the Black Kiwi model?
Black Kiwi.
Kiwi. From the Kiwi side.
Black Kiwi model.
But how am I seeing the bottom of those mountains from that far away? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. So you explain to us then. I mean, if it's not.
I hope this guy is not trolling.
No, he's for sure trolling, but we're gonna entertain him.
Like I wouldn't give him any roles, but we'll entertain it.
Okay.
So
the flip.
So yeah, we're already in agreement for the most part about that. So what?
What else? Tell us some more things.
Like
you've done some other research on some other things. Like, what do you think of refraction?
What's a distance formula? What's a simplified distance formula to figure out the drop of curvature over a given distance? According to the spherical Earth model with a radius of 3959.
Or 49, or 40, or was it 63, whatever, for the 40,000 kilometers?
No, not 40,000 kilometers. He's saying 24 kilometers, I think he said.
Yo, it was like 24k. It was like 13.
24,000 miles, 24,901 miles.
No,
40,000 kilometers.
Not 24k. Kilometers is like a smaller.
No, I know what you're saying. He saw a distance observation of 23 kilometers.
Miles.
Right.
Yeah.
But can you tell us what the formula would be for an Earth radius with a circumference of 40,000 kilometers?
I've forgotten, my friend. When I did the math, it all added up. I would have to go back. Yes.
So, tell us about the math, man.
I would have to go back. So, if you're willing to give me some time,
how many meters drop over distance was supposed to be there and instead wasn't there?
I will do the math right now.
Let me guess. It's 69,420.
Right. Don't be silly.
Actually, it's 4:20 in the morning here. Funny enough.
Oh. Earth drop over distance calculator. Yes, sir. Okay, hold on. Calculate the curve you should see. So,
are you on Omni?
What was that?
The website's Omni.
No, it's just literally called earthcurvature.com.
I don't think that one takes into account the observer height. It's not wrong, but it won't give you an exact formula.
Apparently, it's like 40 meters.
Yeah?
I should be seeing 40 meters of curvature, because I was pretty much at sea level, and I could see the sea level like 22 k's away.
That's what we're saying.
I shouldn't be able to see that, man.
No.
What the flip? There's the math for you.
13.7.
40 meters.
When did you go see these observations?
Oh, it's 5 minutes down the road from where I live.
And what, you just decided to hop in the car and go take a look?
No, just walk. Not that far.
Go walk.
I was going for a walk, right?
Yeah.
And then I was down there. I was at the beach. And then I had a little think. Oh my god, how can I see that far away? So I've done the math. It doesn't add up.
Did you take a picture of it?
I did not, but I could pull pictures from the internet for you guys.
I'd rather you take a picture of it, dude. I've taken pictures of mountains with my iPhone 13. I've taken pictures of mountains 53 miles away, man. I think you can take a picture of something 23 kilometers away.
I might have some pictures from a long time ago.
I saw a 30-foot lighthouse 12 miles away. Should have been 20 plus feet under. And I'll even give half because we can just say, it's
Tell us some more things.
It's a curve. So, if you want to play a conservative game, I should have only seen 5 feet of that lighthouse, even at half of the form of the curvature needed.
Tell us some more things, like axial rotation. Like, do you experience any Earth spin?
Nah, like when I'm just sitting here, why can't I feel it move? If it's moving that quickly, right?
Well, maybe it's not.
Well, they say that it's accelerating, and you've got the turn, the spin, so there's acceleration there.
But I don't feel that.
There's lots of acceleration going on.
I'm not feeling that at all, so it must be lies. It can't be true.
Yes. Go into the live stream voice text and go look at the post from 2:52 a.m. and tell us what stage you're in.
I'm not in your time
Yeah, no,
zone,
it's
my friend.
no. Oh, right. Okay,
VC
so
verified.
it's okay. Can I forward it? Can I reply here? I'll reply to it. It'll be the last thing. You just click to see the attachments. The latest thing
Okay.
that. Sounds like you're maybe in stage 4.
I'm definitely in a 6 or 7, my friend.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's good.
So now that we're all in agreement, can I get all my rolls?
No.
Fuck.
So what's up, man? You just like trying to make fun of it because you think it's a cult kind of thing?
Bro, I'm 6 or 7. I'm not making fun of anything, my friend.
He's the budget Australian. He's a Kiwi.
Budget Australian. That's a good one.
So, what else do I need to prove to get some rolls in this for? What are we
I
talking?
think you just need to spend some time here.
Yeah. Time
dropped my
time in
research.
battle. Time in battle.
Okay, hold on. I need to find the distance. I've got a picture, and it looks like it's pretty far away. So I'm gonna use a maps distance thing. Oh, look.
All right, go ahead, post it in the live stream voice text. I'll take a look at it.
Maps distance calculator.
I know, right, Miguel? He's got self rolls.
Dude, I didn't even realize I have a role in here.
Everybody has to have roles in here in order to talk.
Well, no, VC verified, yeah, but I got a seems sincere role.
Well, that's good. That means that you're on. You've shown some trustworthiness.
Yes. When do I get to know all the secrets of Xenu and the Galactic Empire?
Oh, that'll get you space herpes.
Had those once.
Yeah, once you go into space, the herpes like explode, man.
Do they have to wear never mind. I was gonna say, how do they keep distance on the ISS?
Oh, they were all tested before they went on.
Right.
Okay, 8,000 meters, 8 kilometers. Okay. If I have a look at that Earth curvature, 8 kilometers.
I just posted it in a live stream chat. You click on my picture, and you zoom in, you'll see like a grayish mountain range in the background on the horizon. And that mountain range is 53 miles away and 1,800 feet tall.
Okay.
And to be fair as well, pictures actually don't do justice. That's why I say you got to go out and do it yourself, right? Because
Can I be able to send pictures?
yeah,
I don't have the ability to do that. You can send it to me. I'll post it.
Okay. Where are we? It's on my phone, so give me a second.
Do sheepdog.
Sheepdog.
Sheepdog legend.
I can't scroll on my phone. Why won't it let me scroll? Oh fuck! It's just closed. I've got a shit phone. We have to check the VC. There we are. I found you. There we are.
And that's how far away?
That is 74,000 kilometers away. And I can see it clear as day.
74,000.
74,000 kilometers, right?
Yes, my friend.
74,000 kilometers.
Yes.
No, I'm going to post it, but this will be the last time I post one of your jokes.
What's the
74,000 kilometers.
What's the circumference of the Earth? You have 3 seconds without googling.
It's at least 2.
Okay, you're right. Actually, it is at least 2.
73,000.
73,000. Actually, it's like 93 million. No.
Bro, stop joking around. Lock in. That's 73,000 miles away. Kilometers away, sorry. It astounds me every time, just get my words mixed up.
Very cool.
Yeah, man. So when am I getting my rolls?
What role do you want? I can't give them. I'm just curious.
We've went through it a little bit before, but I'm looking for
No, you're not going to get rolls.
The gold plus and gold one.
I mean, we're a little more human in this server, and so if you're just going to act like a douche, you probably end up getting your rolls taken away.
Oh no!
So you probably shouldn't do that. Probably shouldn't act like a little bitch.
Damn it! No! Oh! It makes me so angry.
So why do you think the Earth is a globe?
I don't think it is.
You don't think it is?
I reckon it's a disc that floats around.
See? You see that?
I knew
See
it.
that?
So you want to jump up? You want to jump off the edge, huh?
Yeah, man.
Flat Earth
That's
Society.
what happens. If you keep running, my friend, then you will
just fall off the edge.
eventually.
Yeah. How are you gonna fall? How are you gonna fall off into space? Into nothing?
There isn't space.
I thought it was zero. I thought there was zero gravity.
For the
If
record,
there's no space, where does the
no
disc
edge.
exist?
The Earth is the floor of the universe. There's no edge.
Exactly what I've been saying this whole time.
So if you get to the edge, where are you gonna fall to?
There is no edge, my friend.
Okay.
Stop being silly. That's not how this roll works.
Mm-hmm.
The Earth is just the floor of the universe, as my friend said.
Show me the edge of the universe, and I'll show you the edge of the flat Earth. Be right beneath.
Hey, you want to know something funny, Cam?
Yeah, man.
You mock flat Earth as because it's flat.
I'm a believer.
Yeah, we don't believe it. We know it. But the universe, the universe of space and time and all that bullshit is also a flat disk.
Oh my god.
I know,
The
right?
prophecy is true.
So they're hiding it all in plain sight right there in front of you. And you can believe whatever you want, but we know that the Earth doesn't measure with any curvature, so.
Yes, that's facts. I've seen my pictures. I've had a look.
Have you ever gotten your? Nah, never mind. I'm not gonna say it. That's rude.
Yeah, I know. I had a feeling you're gonna say something crazy. Go ahead. Stop.
Well, let's hear
No,
it.
no. I don't think it's what you were gonna think. I was just asking. Have you ever gotten your brainwaves tested to see if they're flat?
Okay, I thought you were gonna say some other shit.
Yeah, no.
I'm autistic, and I think there's something wrong with him.
Right.
Yeah, I have got them tested, and they've actually proven to have telekinetic abilities.
Only running in delta waves, huh? Delta waves is as high as it goes for you.
So why should I believe that you have telekinetic abilities?
Sorry, I'm back.
Your telekinetic powers weren't communicating to me.
No, that's ESP. You're so silly. Oh my. So what was the question?
The question was, you claim to have telekinetic abilities.
Yes,
how
sir.
would you be able to verify that to us?
Unfortunately, it's only short range, so you'd have to be in New Zealand.
So I have to trust you.
Yeah, man.
Oh, okay, cool. Just making sure.
That's not very scientific.
Well, I can send you a video.
Well, I don't know if you thought that was 74,000 kilometers away. Maybe you're able to use them a lot farther than you think.
I didn't move them. It's just how far away they were.
No, I mean your telekinetic abilities, right? You say they're short distance, but you claim that picture was 74,000 kilometers. Which...
Yes, that's with a distance calculator, my friend. I googled that fool. Yes, sir.
What's up, Godric? How you doing, dude?
My brain hurts now.
What's going on, guys?
They're trying to give me rolls, but for some reason it's not working. So if you wouldn't mind, Godric, just giving me like the gold plus and all that.
I don't mind everybody earning their roles over time. Build trust.
Yeah, I've been building trust here for a little while. We're all friends, we can agree. And I like if we can do a little. You know what? It's not even worth doing a vote because everyone will just vote for it. I just deserve the roles by now because I've proved that I'm a believer. I've dropped my evidence and my proof.
But did you really drop your evidence?
Yeah, man. I sent you that whole entire picture.
Yeah, how far away was it?
73,000 kilometers, my friend.
How far away is it?
73,000 kilometers, my friend.
How far away is it?
73,000 kilometers, my friend.
How far away is it?
73,000 kilometers, my friend. We can do this all day.
I know, and you're lying, so how far away is it?
73,000 kilometers, my friend.
Why are you lying?
I'm not lying. Just look at the picture. And we should see more curve. And I don't see any.
Yeah.
For 73,000 kilometers, I shouldn't be able to see that. Know what I'm saying?
If it was really 73,000 kilometers, you would, yes, not be able to see it.
Yeah, but it is 73,000 kilometers and I can still see it. So how crazy is that?
It's not, though.
But that's where you're wrong, because it is.
It's not.
It is.
Okay, what's the
circumference of the Earth?
What's the circumference of the Earth? And you can Google it this time, okay? Whatever.
Okay, my friend. Let's have a little look. Circumference 40,000 kilometers.
Very cool.
So I should be seeing it further in front of me, my friend. That's crazy, yeah.
Actually, it'd be behind you. Because you're not going two multiples of 40,000. You're only going 1.x. So it would actually be behind you. So the
That's
picture that you
crazy.
actually took that's in front of you is actually behind you.
So I can just see so far. And if
Actually-
the Earth was curved, I couldn't see that.
Now I'm regretting staying up.
Me too. I was gonna go sleep too earlier.
Well, I thought it was going to be an interesting conversation where somebody actually brought a point that we could actually have a real discussion about.
I did. See my picture?
Kind of wish I could have the ability to take your roles from you just so that way I could put on the bot. I really don't have the time or the patience to have a conversation with you at 3:30 in the morning.
It's only 8:40.
So let's talk.
It'd be different if you were actually an on. You don't even have to lie to be in a server, dude. Like you literally can be a Glober and be in the server. And instead, you're just gonna lie.
Can we at least get a link to your TikTok page?
I don't have a TikTok page.
What about your YouTube page?
I don't have one of those either.
So you just do this to waste your own time?
Yeah, man. I mean,
Okay.
no, fuck, I'm a believer.
Oh, right, yeah. Okay.
Well, we can't doubt him. He's been sincere this whole time.
Yeah.
That's why I want rolls, man.
We've got Apple in here with nothing, not even VC roll.
Alright, Apple. Speak, my friend. Come on. Apple, please. Can he unmute without the VC roll?
I don't think so.
Oh, never mind.
Do you want me to deal with that, gentlemen? What I'll do is I'll unserve him you in. Very quickly, Apple, you've got control of your microphone, my friend. If you want to unmute yourself and introduce yourself to the
Hello.
gentleman in the server, that's fine. Hello, mate. How
I'm
are you?
Apple. I
Hi,
fully
Apple.
believe. Hey. Oh, sorry. Hold on. I am Apple. I believe that the Earth is flat, and that's kind of it.
You
I
believe
all
or you
these
know?
I believe. I don't know,
Okay,
but
alright.
personally, I believe.
Why?
Another believer. We're one
All
and the
these
same,
like
my friend.
fake images, I feel like it's like a calling.
Great.
It just feels fake. They all feel like, you know, AI. AI is like upcoming, bro. It feels legit.
Right. Oh.
Where are you from, Apple?
Sorry, yeah. When you start coming in and saying you're a flat earther, and then you start giggling behind this conspiracy figure of AI, and people are going to start taking you less seriously, Sunshine. How did you come to the understanding that the Earth was flat and stationary, mate?
Sorry? How
did you come to the understanding that the Earth was flat and stationary?
Oh, I just felt like I went outside, looked at like the mountains or something.
You looked at mountains, yeah.
I'm in Indonesia, so there's lots of mountains and volcanoes near me.
Mhm.
I saw every single one of them. I shouldn't be able to see it if it was round.
Awesome stuff. So, how long have you been on this journey, my friend?
About a month or something. Month or
About
two.
a month. So everything is really new to you, yeah.
Yeah, I'm still trying to get like all the understandings.
Yeah, awesome stuff. So you've come to the right place, my friend.
Thank you.
You've got lots of questions that you want to
glad.
ask, and
Yeah.
yeah. We've got lots of people in the server with vast amounts of knowledge, mate. So go ahead and ask your questions, and hopefully we can help you along your journey.
All right. I don't have many. It's just, well, how did you come to the understanding that the Earth is flat, all that stuff?
For me personally, I came across a video that questioned my reality, and I accepted that questioning of reality. That's all.
May I ask what video?
Just to return a critical thought, basically.
Aye.
May I ask what video?
Yeah, they're hiding God with the biggest lie ever told.
Oh, I love that one.
Wow.
Yeah,
That
it's
sounds
a good video.
interesting. I might take a little.
I'll see if I can.
gander on it.
I'll see if I can find it for you, mate. I'll drop it in a live stream.
Yeah.
That's why you're a real one, Jedi.
I definitely am, brother. Yes.
Hey, thanks for jumping in, Jedi, man. I'm tired. I appreciate it. Y'all have a good night.
Yeah, no worries, guys. I hope I wasn't elbowing my way to the front like you. I was just around and somebody needed unmuting, so I just thought I'd help.
No, man, I'm tired. I was getting ready to get off, but I didn't want to leave Cam in here to steamroll the room without any kind of guidance. So I appreciate you jumping in.
Yikes.
Oh, no worries, man.
Disrespect. I thought we were getting close. Oh, and you just left.
I'll be around. Don't worry.
Between you and me, Trekistan, you are my favorite.
Why is that?
Because sheep ditched me.
Oh. Well, I'm probably going to go soon, too, so I guess I'll be on your naughty list.
Yeah, man.
So, see, for me, it's not 8:45 in the morning. It's 4:45, and I've been up. So
It's in the afternoon on a Friday. We're just ahead of you guys.
the evening.
No. It's still bright outside.
Well, you mean PM, 8 p.m. the evening?
We actually don't have the sun go down.
What?
Sun never goes down here. For like
That's
6
not
months
true.
at a time.
That's not true.
It's true.
No.
Sorry, what's the claim and what's the proof?
He's claiming the sun never goes down for 6 months in New Zealand. Just
For
cause.
6 months, the sun is constantly in the sky, and in New Zealand, you don't have the phenomena of nighttime for 6 months.
Yeah, no, but then we have nighttime for 6 months.
Okay. So
That's pretty deep.
So
You want to know something crazy about that? Like if you add up all the hours of daytime everywhere in the world and all the hours of nighttime everywhere in the world, it's 6 months of daytime and 6 months of nighttime.
Yep, exactly like New Zealand. We just don't have
So
it split up
that's
into days.
stupid claim, dude.
We just don't have it split up into days.
So this is the point where everybody in the service can start thinking you're an idiot.
Well, this is why I called him a budget Australian, because they're not as cheeky and funny as you guys.
I think it's a budget Australian.
He's a Wish.com version of an Australian. You know, Australians are at least funny. He's just an asshole.
Oh. Wow.
Damn it.
Have any of you guys been to Australia? I haven't, personally.
Quite a few people in here live there.
Oh, yeah? Wow. Must be nice.
You close to Australia?
Yeah, I'm pretty close. Closest country there.
Didn't you just say before you're from Indonesia?
Yeah, I'm closer. I'm close. Ugh.
You say you're the closest country to Australia? But that's...
We are, idiot. Punk.
Second. Or whatever.
No. Sucks to suck, Apple.
Okay. Thanks, Cam.
You guys winning your Rocket League game?
No, it's not right now. I'm not. Wait, Cam, do you play Rocket League?
Of course he does. He was playing.
You guys are literally friends.
Yeah, he was playing before he came in, and he just shut it down maybe 10, 15 minutes ago.
And both your about page layouts are laid out the same on Discord, so you might want to change that too.
Rip.
Well,
45-second investigation.
You guys have the literal same rank layouts and everything on your Discord about pages. Like you should probably change that before you try to troll.
Yeah, Apple.
Pretty
Oh,
obvious.
really? But we're not
Silly
trolling.
Billy, silly me.
We're locked in. We're believers. I'm a believer.
I refer you to my last comment, and just after a while, people are just going to start thinking you're an idiot, mate, when you say things like that. I'm a believer.
I am,
Come on, mate. Well, okay, so why do you believe the Earth is flat, and why is it not first-hand knowledge to you? I know the Earth is flat because it's first-hand knowledge to me. I don't have to believe it. I don't have to accept it on faith. I can measure the surface of the Earth, and I know it's to be true. So when you say that you believe it, mate, I'm starting to think you're being disingenuous. So I'll ask you again. Why do you believe the Earth is flat? I'm asking you specifically.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Okay.
You're not. You're already going to fall. So
oh my
I'm going to be holding you to this. Why do you believe the Earth is flat?
Because I don't feel it spinning. And when I look at the horizon,
hold on.
Why don't I see a curve?
It's a good question. I'll give you that.
And when I see mountains that are like 18,000 kilometers away, why don't I see a drop off? Why can't I see the land? So I know it to be true. I've experienced it. I've seen it with my own eyes. I can feel it with my senses.
Good. So you don't believe you know.
I know.
There you go. Thank you.
It's all good.
I don't believe the Earth is flat. I know it. I don't believe that God exists. No, you're fine. I don't believe that God exists. I know. Right? So just be sure in your knowledge. When you come across as I believe in this forum, bit namby-pamby, mate, stand on that hill and die on it if you have to.
Okay. I know. Here we are.
Go.
Nice. I actually just lost my Rocket League game. That's if
'Cause
you
you
guys
suck.
wanted to know. Yeah, because I suck.
I know you suck.
And I know I suck too.
I thought you just said you weren't playing. So how did you lose a game that you just said you weren't playing?
I was playing.
I'm not playing.
Cam
He's
isn't.
playing.
Doesn't add up.
How?
Doesn't add up.
What are you talking about, bro? I haven't been on for 15 minutes, as the bro just said. This guy's been playing Rocket League.
I've been playing Rocket League the whole time.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Oh. I need a bit of gas out.
Yeah, man. Can't keep that in. It's unhealthy, man.
What about all those pictures from outer space, guys? Why don't you believe those pictures from outer space of the Earth being a ball? Why don't you believe that?
Space
Because
real? That's the true
what I've felt, and things can be so easily manipulated now.
Exactly.
Like we're in an age where anything can be edited.
Such as
So
yeah, exactly.
this could
Photoshop
just be
exists.
people who believe that it's round, that want to try push that narrative. It's too easy for them to just get on Photoshop and just make it look round. There is no proof that those photos are real.
What about the place that those photographs come from? Can that even exist in the first place? Can we even have a pressurized system in an open environment adjacent to a vacuum?
I don't think we can.
No, so that's a law of nature violation. We can talk about the images and how they're manipulated and so on, but the space that all of these images come from, the vacuum of space, the way that we're told that that exists, can't exist. You can't have gas pressure in an open system. Gas needs to press on something, right?
I've never thought about that, but that's true.
Yeah, so this is the biggest sword when we start taking space away from people. We live in an open system, apparently, with gas pressure in a vacuum. You can't have gas pressure without anything to press upon. And according to laws of nature, the gas will disperse into the lower pressure environment. So technically, we shouldn't even be breathing right now.
True. That's facts. I didn't think about that. I've always just gone with the route of the images being edited, but you raise a good point.
Yeah. So they have to be edited for two reasons. One, because they're lying and they want us to believe the Earth is a ball. And second of all, that place up there might as well be called bloody Narnia for all I care. It can't exist. Cannot 100% categorically cannot exist.
True. Okay, well, I've got to go. I appreciate the conversation.
Quick question before you go, though.
Yes, my friend.
Where'd you find this server?
I got invited to it a long time ago.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Like, where can you check? June 5th.
Yeah.
So I've been here a little bit.
Longer than me.
Yeah, man. I'm like
Yeah,
that. I'm an OG.
Yet I have a role and you don't. That's crazy.
You seem sincere. I wouldn't be bragging that, my friend. Okay.
What,
Later,
what's something
fellas.
to brag about being an
Hey
authentic
Cam,
person?
can you post a picture real fast?
I can't. I don't have the perms. Neither can truck. Can you truck? That'd be crazy if you can.
I can't. I haven't asked though.
You should ask.
Maybe tomorrow.
Alright. Cool. Bye bye.
Sayonara.
Well, that lost.
How much you want to bet? Yeah, Apple goes right now. Yeah.
I'll give you $10 if I dip in the next, I don't know, 3 minutes. Actually, no. If I don't in the next, oh shoot.
It doesn't matter. I don't need your $10.
Okay. I need yours though.
Yeah.
With friends like that, I would need that $10 too.
Yeah, me too. That is crazy.
So how did you find the server?
Website.
Saw it. A website?
I was just curious. I was just browsing through Discord servers, like popular ones. This came up, and I was like, why not give it a try? See what other servers give. They're interesting or not. Might stay.
I wouldn't even blame you if you left now, though, because I guess it's gotten pretty sparse in here.
Yeah. No more chatter.
Nope. I mean, we tried. Oh, okay, there he is. There he goes. Wasn't even 3 minutes. Where's my $10?
Exactly. It was less than 3 minutes.
He couldn't troll anymore. We just weren't gonna feed them. But it's just like
No. We weren't getting upset. That's all. That's what they come for, no? Like,
all they come here for.
and I stayed up like an extra 30 minutes for that. What a waste of time.
Easy to weed about.
I mean, yeah, like anyone, like it's so crazy because.
Well, you could tell from his voice he wasn't being sincere off the get.
Well, he was trying to hold back giggles like so much. It was crazy. Even if that was just his natural voice. I mean, like anyone who studied this for, you know what? I'll give them even 2 months, 1 month. Like actually looked at it, they'll be able to at least answer very basic questions. Like 8 inches per mile curved has got to be in literally every single flat Earth video, even though it's not particularly correct because it doesn't account for observer height.
Still there.
But
the math is still there. They still have to account for it.
No, exactly. I mean, you can do it. It's only off by a couple percentage points. Here's a good one too, though. One that I heard recently, and I actually verified it myself. I'll say verified mathematically, but when they say, but it's an oblate spheroid, they claim it's only 14 miles at the equator that the water humps up, apparently, for the spinning of the Earth.
Right.
It's and I'll give you the exact number just so we don't make any mistakes here. But if you take 3959 divided by 3973, you get 0.996. So if we minus 1, that means 0.0035. 0.004, we'll say. Difference. So no, you won't account for any special extra lack of curvature by claiming oblate spheroid. Sorry.
Well, my favorite is just how's Earth an oblate spheroid, but none of these other celestial bodies are.
Well, because NASA said so.
Oh, well, no, they'll say, well, Earth has water. Well, and then I just hit them with, well, NASA said Mars had water and has water on it. So why isn't Mars a weird shape? Like, you can just hit flat, and, like, I know that's an inconsequential fact because none of that we don't know what any of that is. We don't know anything above us is, definitively.
But they have a helicopter on Mars.
Yeah, but you can literally just, like, throw shit at them that just counteracts the things they say. You're just like, no. And even then, they're just like, Earth an oblate spheroid, it spins faster at the equator than everywhere else. And how come when I travel, I don't feel a movement difference? Because I'm not acclimated to that speed of the Earth, because I don't live there.
My oblate spheroid. Bro.
Yeah.
My oblate spheroid.
You hit him with that fact. Well, we're just to all gravity. That's not how that works.
What's up, Bear? How you doing, bro?
How you doing, Cam? I'm doing all right.
I'm good, bro. I'm good. I'm just here listening. Talk a little bit here and there, but yeah.
Oh, about the same. Put the globers in their place when need be.
I know, man.
I could be more direct, but it's more fun to play with them sometimes.
Well, yeah, that's why we even talked to them for so long. I mean, it is kind of fun. They weren't rude; they were just being disingenuous.
Yeah.
It was being cheeky, like he knew what he was doing the whole time. Like,
yeah, but
it's being disingenuous.
I still think he was blown away with the whole, like, oh yeah, well you can't really have gas pressure without containment.
Yeah, when you hit him with that, he did that. It was a genuine. Oh wait, fuck.
And then if you notice, he didn't stick around much longer after that.
Yeah.
It's like, wait, they're actually talking facts. This is gonna hurt my paradigm.
Oh wait, reality's fucked. Shit. It literally is a breaking of the matrix, like figuring out flat Earth.
Oh, I can't imagine. Like for me, this was the final lie for me. So once I figured this out, I was like, oh, so they were lying about everything. Okay, cool. Like,
I kind of, it's like, I believed they were lying about everything, but once I just like finally like knew about flat Earth, like knew it and everything, then it was just like, all right, now I know everything's a lie.
but yeah, so like for somebody who hasn't come to terms with a lot of like other truths, like that basically your government's lying to you about everything, or even about most things, like they haven't come to that truth yet. It's really hard for them to let go of that paradigm. Like, there's no freaking way, man. It's like,
Well, here's the thing.
Well, they haven't had their ego broken down enough yet.
If your significant other cheats on you once, they're a cheater, period. That trust is never going to be back. So why did they not hold the same standard with the government? If they lied to you once, it doesn't matter what it is. If they lied to you once. Why would
Because
you
I guess I think we had talked about this before. It's the concept of the noble lie, right? Like,
Oh yeah, it's all built out of the false proposition of belief that they've instilled and propagandized in us that the government's there for the betterment of everyone.
yeah, like take like for instance, right? Like a lie about like going to war. Like, yeah, maybe the lie about going to war is, not true. But maybe we still need to go to war. Like, I'm not.
No war ever needs to be fought. Everything.
I agree. I'm just using that as an example. I agree with you. I'm just saying that, you can call it mental gymnastics, I guess. You can make
You could always find a moral reason.
You can find a reason why, okay, maybe they couldn't tell us exactly. Like even take I can't even really talk about it. Let's just say maybe the whole reason for what happened in the last couple years, and maybe there's something else coming.
Unless it's a crimes against humanity thing, I don't think a war is ever necessary.
Yeah.
But what you are talking about, and I think we all agree on, I know we can't openly say would fall under that.
Yeah.
So would trafficking of peoples.
What, you mean like a red light and a green light?
I will say I have seen firsthand and experienced firsthand the trafficking of peoples being in the Navy. Like when we transited the Atlantic, every time for our deployments, we would pull over ships and they would have containers full of people.
That's wild.
That's not bullshit.
No.
And
I mean,
there's news articles about it too in like 2013 and 14 as well.
I mean, anyone who doesn't accept that is actually insane. Because
I think that's what broke me. That's
the
what
institution
brought me.
of slavery has been around forever, and only in the last, let's just say, 100 years, we claim to not have them anymore.
but it's still going on.
But the same people who have cognitive dissonance about that human trafficking doesn't go on today are the same people who want to continue to rehash old grievances about historical human trafficking.
Oh, they want to bring up past problems because they don't want you to look at the big current historical grievances they're causing.
Yeah.
That's what broke me to they're lying about everything, because it's like before you're just like you see the numbers, you're like this amount of people go missing, from this state or this city, and every year like, oh, that's a big number, but you don't ever like put it into reality until you like experience it, and then you're just like, Jesus Christ.
I even saw a little mini documentary on YouTube yesterday. It was about some guy who used to be in the Yakuza, and
he said one guy owed him money once, and he disappeared, and then they had found him, and they sold him to some rich person in another country.
I think sometimes just like with the Globers, they're not ready. They're not meant to. I think at this stage anyway, handle some of these more intense topics. Because all this stuff about what we've been discussing outside of FE or related to that, the other quote unquote conspiracies, I think some people just aren't meant to hear that or to deal with it.
Well, they are.
They have to make the choice. That's the thing. It's up to them to make the choice or not. And whether we can't be aware of it, but they have to make that choice. And maybe they're in a place in their life where they just cannot do it, subconsciously. It's not their time to.
If they weren't looking for the answer, though, they wouldn't be asking the question. So you got it, like Jedi was doing, even though the guy was being disingenuous, he was still giving him the treatment, so to speak. Like I'm still gonna hold your hand. I'm gonna walk you down the path, and maybe we won't hit all 10 steps. We'll just hit 6 of them, but you're gonna see the fruit of this walk. And they're if they're asking the question, then obviously they're curious enough to want to know why. So it's something to keep in mind, even like in your day-to-day life. Don't because they're being a troll. I was too tired to have any kind of brain activity with the person. I'm still tired, but talking to people who are genuine, it's a lot easier when you're tired. So yeah, no, don't be afraid to walk them down the path.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. The truth is that they're here, right? So they're still you can say much more advanced than somebody who won't even listen to anything. Because regardless of whether they accept it or not, they at least heard it. Versus someone who just goes, no, like shut up, don't talk to me about this. I don't want to hear about it.
Right.
So.
So I'll say this: it's not just about talking to them. Like, we're live streaming, and so someone on YouTube might be listening, and if you treat them like shit, which I was trying not to, but I'm tired. If you treat them like shit, they're gonna be like, "Oh man, flat earthers are nothing but fucking bullshit." But when you go in there and you have a genuine conversation, and you throw some facts in there, and you're just genuine. Even though you throw a few comments in there like you're acting like an idiot, but I'm going to take you down the path anyway. You're showing those people that are out there watching for the first time, they're like, oh wow, I never really thought about it that way. Oh, well, I'm glad that they had the conversation with the guy anyway, even though he didn't sound very genuine.
Yeah.
True. Yeah.
One of the things that I would get people in person when I'm having that conversation in person, I'll ask them, I'll say, hey, so if you draw a line from point A to point B and that line is not curving, what's it doing? They're like, oh, it's a straight line. Okay, cool. So if you have an earth, like a globe, right? A ball. And so you take this earth and you look at the earth and you say, oh, the earth is not curving. What's the earth doing then? And they say, well, the earth is flat. And then immediately they're like, wait, what?
You know what?
Like
I'm trying it.
you trick them into saying the earth is flat just for the paradigm. And I kid you not, it fucks with their brain enough to be like, oh, dude, like just to hear the words come out of your own mouth, it fucks with you.
I just got.
You know what? I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna steal that one.
It's worth it, man.
It's a great eye opener. And they're like, well, what do you mean? I'm like, well, I mean, you said it. You know, if the Earth isn't curving, then the Earth must be flat. And they're like, yeah. So I'm like, well, what if I told you that the Earth isn't curving? No.
So what you're saying is it's good that you trick them to say whatever that comes out of their mouth instead our mouth.
Well, like as soon as you say you're a flat earther, what happens? Their brain shuts off, right?
Oh, I know. It's crazy. I mean, I try with a pretty good amount of people, you know what I mean? But right now, like, I'm just trying to, like, okay, so my coworker, he's, I know he's a very good person at heart, he's a very cool person. And, he seemed very nice guys, and like, we had a talk about the moon, how the moon produces its own light, when we had a full moon yesterday in Texas. And I was asking him a question. I said, hey, so you look, I told him, you look at the moon right now and tell me, do you think is the moon right now get the reflection from the sunlight, or you think it produces its own light? And you know what he said to me? It looks like a nightlight producing its own light. I said, okay. But then now I have to start pretty slow because I don't want to scare him away. Oh, hey, bro, the Earth is flat, and then he probably going to turn away. Well, my next step is what I'm going to do. I'm going to start sending him like videos from NASA, doing green screen, and they fell on live stream or whatever, live TV, wearing harness or whatever, and bubble in space and all that stuff. I think that would be the next step because I try other way with people, and I think I suck at it. I suck at explaining to people, and then maybe I scare them away. But I'm happy now that a couple of people that I talked to before, I turned them to a flat earther. One of the friend that I had was from India. Now I guess she's a full flat earther. So. I turned a lot of people away too.
Something else you could do is like, if they're, if you're having that conversation about flat Earth and they start pointing to the sky and they say, well, if you look at all those lights in the sky, does it look like the Earth is moving or does it look like the lights in the sky are moving?
Yeah.
You just got to keep the paradigm simple. Like, don't let them. Because what it is at the end of the day, we were all told. And without that story, all you could ever do is look at the sky and say, everything in the sky is moving, and I don't feel the Earth moving, so the sky must be moving.
Yeah, I understood on that part. Yeah, I told people like that too. But I think, before, I think it was maybe 3, 4, 5 years ago. I think I came out a little too strong. And then, now I had learned my lesson that, damn, I scared people away. So now I'm trying to figure out like a different way. Like every time I, trying to talk to people, actually just even look into it now, I'm trying to find a way. I think it's working in a way, but I also had turned, pretty good amount of people away too. So I'm very cautious, how I do it now, But you know what? But some people, they're not meant, to wake up to this thing. They're not ready.
No.
It's not like the other guy said. It's not.
If you never plant the seed, the plant will never grow.
That's true too. That's true too. Because now one of my go.
And like I mean, like even in gardening, if you plant a seed, right, and then the plant doesn't grow, just because it doesn't grow this season, don't mean that if you plant it next season that it won't grow either.
True. Correct.
So like you just keep planting it until it grows. But like, and I make a joke about it. I don't just like, well, if the Earth isn't curving, what's it doing? Oh, it's flat. And then go into conversation. Sometimes I'll leave it just at that. It's just a small talk conversation. And like, so if the Earth isn't curving, what's it doing? And they say, well, the Earth is flat. Okay. What did you say? The Earth is flat. All right.
I just leave it at that.
Say it one more time. The Earth is flat. And just like let them hear it in their own voice for their own
Whenever you say those words,
I don't want to
come out
interrupt, but I'm gonna head out. So good night, fellas.
Yeah, take care.
Hey, bro. Good night, brother.
Bye.
Make sure the words come out of their mouth, not yours. And here's the thing, you can take it a step further. If they end up saying, like, oh, that means, the earth is flat, you could therefore then say, huh, I never thought about it like that. Maybe you're right.
Yeah,
and then you can leave it at that. And then they'd be like, wait, what?
Well, and
that's a clever idea. I like that.
I've gotten people to say that, and then they're like, "But the Earth isn't flat," and I'm like, "But is it curving? That's the problem. Is it curving?"
Yeah.
So I mean, it's just a matter of breaking their paradigm, and like I said, with it, he'll get his friends and he'll tell them, he'll say, when you're watching the sunrise, do you feel like you're making the most epic face plant ever? Do you feel like you're making the most epic fall on your face ever? And because I mean, essentially, that's what you would be doing if you were on a ball, right? The ball would be spinning from west to east, and so you get a sunrise from east to west. And so if you look to the sunrise, you'd be doing a face plant, or if you look to the sunset, you'd be falling backwards on your head, like a massive fall backwards. And I mean, sometimes you even have to like stand them up and point them to the west, while the sun's going down a little bit or whatever, and just be like, do you feel that? Do you feel like you're falling backwards, like like a huge fall backwards? And then just make them stand there. No, look, you're falling backwards. No, I'm not. No, you're not. You're right.
Talking about the sunset, they say that the Earth's around about 8,000 in diameter, right? So if that is the case, like, I'm asking you guys, have you guys ever seen like the sun actually getting smaller as it going away? Well, in their model they said, oh, the sun is setting, right? But then it gets smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. Well, if the distance is about 93 million miles away, and that the diameter it's only about 8,000, it would not change the size that much at all, with 8,000 compared to 93 million miles away. But the sun is getting smaller at I don't know what time of the year, but it get really small and small and small when the sun, setting or going away.
I mean, I don't know, man. It does some pretty crazy things. I can't attest to all of that. All I can say, like, even in their paradigm, like where the sun looks like it's going behind the horizon, like, okay, yeah, cool. It looks like it's dropping down and going behind the line, but who's to say that that's curvature?
Yeah, but because sometime I think I seen I seen it somewhere. I think it was David Wise. He showed a video of the sun kind of like disappear into horizon, not going under, disappear into horizon. I was like, oh wow, that was the first time I actually seen that.
Right? No, I've seen that too, but I would have to like take my camera out there and do my own observation on that. Like I can't rely on just one video take of that. You know what I mean?
I get it.
Like if several people all had the same experience, then it would be a little bit more believable. But with one person, I'm not discrediting Dave at all. I give him props all the time for being a front runner and all this. Mark Sargent, even Eric Dubay. Everybody's got their own people that they have their gripes with, but props to the people who were front running this and were able to open people's minds and eyes.
With more evidence, I get it.
But like one person doing it, there's a lot of skepticism in the idea that a video could be faked. You know what I mean?
You're right. I agree with that because when we have the debate, the globe earther can use that against us. I get that. Or they they just believe because there's only one video out there, one evidence supposedly.
Right.
So I get that. Yeah. That's why
it's kind of like the whole thing with Dr. J. Julius Erving, when they say that Julius Erving? Not Julius Erving. Was it Julius Erving that scored 100 points in one game?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, they say that they say, I think it was Dr. J. No, Wilt Chamberlain. It was either Wilt Chamberlain or Dr. J. Scored 100 points in one game, but it was non-televised. It was a professional game, but it wasn't televised. And so there's a discrepancy. Did he really score 100 points in one game? All you have is witnesses, and there was no TV to prove it.
There's, just like the ISS, there's no document to record it. You know what I mean? There's no recording. There's nothing. They just show, oh, we have a space station up in the atmosphere.
Right.
And yeah, that's it. There's no document. There's nothing on paper. Nothing's on a video. Nothing's with picture. They just like, hey, we have space station now.
But it is a super cool video, and I show it to people all the time too from my personal experience, because it does, like, that's what it looks like. That would be a perfect example of vanishing point.
Okay.
If that's the case. So, yeah, if I ever get out there to the beach, I would love to time a sunrise where I zoom in and see the sun and zoom out. You can't see the sun anymore. That would be really cool.
I kind of regret it because when I was in Florida last year, I was next to the water. I regret it. Now I just moved to Texas about a year already. A little bit over a year. But when I was in Florida, I should have just go to the beach because I live right there, like 3 minutes drive from the beach, 5 minutes the most. And then I'm like, oh man, I could have get the camera out, But now I'm like, oh well, it's okay. Yeah. Regret it, but it's all right. I still know that Earth is flat though.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, as far as like the sun coming and going and everything like that, like we see it move across the sky from the first instance, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then when it comes down to the horizon, I mean, it doesn't have to get much smaller if the angle to it is reduced. If the angle to it is reduced and then it converges into that vanishing point, it could literally converge into that line, and then you would not know any other difference. It's like when the sun sets, right, and the sun rises, the sun is like 6,000 miles away, dude. Like the zenith is 6,000 miles away.
Okay.
For the sun. You know what a zenith is, right?
No, I don't.
So zenith on direction is like directly overhead. So like when what you would call solar noon, that's your zenith.
Oh, okay. I think I heard somebody was talking about that the other day. I think it was Flatsy was talking about it. I kind of caught on to it a little bit, but I was not sure 100% in that term.
Right.
Yeah.
So when you look out to the horizon, that's straight out all the way to the edge, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you look straight up, that's called your zenith. Zenith.
Okay.
And what it is so like what would be my zenith if I went 6,000 miles east, that would be somebody else's sunset. And if I went 6,000 miles west, that would be somebody else's sunrise.
Yep.
From my zenith.
Oh, that it's easy to understand. Yeah, on that
right
part. Yeah.
So when you watch the sun go away, like it's 6,000 miles away in a different location already.
Yep.
So just things like that to think about when people try to sit there and argue about like why does it look like the sun is going behind under the horizon or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, man, you could say whatever you want, but I mean that sun's 6,000 miles away. That sun could be doing anything. Oh, no, but it's dropping behind the curve. What curve?
I think it's because we've been taught that the star it's like certain light years away, 100, 4,000, 5,000, or even further light years away. So
Right.
they think that they can see you all so far away. I mean, I think that's the whole issue is people believing like, oh, because the space is so big, even whatever, and we can see so far away. So obviously, the sun is going behind the curvature of the earth. I got that because when I was a globe earther, man, I was mad at the flat earther. I was mad, and I'm glad that I was mad because I actually looked into it. That also helped motivate me to look into it. And I've been a flat earther like what 7 years already. But I just I go in and out. Do my own thing, whatever. But I know in my heart like I'm a flat earther. But my mistake was when I just became a flat earther and know that the earth is flat, but I don't know all the answer. I actually go tell people and I turn them away, and that was one of my mistakes. I turned a pretty good amount of people away. I think one of the girl that was like at a workplace, I was telling her whatever, and she was like, we going back and forth a little bit of whatever. She kind of get into it for a little bit, but then she asked the question, where is an edge? I couldn't answer that. I didn't know how to answer that, so I got stuck. And,
Well, I mean,
yeah.
Like, what does she want to do at the edge?
Exactly, but I couldn't answer, because I didn't know enough answers. Like because you got so excited at the time, I got so excited, and I'm like, oh my god, I want people, but believe it or not everybody wants to wake up. They just want to live in the delusional space, Big Bang Theory bullshit, and everybody believe in it. I believe in it. You believe in it, so in one time. So
Well, here's the trick. This is what I tell people: if you find the edge, what are you gonna do? Jump off and fall down? Well, yeah.
Can't fall down.
What makes you think that you would jump off the edge into the vacuum of space and fall down? Like you got to bring it back to reality. Well, that's what you believe, right? No, you believe. I don't believe in the heliocentric model. You're mixing models.
But see the thing.
Why doesn't the sun light up the whole Earth? Well, how big do you think the sun is? Well, it's supposed to be 400 times bigger than the Earth. That's what you believe. That's not what it looks like.
Yeah.
So you gotta like anticipate those paradigms and break it down that way. And basically, like when they throw something at you, you just take it apart.
But see, the thing is this, right? A lot of these globe earther that have never done any research, just like like myself, when I was a globe earther, I mean, I kind of knew that about I kind of believe in the vacuum of space and all that, but I didn't realize that it would not actually work in a reality till I became a flat earther, and then I look into like, oh my, what, and then. But a lot of these people that argue with us or like new to this information, and they just try and they just kind of make things up as they go. They don't realize that that space is a vacuum. They didn't realize that. I didn't realize that. But I kind of knew. I kind of believe in it. I kind of knew whatever. But I didn't put into like in my logic that it would need the container to be a vacuum, So but yeah, that's also another issue too with the globe earther. Like they don't know all the information either. So
No, they don't. And they think that science has figured it out for them. And what's the answer that we've always been told? Oh, well, somebody else smarter than me has already got that figured out. Like, are you serious? Like, you can't think for yourself?
Nope. Apparently not. But yeah. Oh, did you send me something earlier about what was the name? I forgot. I don't have my phone on me. You sent me something,
Oh,
right? I believe a
I
name to
sent,
look up.
I sent you a couple of things.
It's in Hindu text, I believe. I read a little bit.
It was my Twitter account. I was just
Oh, okay.
showing the comparison of like the ancient deities and the ancient mythology, and like how like they were all true stories.
Yeah.
As weird as it sounds, like all the story of Brahma and Krishna and
Vishnu,
all of these things, like Krishna in my opinion was Samayaza, the fallen angel Samayaza, if you ever look into Samayaza. But
no, I haven't looked at it yet. But yeah.
they're all similar in a lot of different ways. Like, in all honesty, you probably, if you got to learn who Brahma was and all of that, Brahma's probably it. From what I've been able to research, Brahma is probably the representation of the real God.
Okay. Yeah. See the Hindu text. So like our people, long time ago we were Hinduism, and we got converted to Buddhist. But of course there's Muslim, there's Christian right now too over there in my country, whatever. But talking about the another celestial body, it's the dark entity, whatever, up in the sky that also that caused the solar eclipse, and I heard when I was growing up in Cambodia, I came here when I was 15, but when I was growing up, they talk about it, in the song, in the poem or whatever. I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever, but when I came to America, of course, you're still a globe earther, but then when you learn, and I came across Eric Dubay when he mentioned, another celestial body called Rahu. I was like, oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
And then I look into it, and the Hinduism, like Thai, Cambodian, Laos, Indian, and other South Asian country, whatever, they have the same thing, because at one point we were speaking the same language through Sanskrit. So I was like, oh my God. So we talk about it. We even talk about in the song we talk about that's what caused the solar eclipse, but not like everything, but the concept, like, oh my God. So
right, you're telling the story of the eclipse.
Yeah, pretty much. So I was like, oh, okay. So this is make way more sense than the heliocentric model. What they told us, that the moon, go in the front of the sun. That's how it blocked the sun directly, and then and it passed through. But but see, the thing is, like, the solar eclipse. Also, I seen this somewhere before, long time ago, maybe 5 years, maybe 4 years ago, that the moon, it's out in the sky. Right, in recorded time or whatever. I think it was Eric Dubay, and he showed video too at the time. But I tried to look for that video. I couldn't find anymore. A lot of things being censored, a lot of things being deleted, because I think they deleted his whatever channel or whatever so many times, at least like 3 times, I believe.
He's on Rockfin now, Eric Dubay.
Yeah. Matter of fact, I subscribe to Rockfin too, because I go over there watch what his name, Sean Hippler. Of course, Eddie Bravo, the entertainer.
Love Eddie Bravo, dude.
I love him. I love Eddie Bravo. I love.
He's like, what the fuck, man? Just look into it.
Look into it. But yeah, he's to be honest, listen, Eddie Bravo, he's a legend. Like, I love him. I love that guy. So but anyhow, beside from that. But yeah, I'm subscribed to that. I go watch all them guys. But all the old information that Eric Dubay on or other flat earther, I think I used to follow, what his name, Tanner Stewart. All these channel was like disappear. So I gone and do whatever I do in my everyday life. I'm like, oh, so YouTube censor everybody, Because before 2017, like everything is flat Earth. You know, after one video, the next one, after one video after the next one, and then you can actually see the information. You know, people had go out there and do their own experiment and all that stuff, and all of a sudden it's just gone. So I just go do whatever I want in my everyday life, and then I came back to flat Earth. I'm like, oh man, what happened to all the people? So I found Rockfin. With Sean Hibbler, with Eric DeBay, with what his name, Austin, Witsit Gets It, yeah, and David Wise and other people out there too, So my point is that all these old information, it seems like, is being deleted. So you can't find it anymore. You have to find the name. You have to go find it. Like if you search in YouTube, right? You have to go find the channel's name. You can't search for, let's say, Eric DeBay or whatever, Flat Earth, Epic Flat Earth interview or something like that. You can't find it. It doesn't show. Even if it, yeah.
20 Reasons Why. If you look up 20 Reasons Why, it'll give you all these other videos. You actually have to go to
the Bunk's
Eric
video,
DeBay's
like
channel, and then scroll through them all.
Yeah. It's crazy. So, but yeah, I knew they censor or whatever they also ban the channel, delete certain Flat Earther channel and stuff, whatever, and and some of us, I guess, try to rebuild back up, but yeah, so basically, now go back to solar eclipse. My bad. I'm sorry. I'm off track a little bit. So, I seen the video that the moon was out in the sky, and then there's a sun, and then there's another celestial body, another entity was in the front of the sun that caused the solar eclipse. So
you have like the shape of a dog or something like that, or do you even know?
No,
the thing that eats the sun, isn't it like the shape of a dog, or look like they use the symbol of a dog for its avatar or something like that?
I'm not sure, man. It was a long time ago, but I seen the video a little bit, and or the picture, whatever they were showing. But I saw the moon was in the sky, but then there's a sun, and then there's another celestial body that blocking the sun that caused the solar eclipse. But matter of fact, they also do have the information. Like I don't know how many records, but I'm pretty sure it's over 10 records in the human history that the moon is up in the sky and the sun out in the sky, but then there's another celestial body is blocking the sun, and this has been recorded. But I think this information also being oppressed. So yeah, but
until we witness it ourselves, it is what it is.
Yeah,
but
right.
I dropped the link to my tweet on Twitter about it's just a small section about Hindu. But when I was doing my research before I even became a flat earther, I was trying to figure out like why all of our world leaders are worshiping these ancient deities. Like they're throwing up the symbols, they're doing these hand gestures, they're wearing these clothings, they have these like the brooches on their shirts or whatever. All these symbols, what's all these symbols coming from? And so I started with Egyptian because it just made the most sense. And then when I started looking into it, I'm like, well, this is kind of a dead end because it's just the story's real basic. And then so I looked into Hinduism because I read something that said Hinduism was the most the most like the largest story told about spiritualism. And I'm like, okay, cool. I'll look into that. And when I looked into that, I'm like, oh my gosh, like there's got to be some, if I feel like I know all these deities, they're in all the other ancient mythologies. So I start looking into all the other ancient mythologies, and I came across the book of Enoch. And I'm like, oh my gosh, they're all fallen angels. And so, but I learned a great deal about Hinduism. I didn't do any like prayer or anything like that. I didn't learn the songs, but I researched a lot of the culture, and so I kind of understand the custom a little bit. I mean, it's a completely different custom than what I'm used to. So like I could screw it up at any time, but at least I would have the courtesy of trying to be polite and correct myself and things like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, like, so, you know, when I was going down my Hindu route, that's when I discovered that every ancient mythology religion has a creation story, and the creation story has a primordial god with a specific name, and then after that god had children, and then you never hear about that primordial god ever again. And so it just kind of like leads you into like all of these other gods to worship. I'm like, oh my gosh, these are all like the fallen angels and everything. And the whole story of the fallen angels kind of made sense. But that's why I said I came across Brahma. I said if there was probably any god in Hinduism that I think would be similar to like God, the creator, it would be the Brahma.
Yeah, but then in a different language could call it different names, you know.
Well, yeah. So like if you go on that Twitter account that I posted just now, and
at it right now,
scroll up on the thread, like it's a whole entire thread. So if you scroll all the way up, you'll see that I do like a breakdown of the history of the ancient mythology.
I personally don't just subscribe to books. Books is nothing more but someone else's opinion captured in pages, and that's what's wrong with people. You live in your experience captured in somebody else's pages. Reading has never been successful. Reading is something that's done to jam the conscious. That's why when most people read, they become tired. It's because reading actually drains you in the process. It's multiple things to reading that you quote unquote smart people don't know a damn thing about. But however, I don't.
Yeah, so like reading is still, there's knowledge in reading, and knowledge is passed down in reading. So, you know, you can't really sit there and go off.
There's a lot of knowledge, like, you know, in reading. You know, I mean, something makes sense, something don't make sense. You know, I mean, you take the things that make sense. You know, that logical in a way. You know, I mean, not everything is true either from reading. We get that part, but because, you know, I mean, you think that you know, we found out the Earth is flat and all that stuff just because it's also because we read. You know, we take the globe Earth information, we look into it, the math that they provide us, and we insert it, you know, and try to test for ourselves. That's also part of reading, you know. That's how
the
we know
fuck
the
I'm
Earth is
talking
flat.
about.
Yeah.
Basically, I'm not about to fucking deal with people laughing at me.
Oh, nobody's laughing at you, bro. I'm not laughing at you.
Who's laughing at you, dude? Like we were having a civil conversation, and then you jumped up and said everybody's stupid for fucking reading.
Yeah.
But anyway, so like basically, like I spent like 6 months researching into like ancient mythology, spiritualism, and I put it like this is a very small set of research that I did that's in this tweet, very baseline stuff. But I think like if you read it, you'd be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. And you'll be able to connect pieces together. But the point of the tweet was that the information that I provided, if you just do one search, you'll like a plethora of information will fall will show up in that search. Like when you talk about Hinduism, then you'll see all the deities and the mythology behind how Hinduism was created and everything. And then you go and look over into Greek mythology, and it's literally the same fucking
The
story.
same thing. The same fuck. I get that. I think I heard that information before. But I haven't looked into myself. But that's why I'm here. I'm here to learn. I want to learn. I need to take some time and look into these type of things. Just like flat Earth. I didn't take nobody words for it. I actually look into it and take the time. Because I thought flat Earth is the most stupid thing ever. And I cannot now. Knowing that the earth is flat, I cannot say, oh, what you're saying right now is the most stupid thing ever because I never look into it. Let me look into it. But you know what? Yeah. Hey, you're a flat earther, so I take your word for it.
Talking about flat earth, I'm an ex-flat earther. Like, I've been a pretty old member into server, and can you guys do a job of convincing me, like in one way or another? Because I was inside this whole flat earth ordeal.
I'm sorry, you said you were an ex-flat earther?
Yeah, I'm an
Then you never a flat earther. Then you never. There is no ex-flat earther, my friend.
So
I know
who is there with you? Because there's two people that have now talked on this one account.
That was a soundboard.
That was a soundboard?
Yes. I'm sorry.
All right,
Play it again. Play it again. Play it again. Play it again then. No, play it again.
Do you want
If it's a sound-
me to play it again?
Play it again. Prove it was a soundboard.
If it's a soundboard, play it again.
Okay, sure. Give me one moment. Which one would you want to hear again?
No, the same order you did it in the first time. Go.
The first one.
Okay.
I personally don't just subscribe to books.
Sounds good. You're
Books
good.
is nothing.
You're good.
All right, you're good.
I believe you. Okay.
I know it's realistic. Often, like, people actually think someone's talking. Like,
So that's why I said put play in that same order. That way I could tell if it was someone else or if it was the soundboard.
Do us a favor though. Don't be playing something like that just to like steamroll the conversation and be a jerk.
I mean, I found it interesting. We were talking about like books, right? Like in reading, and I thought,
Was it worth like steamrolling the conversation?
Sorry about that.
As far as convincing you, you would have to convince yourself. This isn't about me convincing you to join some cult.
I mean, I think
it's about you waking up to the reality of the.
Give me 1 second. I had something.
Are you back?
Yeah, still waiting for him. So.
Yeah. Give me 1 moment. There was something specifically.
I was gonna go sleep earlier, but then I was still a little bit busy doing my work and listen to you guys and stuff or whatever. But then I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna stay up a little longer. And then we get into the conversation, and then now this guy right here. So, well, yeah.
All right. So what's up? Night of Christ. What's going on?
Like, I have a whole lot of like documents and files on my PC, so it's a specific one that I want, but
So I'll just cut to the chase then. What made you stop believing in flat Earth and made you go back to the globe?
I mean, the mountains of evidence it would need to basically make the claim that they're all in on it and they're all, basically echoing is the same lie. Yeah, it's insurmountable. Way too much.
You realize that we don't need to explain everything, right?
And
we just
even
need
to, even the experiments that were done under the premise of flat Earth, a lot of them ignore a lot of factors that the globe model presents to make the argument in the first place. The globe model doesn't claim that the Earth is perfectly spherical, but rather a geoid.
Yeah,
Just
but what
flat
experiment?
surfaces.
What experiments are you talking about on the flat Earth side? Because we don't really do experiments; we do observations.
For example, the FE core laser experiment.
That's an observation.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty much a straw man and arguing past the actual.
Why is it a straw man?
I mean, the thing is, the Earth is not perfectly spherical. It doesn't curve at a constant rate. It inconsistent and it has flat surfaces.
So what happened?
Whoever that was, you cut out. So I understand that it's not perfectly spherical, but it has an average radius of 3959. It has dimension. Right? They say that the Earth measures at its equatorial circumference to be 24,901 miles all the way around. Who has ever measured that?
Who has ever for Eratosthenes?
Yeah, and what works did he measure that in?
I mean, with the shadows, right? The shadows would have to be parallel and not converging or diverging.
What was the title of the paper that he wrote?
I mean, I don't know if they had paper back then. I'm not sure, but
well, I mean, he had a set of writings that survived, right?
Mm-hmm.
He wrote several writings supposedly, but only one of them survived. Do you know what that?
We're talking about the specific experiment he did to prove the curvature.
See, back in those days when they wrote proofs of something, they titled their paper with a title.
I can send you the link if you would like.
Do you know what the title of the book that he wrote supposedly that survived out of all of his writings was called Catastrophism, right? Catastrophism, catastrophismy. So, that book had nothing to do with Sticks and Shadows. So you're going to have to show me where he wrote about Sticks and Shadows.
I mean, he did. He erected a pole in Alexandria and then, cast a shadow, and proving that the sun was not directly overhead but slightly south.
So he did one shadow, one stick and one shadow?
Actually, 2 sticks on different points between 2 cities.
Really? Did he do it at the same time or at different times?
Same time. If I remember. Wait, hold on to me.
How do you think?
Actually, at the same time, yeah.
How do you think he got that measurement at the same time in 2 cities that were 300 stadia away from each other?
I mean, there's various ways you can do it.
What do you think? Do you think he had a friend over there and he texted him? Say, hey, what measurement you got?
That would be funny, wouldn't it?
It's a weird story, right? Did you know there's no surviving document that shows his writing to say that?
I mean,
there's a book in the 10th century, written by. Let me see if I can find his name real quick. Hold on. Written by Strabos.
But at the end of the day,
in the 10th century, and he credits Eratosthenes with doing Sticks and Shadows, but that's the only somebody else is saying that he did it. It's not a direct first person writing.
But how does it matter? The method's inconclusive anyway.
Right. But I'm trying to get him to see that, like,
but in modern times, like,
proof. So now that we know there's no proof of Sticks and Shadows, is there any other time in history, especially since he didn't really come close? He was like, what, 300 kilometers off or 300 miles off or something like that. So who got it accurately correct?
But then it also begs the other question, right? Like, if the Earth is
who got it accurately correct? Who measured the Earth to be 24,901 miles in circumference? Who measured that?
There's various people who worked on it, but
I mean, if you don't have an answer, dude, then how can you trust it? That's a pretty knowledgeable thing to say right there, right?
But then at the same time, like, wouldn't like southern hemisphere travels also like take longer than northern hemisphere?
It's begging the question.
That's begging the question, dude. Who measured the circumference of the Earth?
Who measured the circumference? It's based on like the positioning of the sun, if I remember right.
Who measured the circumference of the Earth?
Drop over distance, the Earth to have curvature. Drop over distance.
It was Eratosthenes, but I'm not too sure about that.
What do you mean you're not too sure about that? You understand the premise of Eratosthenes, right? A light over a well where he could directly see the reflection of the sun in that well because it was directly overhead. 500 stades away, somebody had a stick and there was a shadow. And apparently this proved the drop over distance of the Earth. You understand that if you're to stand underneath a street light, for example, at night time, you lift your feet up, there's a shadow because the light's directly over your head. But as you walk away, the shadow increases in size, right?
Yeah,
directly right in front of you. You can observe that. So this is Eratosthenes.
Hey, Jedi.
This would help with a triangulation between, like, for example, the sun's light rays and.
Hold on, mate. Somebody called my name. What?
It was Sheepdog Jedi. I was saying we established that it was impossible for him to even do that because it was said to be measured at the same time. And what's he going to do? Is he going to text his buddy and say, "Hey, what measurement you got right now?" Like,
yeah, of course.
It's impossible. It's an impossible measurement.
But it's not even a measurement. We have to understand with Eratosthenes, he came in with the presupposition that the Earth was a ball and used the math to figure out the Earth to be a ball. Right, so that's begging the question. I think the Earth is a ball, and if I use that mathematical function with the length of a shadow, mate, I could turn my kitchen into a ball if I wanted to, just by using the right math. So Eratosthenes, it's quite simple. This is what Eratosthenes did. You have to understand that. Hold on, mate. You have to understand that if a light is directly above you, the shadow is going to be underneath your feet. But if you move away from being underneath that light, the shadow is going to increase in front of you. That doesn't necessitate the Earth to be a curved or a flat surface. It's just you moving away from being underneath a light.
But I would like to hear the mathematical explanation of how a flat kitchen surface could be a ball.
It's quite simple. Do you understand what Eratosthenes did, and do you understand the mathematical equations that he used? Use those ones. You'll find an R value within them because the presupposition is that whatever calculations I have or measurements I have, I'm going to get a radius value from that. You do understand the math is...
But the problem with that is is that
What problem?
if you have like two how do I say it? Two reference points, like two poles, right?
Mm.
If the shadows are parallel, the sun can't be local and close.
Again, back to the streetlight example. Right? It's
Even
a
with the
ratio
streetlights,
between.
it's
Hold
not
on, my
parallel.
friend. Hold on, my friend. What's that about parallel? Why do you keep saying parallel? The light is
because, like,
coming in parallel.
Like the shadows, if you look at the two poles, like the shadows that were cast were parallel to each other. Like it cannot be on a local sun that's close to the Earth. That can only be accomplished on like a curved surface with a sun that's far away.
So you don't understand that if you have a flat surface and a light source above you, you can be directly underneath that light source, and you can be not directly underneath that light source. This is why the distance was 500 states, right? So the distance between being directly. Why are you interrupting? You understand it's very simple to demonstrate this in the physical natural world. Turn on your light, stand underneath it, walk away, watch your shadow increase. Does that mean that your surface of your building that you've walked across is curved? No, it's just an increase in shadow because you've walked away from being directly underneath the light source and caused an angle.
I mean, I would like to see you demonstrate how like a single light source can create two parallel shadows.
That's not even Eratosthenes.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, but it's still factual. So, like, if you have two different poles on a distance, the shadows that are cast are parallel to one another.
What shadows are you talking about? Because Eratosthenes only had one shadow. There was a well involved. Right? Do you remember what I said right at the beginning?
I sent you the link. I sent you the link to the whole Eratosthenes claim.
So there's no well involved. Is that what you're saying?
I can send you the
Eratosthenes
link again.
did not observe a direct. Why are you talking? Eratosthenes did not directly observe the sun reflected in the water at the bottom of a well because it was directly overhead. Are you saying that the story is different, or have you got a different story to Eratosthenes because there's loads because the guy never existed?
I mean, I remember from the time I was here, the whole criticism of Eratosthenes was that he used sticks and shadows, right? So it's all like poles and
no. The problem is he assumed that the Earth to be a ball. So he pegged the question, and whatever measurements he took, he mathematically surmised that he was going to get a circumference value because he assumed the R was going to take place, radius, right? Now the question is drop over distance, because we can understand that we can use math to make many, many things, but unless they're directly measured to be true, it's just begging the question, which is what Eratosthenes did. And he did this several times. Like the distance to the sun, if you can remember the distance to the sun in Eratosthenes, that was an infinite distance, it didn't fucking matter. Right? Which is a problem if you're going to be orbiting something that's an infinite distance, right?
It's
so again.
Can you define infinite distance, please? Like,
yeah, infinite, as in no number attached, as in very far away at an infinite distance. It doesn't matter.
Just a very far away object.
How many times has the distance to the sun changed over the last 1,000 years?
I mean, our tools of like measuring things have become more precise.
You got more precise, yeah. So up to about 3 years ago, we were told that the sun was 93 million miles away, and just recently we were told that it's 95 million miles away.
Yeah, the tools.
Yeah, do you understand that changing in the distance to the sun means that the orbital path of the Earth is different and the speed of the Earth is different because our distance to the sun is now different. So your model's changed in the last couple of years and you don't even realise the consequences of you changing the distance to the sun. But that's not talking about Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes isn't a direct measurement of drop over distance of the surface of the Earth. It is not.
Even according to the heliocentric model, the Earth doesn't stand like at an equal distance to the sun. Like if you look at where the sun,
it's a problem for you. So it's an elliptical orbit, right?
Yeah, and at some point it's closer to the sun.
That necessitates acceleration and deacceleration. something that isn't measured to be true. And if people are going to start changing the distances to the sun, then you've got a different orbital path, a different distance, different speed. So within your admittance that the distance to the sun changes because our path is elliptical, that requires acceleration and deacceleration, something we'd never measure to be true. In fact, there's no direct measurement of the surface of the Earth to be moving in any direction or at any velocity.
If I remember right, it's not even elliptical. It's rather that it's off center. Like the sun isn't at the perfect center of the orbit.
It's elliptical.
Like
it's elliptical.
If I remember right, like
that's what they say. It's elliptical.
At December, like around the times of December, January, like the Earth is the closest to the sun for the rest of the year.
You understand that being closer to the heat sources mean you're going to get hotter, right?
Not necessarily, because if you have, like, for example,
so you haven't got closer to a heat source and felt that heat because you're closer to it. What do you do? Do you walk further away from a fire and get hot?
That's not how it works, because if you look at the sun, it emits like UV radiation, and if you have, like, for example, the northern hemisphere that's on a tilt, like let's say Germany or Belgium or the UK, right? Since it's at a tilt to the sun during our winter time at December, the UV radiation has to cover a wider area than it would when the sun is dead spot on.
Yeah.
Right ahead, right above the Earth.
Yeah, we understand that, but do you have any proof? Do you have any proof for these claims? Because we all understand the story. The Earth is on a tilt. Blah 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 blah. But have you got any direct measurements for these things to be true? Any?
The natural phenomena, the fact that it's hotter during, like over here, it's hotter during the summer than it is during the winter. In the winter over here. Yeah,
you said phenomena. What's the cause of that phenomena? Let's start doing some science. So what's the cause of that phenomena?
What's the cause? The angle of the UV light onto the surface of the Earth.
It's a phenomena, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, and what's the cause of that?
Are we gonna keep asking the cause?
Yeah, because I started asking the question about science because you said the word phenomena, which kind of interests me because science deals with what causes phenomena to happen. You mentioned one. I thought science proved the shape of the Earth, so I thought I should start doing some with you. And now you're going to start bitching why I'm asking you the cause of something that you said is happening.
I gave you.
Just going to start. Pardon?
I gave you the cause. Perhaps you didn't hear me.
No, I didn't, mate. You're very quiet, and I'd suggest that maybe you spoke a little bit louder because you are quite quiet, to be fair. I got you turned right up.
Let me see if I can do something about that. Give me 1 moment.
Are you going to come eat with me or are you eating him?
Am I better now? Or am I still too quiet?
Go ahead. Drop over distance, cause and effect relationship.
So the cause is the I don't know, like English isn't my primary language, but I'll give it my best. Like the angle of where the UV light drops onto the Earth's surface.
Okay. What causes that?
What causes that?
Yeah.
The tilt of the Earth, like in reference to the sun.
Okay, how was that measured?
How is that measured? By the pathways of the astral bodies. And yeah, space footage.
So it was measured with space footage?
And also like the positioning of the astral bodies, how the like stars in the sky or like at different positions towards.
Or are you just gonna like start off about like space footage?
I gave you another one. Like
if I post a picture of Earth,
I would like you. I would
tell me the dimensions of it.
But I would like you to deal with the other claim as well, like the stars in the sky.
No, we're talking about
different.
I
gave you two. We can nitpick one or the other. I would like this to be a good faith argument, right?
Don't know. Just say you don't know.
No, don't speak for people. Like let them make a point and deal with the point made.
If you don't know, say you don't know. Say, I don't know who has measured the circumference of the Earth. That's all you got to do.
I mean, can you give an explanation for why the astral bodies, as I said before, are different throughout the years?
What does the thing in the sky have to do with the thing under your feet?
A lot, because like it's about reference points, right? Like if you stand on the Earth, what's above you, it needs, like for example,
there's no
let's say a camera, right? And the thing that the camera is pointed at. If the things that the camera is pointed at changes location, it could mean two things.
I'm gonna point.
It's either the camera changing its own location or the object itself changing.
I'm gonna point the camera at the star in the sky, and that's gonna help me determine what's underneath my feet.
No, like let me explain my analogy in a better way, right? Imagine you're standing in a field, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you have a camera holding a camera at a certain objects in the distance. And then there's this other person who looks at the footage and sees that things are moving around.
Mm-hmm.
You can make two conclusions. It's either the objects in the distance are moving around, like all at the same time, or it's a camera that's being spun. The camera being a representative of Earth, and the objects that are being looked at are the astral bodies in the sky. So whether the Earth moves or changes location can directly...
What would give you the idea that the camera is spinning?
I mean, it's giving us a...
If the things in the sky are moving, what would give you the idea that the camera is moving?
Because the Earth is obviously flat.
Alright, I guess it's the end of the conversation then. The Earth is flat.
Well, there's been many like Eratosthenes, Copernicus, Newton, people who have looked into this very same subject.
Copernicus. What did Copernicus do?
Didn't he prove heliocentrism, if I remember right?
How did he prove it?
I can send you if you want.
Well, if you know it, you can discuss it. If you don't know it, then there's no point in discussing it. If you don't know it, if you're gonna Google it and then drop a link, then you better be prepared to describe it.
Yeah, as I said before, the same observation of astral bodies, right?
Okay, what observations did he make?
I mean, that's a very broad question. Can you be more specific?
He made an observation. What did he make?
I mean, it's got to do with the math, like how the astral bodies are in line with each other and the angles.
So he looked at the sky and determined that the sun was the center of the universe. How did he do that?
By doing that.
Come on, dude.
So he just used math and angles and observing the sky to create this big expanse to then say that the stars are moving around the Earth and the Earth is moving around the sun, and he didn't actually go anywhere in the sky to observe that, Venus is X distance from Earth, right? It was just, its angular size looks like this, and it's at this angle from the horizon to there. I'll just say it's the same size as Earth. Fuck it, right?
The same with Newton, right? He used the color gradient and the visible light gradient and to calculate how far certain objects were. If I remember right, the more blue shifted the color is in the sky under a telescope,
that wasn't
the closer.
That was a modern guy with the telescope.
I'm pretty sure that was Newton with a prism.
I don't think. Unless you can get me a source to, make sure I'm not wrong, but I don't think that was Newton.
I can look it up right now.
If it was Newton, I'll change my mind, but I think that was a very recent discovery.
Yeah. Because they found that everything was redshifted and
Except for this one galaxy, which was blue, saying it's coming towards us.
Right.
But then, I drive by the bar, but I don't see the bar getting closer to me. The red lights on the bar means that the bar is coming towards me. The blue lights on the bar, the red lights on the bar at the neighborhood bar are going away from me, but the blue lights are coming towards me because I said so.
So Copernicus discovered that the sun was the center of the universe and not the Earth. So who measured the drop over distance?
I'm sorry, you're my fault. You're really my fault.
Who measured the drop over distance?
The drop over distance?
Yeah, who measured the circumference of the Earth?
Oh, circumference. Eratosthenes.
Yeah, and we already went over that, right?
Yeah.
We don't even know. We don't even know if he really did it, right? There's no proof that he did it.
He measured angles.
No, you didn't hear. I've been researching Eratosthenes, and the only book that describes what Eratosthenes did came 1,200 years after his death, and it was written by somebody else that referenced him. His only surviving work was called Catasterism, and it's about how the constellations came to be. That was the only surviving book that came from Eratosthenes, apparently. And other than that, in the 10th century, some other person wrote a book and referenced Eratosthenes' Sticks and Shadows, but there's no proof that it ever even happened.
I mean, whether it happened or not, it's about the contents of the claim, right?
No.
I could make a parable of.
I should be able to reprove. I should be able to prove it again, right?
Yeah.
So who's done it in modern times and proved Eratosthenes to be right?
Nobody.
But you can say I don't know. You don't have to sit there and be like clickety click 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 click.
No, let him Google real quick. Let him get all the information, and then let him come talk to us again. It's okay.
Well,
but
search.
See, the problem with the globe earther is this: you guys always come in here and thinking that, oh yeah, you can debate us and you can tell us this, you can tell us that, but all this information we are aware of already. We've seen it, we look into it already. And but you gotta understand, your whole system is based on belief. You believe Eratosthenes, that he measured the Earth and the diameter, the circumference, all that shit. But in reality, bro, nobody knows. So I just want to make this clear that your whole system is on belief, and it's okay. It's okay. Maybe you should come on this side and start looking to why we think or why we know what we know. At least take a look at it.
I was pretty sure that people have done this before, but I had to find an example.
There you go.
If you look at
Your whole thing is based on belief again. You're pretty sure that somebody looked into it.
I don't base myself on memories, right? I look things up.
Yeah, you don't base it on memory, but you base on belief. You just said it again. Oh,
That's not
somebody have figured out. Yeah,
that's a straw man.
It's belief. It's okay.
Would you like people to speak for themselves, please?
Yeah, maybe you can speak for yourself.
Yeah, so don't put words into my mouth.
Okay, and?
Oh, by the way, brain shape, I have a mechanical keyboard. It just makes a lot of noise. So, if I just start normally, it makes a lot of...
I know, I was just joking. I had a mechanical keyboard or something similar to that before. It's really nice. I'm just joking about the sounds. Just joking.
Yeah, I get you. I mean, but people have done the Eratosthenes experiment again, and especially with the modern equipment.
I looked through this article and I didn't see. Let's see. So inheritance. Eratosthenes that proceeded to rise. First circumference was 7.2. They're saying what Eratosthenes did, but they're not saying what these students did.
I mean, they recreated what Eratosthenes did.
I want to see their numbers.
No, what we need to be getting into is the method. What's the method in which they're doing? Because what they're doing is they're measuring angles, they're finding the differences between the angles, they're dividing it by 360, they're multiplying the distance between their structures in order to get their circumference.
Mm-hmm.
That's the process. You could take a flat surface, do this math, take these angle measurements, get the distances between the two, and boom, your kitchen table has a circumference.
Okay. I want to give you guys a heads up. My delivery is about to come, so I might disappear for 1 or 2 minutes. So.
Sure.
Right.
But anyway, so also they got the numbers wrong because Eratosthenes didn't measure the Earth to be 40,000 kilometers. That's a lie.
He assumed all light was parallel. He assumed the Earth had a curve. He assumed the distance between the 2 points. He assumed that they were on the same longitude.
And that's assuming that he even assumed all of that because there's no text written by him making that statement.
Yeah, and assumed it was on the same fucking day at the same time.
In 2 different locations, 300 to 500 stadia apart.
They had a walkie-talkie.
You know what? I bet you they used mirrors and they were able to see each other over the flat plane.
Oof.
Oh, it's 5,000 stadia.
What is a stadia?
It was a measurement back then. Had to do with, each stadia.
Yeah, but what is it? How do I reference it to what I use now?
They say 800 kilometers or 500 miles.
Okay.
He hired a man to pace the distance between the 2 cities and learned they were 5,000 stadia apart, which is approximately 800 kilometers. And they did their math same exact time. Come on, man.
Hey, bro, I'm going to pay you to go walk. All right, bam. Got you. I'm going to go walk. Count your steps, though. All right. Oh, shit. I got to 100 paces and forgot.
Yeah, y'all didn't even know this. I've recently been researching Eratosthenes, and so this book, right? I'll post it in the live stream. Is the book that was written that references Eratosthenes as Six of Shadows, but it wasn't even written by Eratosthenes. It was written by Strabo.
Check it out.
How many copies of that are there?
Oh, I don't know, but the original was written in the 10th century, and then it was republished in the 13th or 15th century. But I find it interesting. So, Night Christ, if you go up to 5 or go up to 17 minutes after the hour, he has this link called GreekReporter.com. It's not that much further up from the last post. Y'all see it? It's worth noting that the observation that all these students did from all over the world to repeat Eratosthenes' experiment, or whatever they want to call it, was done on March 22nd, which is 322, which is a great skull and bones number.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I read the article. They all these students all over the world, they did these observations in remembrance of Eratosthenes, and then they go in and talk about Eratosthenes' numbers, and then that's the end of the article. And they don't talk about what the students got, because I bet you the numbers were all jacked up. And he just told all these kids, "Congratulations, you just proved the Earth to be a globe."
Cool story.
Now they all have an experienced reification fallacy, and you're not going to be able to take it away from them.
Ever.
No, I did it. I was part of it.
Yeah, it's worth looking into. It's one thing to say Eratosthenes may have not even existed. Maybe he did exist, but there's no writing from him that talks about sticks and shadow. The only writing that came from him, supposedly, was a book about how the constellations came to be. And it's called Catastrophism. It's the only book that was ever attributed to him.
How many surviving manuscripts of those are around?
Hey, by the way, where you guys from?
I'm from Dallas.
Oh, you from Dallas? Okay, that's cool. Well, I'm in Texas too. San Antonio.
I was at Fort Hood
all the way
from 2011 till 2017. And I had a friend who had a purple 350Z, and he could go to Dallas in about an hour from Fort Hood.
It's not that far, though. It's only like an hour and a half away.
If you take 35, it takes you 3 hours to get there, because there was always that one intersection in the halfway point where everybody needed to get off at, but there was construction.
Yeah, it's opened up now. It's like a 4-lane, 5-lane, 6-lane highway. It's all pretty wide. I-20, like, for the most part, I-20 is like 2 to 3 lanes wide. But
Yeah, I just moved here from Florida, so I'm still blurry. You know, everywhere I go, I put on GPS.
Oh yeah, I know. It's just like it's
Yeah,
such a long distance to drive everywhere too. So
I know.
Right, I'm back.
Yeah.
it is what it is, man. But at least you're down there by all the fishing.
Yeah. Oh, you go fishing?
No, but like I got a few Asian friends that like to go down there and go fishing off the piers.
Oh, okay. Where? By where?
Off of
Corpus Christi?
yeah, Corpus Christi.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've been out here for about a little bit over a year. I don't really go nowhere too much. Just go play a little pool and go to work and just living life and do my little thing on the side at the moment.
You might be Asian, but you're still a redneck.
Hey, I'm a country boy by heart, bro. I'm Cambodian, so
That is country.
I'm country boy by heart, bro. I grew up in third world country with candles, so yeah, no electricity, so I get it.
I told that Vietnamese all the time.
Oh, okay.
Go fishing and everything. You're a fucking redneck. I'm not a redneck. You ain't no redneck.
Hey, you know what I call my dad? I call him a Cambodian redneck because he loved to go hunting and fishing. Yeah.
So, are there any Australian flat earthers around?
Oh, plenty, especially
Or did
here in
they-
this area.
I
You
can
got,
imagine Australian flat earthers, right? Wouldn't they fall off the edge because they're on the south?
Why would there be an edge?
It's a joke, dude. I know better.
See, the thing is, the problem with like I mentioned earlier, the problem with the globe earther because they think that flat Earth is a flying disc in space.
Dude, I know.
That's
No
the
need to
that's
explain
the
to me.
biggest problem. That's the biggest problem. No, we don't we know space is fake. We're not flying through space. We didn't come from Big Bang or evolution. We didn't come from monkey. None of that.
My
I've heard
bedroom's
of evolution, but what's evolution?
Night. Did you figure out who measured drop over distance on Earth?
I mean, I'm figuring out how to eat my burger right now.
I mean, just say you don't know.
Wait, give me a moment, dude. I'm enjoying my meal.
Yeah, but you're running out of excuses.
And guess what? The delivery driver had to use a GPS to get to me, right?
Yeah, did he measure the drop over distance when he did that?
I mean, GPSs. You need.
Did he measure the drop over distance when he did that?
No, because it's ground based, and no one. You don't need to like calculate things when it's ground based, right? If you drive on the ground, there's no need to calculate for drop down.
What do you mean?
Yeah, like you don't have to steer it down on a land-based vehicle.
Huh?
But you got to get around the curve, right? Like
Gravity exists.
So there's no drop over distance.
That's not the claim. The claim is only like air-based. I'm sorry, air-based vehicles need to, opt in for that.
So air-based vehicles need to dip their noses in order to account for curvature.
Yep.
All right. So prove it.
Airplanes do it all the time.
They dip their nose.
Yeah.
No, they
Oh,
don't.
what are you talking about?
And the thing is, they have to like go up and down regardless, like because of all the different air currents up there.
They don't dip their nose though.
I think this guy's just making shit up as he goes.
Well, here's the
What
thing.
if I told you I'm a...
Because he used to be a flat earther, and now there's too much evidence supporting the globe. Because he didn't know how to
Or I'm
argue.
an
He was
Or
never a
I'm
flat earther.
agent
Period.
of
So.
chaos. That's what I am, perhaps.
You gave in. Just admit it. You gave in because you didn't have the knowledge that you wished you had.
I just wanted to bring the topic back to Earth, you know, like y'all were talking about Hindu stuff.
So,
Okay,
who
but
measured up?
see that little tag you have there that says highly suspect? That means your opinion's worth like half of what everyone
it's
else's. So
It's because I have that because I'm an agent of
I'm
chaos.
a little negative.
Like I stir
That's
stuff
not how that
up
works.
on both sides.
So, who measured drop over distance?
I know.
Who measured drop over distance?
Like, give me one moment. I'll formulate something very coherent.
Why don't you just say I don't know and be honest?
Because he can't. If he says he doesn't know, then he's going to be caught having to say that everything I say is a belief. And then if he denies, then he has to look dumb supporting
no,
a
I
can answer.
We'll cross that bridge when we get there. But for right now, just be honest.
Yeah, let me answer. So since it's raining today, right, and I love rain, like I had some spaghetti, and I'll make a long list and give it to Samantha, but because she was singing "Welcome Home" by Radical Face. But the thing is, we all should hang out more often, right? Like this server is so comfortable. But when we were young, we rode bikes daily, and we had to account for curvature every time. Because you have a red stain on your sweater, but what is it? Because Tom is actually a werewolf, and sometimes he's on top of various cases throughout the world. It's much bigger.
What does that have to do with the drop over distance and the curvature of the Earth?
I'll get there.
I'm sorry.
get there
Man.
in
I'm sorry. I
time.
have to laugh. Oh my
Because
God.
clothes make the man, my mom used to say. Because she drove me to school 15 minutes late on Tuesday, even. Because one day she
And what
decided
does that have to do with the drop over distance and the curvature?
I'm getting there, dude. Hold
No,
up.
you're not. You're fooling
Yes.
around. No, you're not. You're fooling around.
Oh my God. And you said you used to be a flat earther? Like seriously?
No.
I would rather
ever
identify
was.
as a agent of chaos. Like I stir things up at both sides.
So why did you change up your word? You say you were an ex.
he's the truest
flat
of
earther.
NPCs. He's incapable of having a belief on his side.
Hey man, what you talking about?
You're incapable of knowing anything, aren't you?
I do know one thing.
What's
I
that?
stir up trouble at both sides.
So, but you can't say that you for certain know certain things, right?
I mean, I'm pretty sure that
Like,
GPSs require satellites, right?
Oh, they do?
Yes, they do.
All right, so show me the drop over distance that the satellite has to go around in order to.
That's irrelevant.
No, it's not, because it needs a radius in order to orbit around it.
They're in your walls. They're in your walls. They're in your walls.
Yeah, man, they're definitely my
It's like everything exists in this guy imagination, you know? Like, I don't know, man.
I can't have my French fries, you know, like that's crazy.
So did you find out drop over distance with your French fries? Did you stick some French fries in the ground and do some sticks and shadows?
That's how he got the thing.
He says he's an agent of chaos, but all I can see is Butters from South Park as Professor Chaos, and that's how he actually looks.
No, he's not Butters, man. Not by any chance. He's more like Jimmy.
No. Timmy.
I mean,
or
the
what's that?
gentleman in chat calling
What's
me
that? What's the one with
schizophrenic.
what's the one with
Explain
Down
yourself.
syndrome that sells drugs to everybody? That's the one he reminds me of. So what's the drop over distance measurement?
What does that mean?
Who measured the drop over distance and measured the circumference of the Earth?
I just asked what that means.
A drop over distance. It's the curvature. It's the curvature of a sphere.
But
I thought you were trying to find that information earlier, and you said you're gonna provide us that
No, I said that.
information
No,
after
no,
you
I
eat
said
food.
I was gonna get my delivery, and now I have my burger and like a few French fries.
Mm-hmm. I'm waiting.
I mean, I
I mean,
said
if you
earlier
want, you
as
can
well.
leave.
Like the Earth isn't
You can leave and
perfectly.
eat and come back.
No, this has comedical and
You can
entertainment
leave.
value.
You can leave and eat and come back.
Nah, I like you guys. I stay around.
You can leave, or you can answer my question about drop over distance.
I am. Like,
And who
problem
measured the
with that
drop
is-
over distance?
No, no. The problem.
Who
with
measured
that,
the drop over
question,
distance?
The problem with that question.
Who measured the drop over distance?
The problem with that question
Who
is that
measured
the
the
Earth
drop
is
over
not a
distance?
perfect
The
sphere.
problem
Who
is
measured
that
the
you
drop
don't
over
know.
distance?
That's the problem. You don't know.
Then
Oh,
why is the math that they claim it is say it is?
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Prove it. Prove that they say it's a perfect circle.
Every education system as of up to date as of right now for public education.
You realize that the radius for the polar radius of the Earth supposedly is 39,052 miles. Is it 39,050 miles, and then the equatorial radius is 39,063 miles. So the average radius of the Earth is 3,958.8 miles.
Really? Prove it.
Yeah. So who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth for the circumference? Who has ever measured the circumference of the Earth?
I did.
Okay, how'd you do it?
I dreamt about it.
I bet you did.
Yes.
You can't be honest, can you?
I mean,
Are you fighting with your ego now? Can you tell your ego release this guy, please?
No, he just comes in to troll, Sasha. That's all.
I'm not. No, I'm asking. I know, but maybe
I'm not a troll. I'm not a troll.
maybe
Don't get
his
me wrong.
ego
I'm an
now
agent of
doesn't
chaos.
give
These are
him
two
a
different
chance.
things.
Maybe his ego doesn't give him a chance. Can we ask his ego? Please give him a chance.
I don't have an ego.
You don't have an ego.
You call yourself an agent of chaos and you say you don't have an ego?
Correct.
He has an
I do it
ego.
for other purposes.
Why we're not in cinema?
In cinema?
Yeah,
you're an actor.
Actually, I actually was at some point. Like,
no. The question is why you are
in a
here.
funny house.
Why you are here? Do
You're
you
not
like
going
this
to devolve
place?
like that. Dude. I'll get a moderator in here if I have to.
yeah, but like these people keep derailing. We're talking about the drop.
No, we're not derailing. We're trying to get down to
This
the
guy
measurement
talks about my
curvature
ego.
of the
We're
Earth.
talking about drop down, right?
We're trying to get to the measurement of the curvature of the Earth. Your ego won't let you say, "I don't know."
Don't know.
I mean, I
He's
said
following
earlier,
his
it's Eratosthenes who measured it the first time around.
And we've established that there is no way in hell Eratosthenes did that.
Let alone
Can you prove it?
existed.
Oh no, he doesn't exist.
Can you post it where Eratosthenes arrived with the 3959 rate? Where is written there?
I sent it earlier. It's the Han
No, you didn't.
Academy.
And it's saying that Eratosthenes measures 3,959 miles. Type, Google, help.
Yeah, you asked me to send it, right?
Yeah.
Do you like my mechanical keyboard?
Your Khan Academy.
Did you send it?
That just says that Eratosthenes did it. It doesn't have the
Okay,
writings
you
of
have the actual paper?
Eratosthenes. I want to see the actual writing of Eratosthenes.
Did you post it?
Yeah.
Yeah, he posted it.
I'm looking and I don't see anything written about
They're not
3,000.
even they're not even official citations.
They're not.
You
They're
know?
just somebody else. Somebody
I
else
don't
is
see-
making the statement for it.
I don't see anything about size.
You know what? The Earth is a ball.
Why?
Because I have two of them.
How you are? Can you live with the nature in the future?
Leave it in nature.
Yeah, because there are people saying that water is curving. You know.
Water doesn't have a shape.
Yeah, of course. And when it's in rest, what is water doing?
It seeks the level, right?
Oh, yeah. Where you have the level on the sphere?
I mean, water proves a flat Earth. Don't we know that already?
Oh, really? Then that's it.
Welcome to flat Earth.
Yep. Welcome to reality.
No, welcome to flat Earth.
Welcome to reality.
I mean, the thing is, one time I got so drunk, right? I felt a rotation of the Earth really bad.
That's what that is.
Oh, by the way, Jimmy will. That model got disproven ages ago, like the one on the bottom. Parts of that picture. Do you want to know my actual honest belief? Without any, messing around.
It's what we've been talking about.
The Earth is not flat. The Earth is not a globe. It's a water world. If you look at Genesis 1, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Remember?
And he created
If you look at the Hebrew,
the expanse that separated the waters from above from the waters from below. And then he brought forth the land, and he called that earth, right? And in that, everything was made and yada yada yada. So, again, if the earth is not flat and the earth is not curving, then what's it doing?
It's flat.
It doesn't have a shape. That's the thing. It doesn't have a shape.
We know that.
Yeah, we're quite literally in ocean world. The Earth is basically water world.
So is the earth a sphere or not?
It's neither a sphere or flat. Flat implies it has a shape.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
The contour.
Water world? Is it water world? Is it water
It
world?
quite literally is.
Do you know
Look
the
at
end?
Genesis 1.
Do you know the end?
There is no end.
How do you know?
Prove that there's an end. You can't prove a negative.
How do you know that there is no end?
We're not proving it either way. You're the one that said there is no end.
Because there's no end.
How do you know there is no end?
I'm making a negative claim. Like, the burden of proof is not on me. It's on you. Prove that there's an end.
No, I didn't say anything.
No.
I asked you. You said that there is no end. I'm asking you, how do you know there is no end?
Because the Bible says so. Genesis 1.
Because the Bible says so. What's the Bible? I don't know.
You can't have
You don't know the Bible?
Why should I know? Why should I know the Bible?
Demonically possessed. That's
Why should I know the Bible?
Because it's only true word of God.
Really?
Why don't you stop being demonically possessed?
Are you sure? Are you really sure for everyone?
Okay.
Is the Bible for everyone?
He's now getting away from his trolling without answering the curve over distance. So now he's
There
taking
is
on
no curve,
another
Cupcake.
position which is the XO position, and he's going to pretend to be XO now.
What? No, I'm being accused of being XO, am I?
No, you're taking the XO tactic.
Shinji.
Dude, I was there
who... religion out of it, Shinji. If you go start talking religion, son, go down to the religious channels. Remember, this is
Old dude,
flat
you
earth.
were talking about Hinduism all the time before. Why is this any different?
I've been listening to you, dude. Keep it on flat earth, eh? You're being advised here. Thanks.
But my friend, like, they've been talking about Hinduism before. Like,
But it's not only Hinduism. There is others.
no, the point is, why are we allowed to talk about Hinduism but not Christianity? Like, it's always.
What about Islam?
I don't like that.
What about Jewish people? What about other religions?
What Sasha? Sasha, did you hear me? What about taking religious conversations down to the religious
Yeah,
section?
I don't want to speak about religion. Okay.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Cheers. Shinji, back on
Yeah,
flat earth.
sure,
kid.
gotcha.
Thanks.
All right, so the Earth is not flat. So do you know anybody in history who has ever measured the spin of the Earth?
I think I told you, the Earth is not a globe, dude.
Okay, cool.
And I have more evidence for the water world. Like, if you look at how they try to go underneath the water, at the deepest spots of the oceans, they didn't manage to find, a bottom. It keeps going down and down.
Okay.
Hold up, why is old dude server muted?
Because he's a moderator and he can do whatever he wants.
No, but why does he server mute himself?
He probably just hit mute.
No, because if you mute yourself, right, like local mute, it becomes gray, not red. Red means if a moderator right-clicked in.
He
server.
probably is on a computer and he just clicked mute and that was it.
That's not how it works.
He probably is on his computer and he just clicked on the mute button so he could walk away and go do something.
Oh, no, like, let me explain. Like, there are two different types of mutes, right? Even as a
Either
moderator.
way is irrelevant to your life and what is going on in it.
I mean, it's still weird. Like... What? Was just concerned. That's all.
You tell us, where is the curvature? That sea level, 8 inch per mile square, that stuff. Because now 10 miles is flat, but you should curve something like 66 foot of drop with accent, I can tell you in Italian, I can tell you in Croatian, it doesn't matter, it's the same,
See, Sasha, here's the thing. Usually, it's not your accent is fine. It's that sometimes you rush some words. That's the problem.
Oh, I rush.
Let's talk about the Earth rather than
rushing to sea level.
Russian. I've dated many foreign girls. I understand accents.
You are living on UK, like me. That's Ireland. All around, it's sea level.
Yeah, I've also lived near the Thames River. I know how fog affects how things look.
Yeah, can you live with that? You can live with that. Because, people saying that water is curving. The only problem is because water doesn't care what people say.
No, you're completely right. Water doesn't curve, but tides and waves do exist.
Yeah.
Yep. That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about elevation change. We're talking about curvature.
Awesome. Being as water doesn't curve.
No, water doesn't curve without an applied force. You guys are absolutely correct. The thing about that is, forces are applying to water all the time.
Awesome. Are you going to talk about gravity again?
I said forces, not just gravity.
Yeah, not just gravity.
No, not just gravity. Kinetic forces as well.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So being as water is level upon the surface, observed, measured, practically used to be as such. Where's the curve of the water of the Earth? Where is it?
I can give you many explanations. You just won't accept any of them.
Here we go, many. We want one.
Absolutely.
We want one truth that you can prove in the picture. In the picture. We're using an example. Of the picture. Show us the curve in the picture. Where is the horizon at 1.225 miles? Show it to us.
Calm down, Uncle fucking... Okay. Calm down, Uncle. Go back home. Honestly, you've outstayed the family gathering event. Back to what I was saying.
No, just you try to address the actual argument here instead of waffling away like a weasel.
A weasel? What do you guys have against weasels? They're beautiful.
Talk about weasels instead of the length of curvature. Good idea. Let's just avoid that at all.
1.225.
Weasels are great. Anyway, to point out the forces that are applied to water, there's more than just gravity. You guys know this, right?
Gravity is one of them.
Yeah.
Gravity is not a force, is it?
Guys, stop fucking spurging out, okay? Do you guys need to go to care homes? You guys need somebody to fucking look after you and give you your meds?
Excuse me. Gravity is not a force. We had this conversation earlier. Would you?
I know gravity is an apparent force. Gravity is not an actual force. It's a phenomena that produces effects very similar to a force. Yes, we can agree on that.
That's the Benson and Walton of space-time, non-Euclidean geometry. You're going to apply